The last thing I did in my old life was hold a line that did not exist. There were about 40 of us under what was left of a suspension bridge, and 38 of them could not stand up. I could. That was the entire list of my qualifications. 5 years inside the endless world, 5 years of grinding, and the talent it handed me on day one was a 1% increase to defense. So I had built the only thing a 1% increase to defense can build. A wall with a face on it. The wolves came out of the smoke at the far end of the underpass, 3 meters at the shoulder, white as a hospital sheet. Nothing that size has any right to move that quietly. Above us, the sky was telling the same joke in a louder voice. Jets went in. Jets came apart. A golden ape the height of an office block was walking through the financial district, the way you walk through tall grass, and everything it touched folded. North of us, a winged thing had decided an entire district was flammable and was in the middle of proving it. Tanks, missiles, 200 years of very clever engineering, and the ape never once looked down. "Get behind me," I said, which was a stupid thing to say, because they were already behind me, and none of them could move anyway. The first wolf came in low. I met it with my shoulder, and my whole world turned into a bell being rung. I stayed up. Second one took my left arm, and I let it, because an arm is a cheap thing to trade for 4 seconds. Somebody behind me was praying. Somebody else was apologizing to me, over and over, and I wanted to tell him to save his breath. We were going to need it. Then the third wolf opened its mouth, and what came out was not a bite. Fire. A river of it, wide as the road. And it went straight past me on both sides, because I am a wall, and a wall has edges. I turned around. I want to be honest about this part. I turned around and I watched 38 people I had spent 2 years keeping alive stop being people. And the thing that hurt was not the heat. It was how fast it was. It took less time than reading this sentence. I turned back. I had one arm. "I'll fight you to the death," I said. I punched a wolf in the face. I felt something in my hand go. The wolf did not appear to notice, which honestly was the most insulting part of my entire life. Then the fire came back for the leftovers, and I was the leftovers. Dying is not what people say it is. There is no tunnel, and there is no light, and nobody comes to get you. There is just a very loud noise going quiet, and one thought arriving too late to be useful. And mine was this. I did everything right. I picked the build that let me stand in front. I never ran, and it made no difference at all because I was a man with a 1% bonus in a world that ate percentages for breakfast. The universe said, "LOL, thanks for playing." And then somebody screamed in my ear, not a monster scream, a middle-aged man's scream, wet and outraged, from about 30 centimeters away. And I opened my eyes into fluorescent lighting and a nameplate that said, Dean of Student Affairs. He had 11 hairs and had arranged them like a national highway system. He had a thermos of goji berry tea. He also had a spectacular black eye on the left side, which was interesting because I had not yet worked out where I was and my hand already hurt. "You dared to hit the Dean of Students," he was shrieking. "Do you understand what you have done? You are finished. You are expelled. I will personally make sure that one punch ruins your entire life." I looked past him at the wall calendar. February the 6th, 2040. 5 years. He gave me 5 years back, and he gave them to me in an office that smelled like instant noodles and floor polish. On the exact morning the sky was going to open. I want to tell you I had a profound moment here. A tear, a trembling hand, a vow whispered to the ceiling. What actually happened is that my brain went completely silent for 3 seconds, and then presented me with one single, beautiful, load-bearing fact. Today was the day. Today the endless world came down. "Because one punch can ruin a student's life," the dean said, winding up for Act 2. "You're right," I told him. "That's a very good point. Thank you." Then I punched him in the right eye. He sat down hard in his own chair. This was not rage. This was symmetry. He had been walking around all morning, looking like he lost a fight, and I fixed it. And now he looked like he lost a war, which was more honest. I picked up my bag and walked out of that office, and I did not look back. And behind me, a man with a matched set of black eyes was making a noise like a kettle. Here is what everyone on Earth was about to learn, and what I already knew, because I had already lived it once and it had killed me. In 2030, our world got quiet and rich and unified under one flag, and everybody agreed we had figured it out. In 2040, the sky filled up with falling stars that were not stars, and each one was a doorway. And behind every doorway was a place called the Endless World. And the Endless World was better than here in every way that mattered. Levels, skills, bodies that got stronger instead of older. You went in, you got a talent, you came back a monster, and for 5 years, humanity had the best time it has ever had. Then, in year 5, the things living on the other side worked out that the doors go both ways. That was the part nobody sees coming, and I did not intend to be under a bridge for it a second time. The doorways come graded. Common, perfect, epic, legendary, mythical, and they show you which is which. by color, white and blue and purple and gold and red. Last time around I got a white one. A little common shard in a parking lot because I was 17 and I ran toward the closest light like a moth with a curfew. This time, I had somewhere to be. The Century Botanical Garden closes at 8. I got there at 8:15 by going over the fence, which I mention only because a man who has fought a 3-meter wolf has a complicated relationship with fences. Past the greenhouse, past the rock garden, out to the back corner where nobody goes, and there it was, exactly where it had always been. An old blue stone well with a broken bucket rope and a sign asking people not to throw coins in. 12 minutes after 9, a gold shard was going to land right beside it. Legendary, one of maybe 40 on the entire planet. There was a young couple sitting on the wall of it, doing the thing young couples do when they think they are alone, and I needed them gone, so I walked up and pointed politely into the dark. "Excuse me, sorry, why is that woman in white pulling the other woman toward the well?" They did not ask which woman, they did not ask anything. They went over that fence like the fence had personally insulted them. And I have never seen two people agree so quickly about anything. At 9 o'clock the stars went out. All of them, at once, like somebody had thrown a switch on the sky. Then the sky came apart into falling light, thousands of shards raining down over the city, over the country, over the whole planet. And I stood in a botanical garden with my hands in my pockets and watched the best and worst thing that ever happened to us arrive on schedule. The gold one came down beside the well and opened into a vortex the size of a door, spinning slow, throwing light on the stones. And inside the well, down in the dark where nothing had ever been, there was a second vortex. Black. I leaned over the lip and looked at it for a long moment. Black is not one of the 5 colors. Black was not in my memory, was not in anybody's memory, was not on any of the 10,000 forum posts I had read over 5 years about what the shards were and what they did. It should not have existed. Behind me, the gold one sat there being safe and known and worth a fortune. "Give it a shot," I said out loud to nobody. "And you might turn a bicycle into a motorcycle." Then I climbed onto the wall of the well and dropped in. I heard the shouting start before the dark took me. Somebody had seen a man jump into a well and was doing the responsible thing about it. I heard feet running. I heard a girl's voice yelling that someone jumped, that someone should call somebody, and I heard them get to the edge and stop. Empty. Of course it was empty. There was nothing down there but water and a hole in the world. What I did not hear, because I was already gone, was the same girl walking quietly back to the gold vortex while everyone else was busy looking down a well and stepping into it and disappearing. I would find that out much later, and by then, it would already be a problem. The dark let go of me, and a voice with no mouth said, "Welcome to the endless world." Then it showed me my talent, and I stopped being able to breathe properly. Thorns Body. Reflects 10% of received damage. Can be increased. 10%. I need you to understand the number. Mythical grade talents, the red ones, the 1 in a million ones, the ones that make a person famous across the entire world, within a week, top out at around 5. 5%, and people write songs about you. Mine said 10, and then it said, "In the politest little clause you will ever read, can be increased." I laughed until I had to sit down. I sat down in a white nowhere with no floor and laughed like an idiot for about a minute. And then I stopped laughing because the second thought arrived, and the second thought was better than the first. Everybody who ever got a reflect talent did the same obvious thing with it. They built defense. Of course they did. You take damage for a living, so you buy armor. Except, reflect does not scale off armor. Reflect scales off the hit that lands. Armor makes the hit smaller. Armor makes my gun quieter. The single stupidest thing I could do with this talent was protect myself. To hell with defense in this life, I said to the empty white. I'm going to raise health. I'm going to be the fattest, softest, most punchable target in this entire world. The panel came up. Every stat at 10. Strength 10, wisdom 10, stamina 10, movement 10, 1,000 health. Perfectly balanced, absolutely useless. The character sheet equivalent of a man who is fine at everything. Balanced stats are not a foundation. They are luggage. Novice Village has a northwest corner nobody goes to, and in the northwest corner there is a beggar tapping a broken black bowl, and I walked straight up to him and said the line, "Black Duck Immortal, your magical power is boundless." The beggar stopped tapping. "Rule the world," he said, "and conquer mountains and rivers." The alley folded up and became a dark hall with pillars I could not see the tops of, and at the far end sat an old man in a black robe with a 3-legged golden crow on his shoulder, and the crow was looking at me with more intelligence than I was comfortable with. "Fellow immortal," I said and bowed, "I've come to cleanse my power." Nobody found this man until month 4 the first time around, and by then he was useless to them, because he only works on level 0 characters, and he only works once, ever per person. He takes everything you were given and hands it back to you as raw points. 40 free attribute points, now. 1 point in stamina buys you 100 health, plus 5 physical defense and 5 magic defense. and every single player in the world calls that the correct choice, because free defense is free defense. 1 point straight into health buys you 200 health and nothing else. Twice the health and 0 armor. For anybody else, that trade is insane. For me, it was the whole business plan. I put all 40 in. Strength 0, wisdom 0, stamina 0, movement technique 0, physical attack 0, magic attack 0, physical defense 0, magic defense 0, health 8,000. I stood there in the dark hall looking at a character sheet that was one long column of nothing with a single enormous number at the bottom, and it was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. Movement speed 2 meters per second. I was slower than my own grandmother, and I could not have punched through a paper bag, and if you hit me hard enough to matter, you were going to find out that 8% of a very large number is still a large number. Then I went to go find someone to hit me. The general store in Novice Village is run by a man with the smile of somebody who has already decided how much of your money he is getting. He had a quest on him. Lost goods on Mount Erlong. Please recover them. Generous reward. I knew that quest. Everybody did that quest. You go up Mount Erlong, you look for the crates, and while you are looking, the Mount Erlong bandit finds you, and you die, and you come back, and you die again, and eventually you give up, and the shopkeeper is very sorry, and offers to buy your remaining potions at a discount. The reason the bandit always finds you is that the shopkeeper tells him where you are. They have an arrangement. It is a very old arrangement. So, I went up Mount Erlong and I did not look for the crates at all. I found the withered tree instead, and I found the man sitting in it, and I threw a rock at him. He came down out of that tree like an avalanche with a knife. Level 3, better gear than anything I could afford, and a blade that went straight through my non-existent armor, as if it were not there, which it was not. Minus 50. He circled. I did not. Here is the thing about fighting when you have 8,000 health, 0 defense, and a reflect talent. The optimal strategy is not blocking. It is not dodging. It is not even fighting. The optimal strategy is customer service. Throat's right here, I told him, and tipped my chin up. He was a bandit. He took the offer. Minus 100 big red number, a proper critical hit. And I felt it. Because none of this stopped hurting just because it was profitable. And a small black number floated up over his head. Minus 10. He looked at it. He looked at me. He stabbed me again. Minus 50 on me, minus 5 on him. Eyes are good too, I said. Eyes crit. 3 minutes. That is how long it took. 3 minutes of a man methodically murdering a target who kept helpfully indicating better places to stab, while a tiny black tax was quietly assessed on every single swing. Near the end, he stopped attacking and just stood there breathing, and I could see him doing arithmetic he did not have the education for. He died at about the time I hit 3,000 health. I did not take the crates. I went through his coat instead, and found what I actually came up the mountain for, which was a folded letter with the shopkeeper's seal on it. I couldn't find your goods, I told the shopkeeper, back at the counter, but I did find evidence of a village merchant conspiring with bandits. His smile stayed exactly where it was. That is a real skill, and I respect it. 50 gold, I said, and 1,000 high-grade health potions. 1,000 high-grade health potions is 1,000 times 1,000 health on a 10-second cooldown. And to a level 1 player, it is an absolutely deranged thing to ask for. And to a man who was going to spend the next month deliberately standing in front of things, it was the single most important purchase of my career. He paid. Then he looked up and to the left at about a 45-degree angle and held very still for a while, the way men do when they are trying to walk tears back into their own head. I bought the village chief's master key next, which he did not want to sell, so I mentioned the White Wolf King quest and let him imagine the commission. 1 gold, level 5 key. Opens anything in the starting zone, up to and including chests that are not supposed to be opened by people like me. Then I went to a sheer 300-meter stone wall, found the crack where a vine grows all the way up it, and climbed. There is a ventilation shaft near the top. I went in through it because the front entrance of the White Wolf King's den is where everyone dies, and the ventilation shaft is where nobody thinks to look, and 5 years of being a soldier teaches you exactly one useful lesson, which is that doors are for guests. White Wolf King. Perfect grade, level 3, 15,000 health. I dropped down in front of it and beckoned with my fingers. Come here. It had a skill, armor-piercing bite, ignores a percentage of defense, absolutely terrifying. The reason nobody solos it at level 1. I don't have any armor at all, I told it. What exactly are you going to do about that? Minus 500 and a black minus 50 over its head, and we were in business, half an hour. I want you to sit with that number for a second because everybody who tells this kind of story skips it. Half an hour of a wolf the size of a car chewing on me in a stone room while I drank potions and did nothing else. It got me down to a sliver twice. At 40% it went berserk, doubled its speed, And for 2 solid minutes, I could not afford to be hit at all, so I stopped being a wall and remembered I used to be a soldier, and I dodged. Badly, but enough. Then the berserk ran out and I went back to being furniture, and it died. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3. Thorns Body to 30%, then 40. The wolf dropped a sword I could not use and a gold coin I could. And in the back of the den, behind where it slept, there was a red chest. Red is mythical. Red at level 3 should not be physically possible. I put the master key in it, and it opened. And inside was a necklace that glowed like something in a museum case, and the system was kind enough to explain it to me. Blessing of the Goddess of Life. Mythical. Binds on wear. Restores 2% of maximum health per second in combat. 5% out of combat. 2% of maximum health per second. Every single player in this world was about to spend a year learning that percentage-based healing is bad, that flat numbers are better, that a 2% regen tick is a rounding error you put on a beginner ring. And they were right. For them. For a man whose entire build was a single obscene health pool with nothing else attached to it, a permanent 2% per second was not a regeneration effect. It was a second health bar that refilled itself while people were emptying the first one. I put it on. Then the world made an announcement about me, first player in the region to solo a perfect grade boss, 100 prestige, congratulations. And I read it with growing horror and immediately set my friend requests to reject everything because I knew exactly what was coming and it was going to be wearing a smile. The village chief had another quest for me, a hidden one, which he was very proud of. Buy 20 pots of bamboo leaf green wine, 1 gold each, and take them to the elder Tipsy by the river. Bamboo leaf green costs 8 silver. He was selling it to me at 1 gold. That is a 250% markup on a man who has personally seen the end of the world. I bought all 20, and I carried them down to the river, where a man was lying in the grass being professionally unconscious, and I set them down in a neat row in front of him, and I opened every single lid. He came awake the way a fish comes to a hook. Then, while his eyes were still opening, I poured all 20 pots back into my bag. He lunged. He was an NPC in his 60s, and he came off that grass like a linebacker, and I put a foot in his chest and sat him down. As a consumer, I said, do you think I'd let you bully me? Give it back. 20 jugs, I said, plus 10 gold coins, plus you teach me spring return technique. He taught me spring return technique. It heals 1% of maximum health on a 20-second cooldown, and it is genuinely, famously, historically bad. Every priest in the world learns it and unlearns it in the same afternoon. Then, because I am not a nice man and the wine had cost me 20 gold, I mentioned on my way out that the village chief had promised him free wine for life and was going back on it. The chief owed me a reward for the delivery. He offered me a choice, 2 perfect grade weapons or 1 item off a shelf in the back, and the item on the shelf came with a description I have never forgotten. Unknown stone. When the village chief and the village widow were discussing life, they were hit by this stone. I took the rock. A gold coin at the polisher, and the rock turned into a beginner skill stone, which reforges a skill once. In my last life, a player named May got one of these and became one of the great priests of the age off the back of it. I put spring return technique into it. Heals 10% of maximum health. 10-second cooldown. Costs no mana. 10% of 8,000 is 800. 800 is not the point. The point is that this number was never going to stop growing because it was a percentage bolted to the only stat I was ever going to buy again. The last thing in Novice Village worth doing was a pond. There is a pool up past the mill absolutely full of piranha, level 5, 2,500 health each, and they respawn instantly and forever with no cooldown. The village chief warns you about the place. Nobody goes there. I walked in up to my chest, 250 a bite, 500 on a crit, 20 of them on me at once, then 40. My health bar went down like a bathtub draining, and the necklace poured it back in at 2% a second, and spring return added 1,400 every 10 seconds, and the black numbers came up over the water in a constant flickering curtain, minus 100, minus 200, minus 100, forever. Level 4, level 5, Thorns Body, 50%, then 60, health 18,000. I climbed out of that pond and walked back toward the village gate, dripping, at 2 meters per second, which meant the walk took a while, which meant they had plenty of time to get set up. There were about 150 players standing in a loose ring in front of the gate, pretending to be doing other things. Nobody in Novice Village stands in a ring. There is nothing in a ring to look at. The man in the middle was level 1 with 500 health and a face I knew better than my own. Li Kong. In my last life, Li Kong was the reason a generation of players quit in the first week. He founded a gang on the simple observation that new players are afraid of confrontation and will hand you things if enough people are standing near you. He never got strong. He never had to. Brother, he said warmly, spreading his hands, brothers should share the good times and the bad. We've all heard about your luck. Just lend us a few things and everyone stays friends. I looked at him for a second, and then I gave him a thumbs up, and I meant it. It has to be you, Li Kong. You could have just taken it, but you insisted on doing the paperwork first. I nodded slowly. You really have a sense of ritual. Then I put the thumb down and raised a different finger. Come here, I said. 150 people hit me at once. -50, -70, -40, -60. The numbers came off me in a red waterfall, and my bar dropped and dropped. And underneath it, the necklace was ticking 360 back in every second. And over every single one of their heads, a smaller black number was quietly appearing. -30, -42, -24. Nobody noticed. Do you understand? Nobody noticed. 150 people were watching my health bar, because that is what you watch. And not one of them was watching their own. Spring return. Plus, 1800. The first man dropped about 8 seconds in, and everybody assumed he had been hit by friendly fire. The second and third went down together, and the crowd got louder, not quieter. Then Li Kong, who had put every point he owned into strength, because he thought that was how you become scary, stepped up and hit me for 140. He took 84 back. He had 500 health. He was the toughest hitter in that ring, and he had made himself the fastest casualty in it, and I watched him work that out in real time with his mouth open. By the time he respawned and got a message out to his own gang, which read, in its entirety, he has damage reflection. Stop attacking. There were over 100 bodies in front of the gate, and 10 survivors running in 10 different directions. I stood there in the middle of it, at maybe 2/3 health, with the necklace filling me back up, and I sighed. I really need to get a taunt skill as soon as possible, I said, because the only flaw in the entire plan, the single point of failure in the greatest build this world was ever going to see, was that all of it required people to keep hitting me. And people learn. The hunter's hut is east of the village, and the hunter was asleep in front of it at 2 in the afternoon. I kicked his boot. Stop sleeping. Get up and party. Zhao Hu sat up with grass in his beard and looked at me with the specific hatred of a man who has been woken by a customer. I told him what I wanted. 1 miasma-avoiding pill, 1 bundle of fox-attracting herb. I offered 10 silver. He started inflating immediately. The pill, he explained, is made from a closely guarded secret of the Hu family, passed down for 6 generations, and the herb only grows in one gully, and the gully has snakes in it. And honestly, 10 silver is an insult to his ancestors. Heh heh, I said. 5 silver coins. He stopped. What? 5. 10 was the 3 silver coins. 10 silver, Zhao Hu said quickly, holding out both items with both hands. Is a very fair price, and I would be delighted. The mass grave sits an hour south, and in the middle of it, there is a black stone with Fox tomb carved into it, and I scattered the herb in a wide circle, and went and lay down behind the stone. The Firefox King came up out of the ground. Epic grade. Level 5, 250,000 health. For scale, the White Wolf King that had taken me half an hour had 15,000. I threw a pebble at it, to check. -0. That is the number you get when your attack cannot break the target's defense. Not low damage. 0. I had no attack power at all, which I already knew, but there is a difference between knowing a thing and watching the universe write it down in front of you. So, I walked out from behind the tombstone, in full view of an epic grade boss, and I stepped on its bait and ground it into the dirt with my heel. It threw a fireball at me from 20 meters. -900, red and enormous, a critical, and a black -540 over its head. And I felt something in my chest unclench, because a boss that outclasses me by 2 entire grades had just paid me 540 for the privilege of hurting me. At 40%, it stopped throwing fireballs and screamed, and the ground opened, and thousands of firefoxes came out of it. I climbed the tombstone. This is not a heroic image, and I am not going to pretend it was. A grown man scrambling up a grave marker with his boots slipping, while a carpet of burning wildlife arrived underneath him. But fox fireballs have a 3-meter range, and the tombstone is 4 meters tall, and so, for the next 20 minutes, several thousand firefoxes stood in a ring beneath me and lobbed fire at my ankles and hit the stone instead, and I stood on top of a grave like a man waiting for a bus while their king slowly killed itself against me. Its sea of fire hurt worse than the fireball. -1800 a tick. I drank potions and let it burn. Half an hour, it died. Level 6. Thorns Body, 70%, 20,000 health. 300 prestige, and a problem, because the loot pack was on the ground, on the far side of a solid acre of firefoxes who had not gotten the memo. So I went around the back of the tombstone and let them all follow me, and then I ran up it, over it, and came off the front edge in a flat dive with several thousand foxes on the wrong side of a rock. -500 on the landing. Grabbed the pack, kept running. What was in the pack rearranged my entire future. Sun Moon, Rebel Bone, mythical. Forces every enemy within 10 meters to attack you for 2 seconds. 10-second cooldown. The basic taunt skill in this world unlocks at level 10. It has a 2-meter range, it holds one target for 1 second, and it has a 30-second cooldown. That is the taunt every tank in the world builds their life around. Mine was 10 meters, everything, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. I had spent the last hour complaining that my build's only weakness was that people could choose to stop hitting me. Just when I was sleepy, I said out loud, to a field of dead foxes, I found a pillow. Li Kong was waiting for me at the village again, and he had done his homework. There were 200 and change this time, and they were standing much further back, and he had clearly briefed them properly, because not one of them attacked. They just closed. A ring, then a tighter ring, all of them with their hands conspicuously empty. Is it properly cordoned off? Li Kang called. Sealed, boss. He walked up to about 8 meters and stopped, which told me he had at least half of it figured out. I'm not going to hit you, he said, pleased with himself. Not once. Nobody's going to hit you. We're just going to stand here. For a month if we have to. You can't level, you can't farm, you can't move. And when you get bored enough to come out, we'll be right here. It was, and I say this sincerely, the smartest thing anyone had done to me in 2 lifetimes. Master, said one of his people, please begin your performance. I looked around the ring, 200 players, shoulder to shoulder, 3 deep in places. Then I grabbed the nearest one. He was a level 1 in beginner cloth with about 400 health, and I got a fistful of his robe and swung him, and the recoil put me 1.5 meters up. I came down on somebody's shoulders, then somebody else's head. This is not a technique and it is not a skill. It is a heavy man running across a crowd's skulls at 2 meters per second. And the crowd absorbed it exactly as well as you would expect, which is to say I fell off twice. I landed outside the ring. Is this something a human can do? Somebody said. Li Kong lost his mind. Genuinely, completely lost it in front of his entire organization. And he did the one thing he should not have done, which was scream the truth at the top of his lungs. That's him. That's the one with both first kills, the wolf and the fox. Everything he's carrying, all of it, it's all on him right now. 500 people attacked me. Sun Moon, Rebel Bone. 2 seconds. That is all it is. 2 seconds where every living thing within 10 meters is required, by the laws of this world, to swing at me. At the end of the 2 seconds, there were about 200 bodies on the ground in a perfect circle, and the rest of them were running, and I was at 80% health because everything they had put into me had come back out of them at 70% interest. They dropped 10 silver and about a dozen beginner cloth robes. I destroyed the robes, all of them. I did not need them, nobody needed them, they were worth 2 copper, and I stood there and broke them one by one where the survivors could see it, because there is a kind of person who understands nothing except waste. Li Kong was standing at the respawn point with no clothes on. The last thing in that starting zone worth having is a bug, and I did not find it. A man named Orgu found it the first time around, in month 7, and posted it. And the developers of reality apparently do not read forums, because it never got fixed. The Nanshan ant cave has a giant queen ant at the bottom of it. 1 health, cannot be damaged, cannot attack. She does exactly one thing. She produces giant ants, level 10, 5,000 health each, forever, with no cap and no cooldown. And every ant that comes out immediately charges the nearest player. I walked up to within 1 meter of her and stopped. 2 hours. I am not going to dress this up. It was 2 hours of standing in a dark hole while an infinite quantity of insect came at me from one direction. And I drank potions and pressed one button every 10 seconds and watched 2 numbers go up. It was the least dramatic and most productive afternoon of my entire existence. Minus 500, times however many were touching me. Minus 350 back, times the same. Level 10. Thorns Body, 110%. 110%. Read that again. Every point of damage anyone put into me now came back out of them with a tip on top. 28,000 health, and then the system politely informed me that I had hit the ceiling of the starting zone and that my talent had encountered a bottleneck, and would I please go and change jobs. The village chief charged me 1 gold for a teleport that cost 1 silver. I paid it without a flicker. I counted out the coin, I thanked him, I even bowed a little. He was delighted. And then, on my way to the portal, I made a small detour down to the river, where a man was drinking 20 jugs of bamboo leaf green in a row. Elder Tipsy, I said. The chief asked me to tell you something. His daughter's had a crush on you for years. He says if you marry her, the village chief position is yours. Then I stepped into the portal, and the last thing I heard from Novice Village was a voice full of wine and joy bellowing the word father-in-law across the water, and behind it, further off, a man screaming, "Are my gold coins so easy to steal?" I said to nobody, and the portal took me. Sunset City is enormous and filthy, and I went straight to the worst part of it. The slums smell like wet ash. I bought 2 candied hawthorns off a cart for 2 copper, which is a stupid thing to buy in a slum, and then I went looking for a boy. He was about 12, level 10, 4,000 health, and absolutely black with dirt, and he was pretending to sleep in a doorway with his eyes open a crack. "I'm looking for Uncle Joe Lay," I said. His legs started shaking before his mouth moved. "Don't know him, never heard of him. There's nobody by that name." "All right." I handed him both candied hawthorns and walked away. He tailed me for 2 streets to make sure I was really leaving, which is exactly what I would have done at 12. And then he took off in the other direction, and I let him get a good head start before I went after him. He led me out of the city and down into a valley and up to a thatched hut. And inside the hut, a man was sitting cross-legged with his shirt off and his ribs the color of a thunderstorm, holding himself together with something that looked like light. "Come out," I said. Joe Lay came out. He looked at me for a long time. In my last life, this man was a legend told in forums. A hidden class dispenser, hiding in the Sunset City slums, and the boy who found him got Titan. Mythical grade, the highest hidden class anybody obtained publicly in the whole first year. "You want the Titan inheritance?" Joe Lay said. "That's the offer?" "That is one offer." He was watching my face very carefully. "The other one is not a disciple. It's a junior brother. You would inherit my own master's mantle, not mine." He tilted his head. "I have looked at what you've built. It is either the stupidest character I have ever seen, or it is tailor-made, and I honestly can't tell which. I have made exactly 2 gambles in this life so far. One of them was jumping down a well with a legendary shard sitting right there beside it. The second one," I said. He put a blood-red stone in my hand, and the valley went away. I came down on red ground under a red sky, and everything with teeth came at me at once. Tigers, leopards, wolves, boars, things I did not have names for, from every direction. And none of them were slow, so I ran. Not away, there was no away, but forward and sideways, and once directly over the top of a charging thing by jumping onto its back and off its head. And about 400 meters in, there was a blue screen of light hanging in the air, and I went through it. Permanent 10% increase to maximum health. The second wave was 10 times the size, and it came from above. Hundreds of eagles, each one big enough to take a horse. So I jumped and caught one by the talons and held on. I have thought about this a lot since. The correct answer to a sky full of eagles is not to hide. It is to become luggage. It carried me clean over the entire wave, screaming its head off and trying to shake me. And when it finally got high enough that I could see the whole field, I let go. Minus 2,000 for the landing. Straight into a field of blades that came up out of the ground in a pattern, and there was exactly 1 square meter that stayed still, and I found it by watching the pattern for 6 seconds and betting my life on it. 10% more health. Then the field went quiet, and a man was standing in front of me. Mysterious person, godlike grade, level 10. 1 health and completely untargetable. "Withstand 3 of my attacks," he said. His first punch did 20,000 damage. I had 36,000 at that point, and more than half of it left in 1 hit. And I stood there with my ears ringing and drank a potion, and I watched him wind up for the second one, and I understood, with total clarity, that I was going to die on the third. So, out of pure spite, before his fist landed, I threw my own, a useless punch. 0 attack power. A man with no strength stat, swinging at a godlike entity out of sheer bad manners. His fist stopped 1 inch from my nose, and a black number came up over his head. Minus 22,000. "How is that possible?" said the godlike entity, in a voice that was no longer performing anything. I did not have an answer for him. I still do not. He had wound up a strike worth 22,000 damage, and my talent had read the intent and billed him for it. And whatever the rule was, nobody had ever tested it before, because nobody had ever been stupid enough to punch first. 3rd increase. Dungeon cleared. God level hidden class. Undead war. God. Invulnerability to all laws. Immune to all control effects for 1 second out of every 60. Undying divine body. Heals 1% of maximum health every single time you are attacked. Blood kill thousands of miles. Creates a killing field 10 meters across. Costs 1% of your maximum health per second. Deals 2% of your maximum health per second to everything in it. Ignores defense. Ignores invincibility. Lasts 10 seconds. 5-minute cooldown. Read the second one again. Heals 1% every time I am attacked. Not every second. Every attack. 100 people hitting me is 100 heals. And then there is the part nobody talks about. Your class decides how many attribute points you get per level. A normal warrior gets 15. A good hidden class gets 25. Undead war god gets 40. 2 system announcements went out to the entire world. First job change in the endless world. First god tier hidden class in the endless world. 1600 prestige. Somewhere south of the city, a woman in white was killing 3 fire monkeys with a sword technique so clean it looked rehearsed, while a girl beside her said, "Sister Tang Yue, truly, you are unmatched among the younger generation." And then the sky spoke my name, and I am told the silence afterward was memorable. Somewhere in a swamp, a shirtless man with his arms inside a crocodile stopped what he was doing, and his mouth stretched most of the way to his ears. Feng Jun, said the Dragon King. Interesting. And in Dai City, a woman with a job change quest already accepted, and one word from completing it canceled the whole thing and walked out. Back in the valley, Jolei put a hand on my shoulder and beamed at me. From now on, you're my junior brother, he said. Master had many enemies in his life, but with you standing here, I can finally retire gracefully. The hut folded up. The boy vanished with it. Wait, retire from what? Of course I'm playing dead, said Jolei's voice from nowhere at all. I'm leaving the pressure on you. And a talent advancement quest appeared in my log, assigned automatically. No accept button, no decline. The quest sent me to a private school on a quiet street, where an old man in a scholar's robe was sitting in front of a stone chessboard that took up the entire courtyard. Heaven and earth are the board, the old master said, without looking up, and all living beings are the pieces. Then several hundred of the pieces stood up, crossing river pawns, level 10, 5,000 health each. And they came across that board in a wall exactly the way pawns do, which is to say one square at a time and never backward. I did not run. I stood in the middle of the courtyard and let every single one of them get inside 10 meters, which took nearly a minute and felt like watching a tide come in, and then I used blood kill thousands of miles for the first time in my life. The ground turned red. My own health started draining at 1% a second, which is the cost, and every pawn in that field started losing 2% of my maximum health per second, which is the point. And the difference between those two numbers is the entire reason I built a character with nothing in it but hit points. The pawns went down like a wave hitting a seawall. Then the general piece stood up. Shuai, godlike grade, level 10, 500 million health, 500 million. I had 28,000. If you laid my entire existence end to end, you would need about 17,000 of me to fill that bar. It hit me for 5,000 and took 5,500 back, and I did the arithmetic, and the arithmetic said 3.5 hours, and I sat down inside my own head and got comfortable. 3 hours later, it was down to a third, and I had drunk more potions than a hospital, and my hands had that specific tremble you get from holding still too long. Then it went invincible. Not a shield, not a buff. The word invincible in the description, and 1% of its maximum health per second regenerating on top. 5 million a second, more than I could deal in a week. I hit it with Sun Moon Rebel Bone to see what would happen. It obediently attacked me, -0 on it, plus 5 million on it. I had just healed a boss by taunting it. I stood in that courtyard for about 30 seconds doing nothing at all, and that was the closest I came in the whole first month to simply walking away. Then I remembered the fine print. Blood kill. Thousands of miles ignores defense, and it ignores invincibility. I put the field down. One tick landed, -728, a completely pathetic number, the sort of number you would laugh at, and the word invincible came off the bar like a sticker being peeled. An hour after that, Shuai fell over. Thorns Body upgraded, and the name changed, and the number changed with it. Thorns, Divine Body. 200% reflect, 200%. Everything anyone did to me now came back doubled. The old master was applauding, gently, the way you applaud a student who has done something correct in an incorrect manner. So I bowed to him and said the only thing I had come there to say. Master, I greatly admire literature. Why don't you give me the books you have? He was so pleased that he handed over an ancient volume without even asking why, and I put it in my bag, and I did not tell him that in my last life he was killed by a demon king named Xiao Tian Long over a disagreement about that exact book. I had plans for that. I got about 2 streets before I picked up a tale. 2 women, one in white and gold with the bearing of somebody who has never once been told no, one in red walking half a step behind her, and they had been sweeping Sunset City for me for 4 hours. No one can refuse me, the sovereign was saying, loudly enough for the street. And if someone does, I'll beat them so badly they won't dare to refuse again. Red-clad, walking behind her, privately estimated her odds at somewhere below 0, which I found out much later and appreciated enormously. They caught me at the gate. Sovereign, level 10, 6,000 health. Red-clad, level 10, 9,000. And my own bar sitting there, on public display where anybody can read it. 36,400. You're Feng Jun, she said, and then, immediately, with real suspicion, you're not a player. I get that a lot. She recovered fast. I will give her that. The offer came out smooth and rehearsed. Imperial Dynasty, the guild she was about to found, the biggest one in the world within a month, and I could walk in the door as vice leader on day 1. Not interested, I said. I have watched a lot of people receive that answer since. Nobody has ever taken it as badly as she did. She opened with a fireball and followed it with a sea of fire under my feet, which is genuinely the correct combination and would have deleted almost anyone at that level. minus 1600, minus 600, minus 1200, minus 3200, minus 1200, minus 2400. She had 6000 health. She died in the middle of her own sea of fire, standing up, with an expression on her face I have not been able to reproduce since, and she dropped her jewelry. Heaven-shattering ring. Mythical. Increases critical strike rate by 4%. A critical rate ring. On a man with 0 attack power. The single most useless mythical item that has ever dropped for anybody, and I want you to remember that I said that. Red Clad went for the pack. Sun Moon. Rebel Bone put her hand back on her own dagger and made her stab me twice instead. Minus 1600 reflected, then minus 1600 again, and I strolled past her and picked the ring up off the ground while she was still fighting her own arm. Then I put the killing field down. She ran. Nobody had told her yet that the field walks with the man, so she spent 8 seconds running very fast inside a circle that was politely keeping pace with her, and then she stopped running. I destroyed every gold coin they had dropped, right there in front of the respawn timer. 12 minutes later, the sovereign spent the last of her money on a world megaphone, and what she said was, "Feng Jun, I will fight you to the death." And the entire world read it at the same time. The entire world had questions. A question with a prize, somebody wrote. What could a man possibly do to make a woman hate him this much? He started a relationship with her, and then left her for her best friend. Classic. Sovereign, don't be afraid. I will personally take over Feng Jun's bad behavior. I'll even let the child take your surname. She had no gold left to answer with. I have thought about that a lot. She could see all of it, and she could not say one word back, and I think that was worse for her than dying. I went to the white bamboo forest next. There is one stalk in there tied with a red rope, and if you walk around it 3 times clockwise and 3 times counterclockwise, the forest lets you through. A man was waiting on the other side, who was not a man, and the air around him was doing something the air is not supposed to do. I smell the scent of books on you, said Xiao Tianlong, one of the 10 great demon kings. I took the old master's ancient volume out of my bag and offered it with both hands. A fine sword for a hero, I said. He read the first page, and his face did something I did not have a category for. Then he gave me 1,000 gold coins and told me his forest was open to me. The 1,000 gold was nice. The 1,000 gold was not why I did it. The first time through, this demon king killed that old man over that book, and there was a war afterward, and a great many people died in the middle of it. And now the book was here, and the old man was alive, and the demon king owed me a favor. 3 problems, 1 delivery. The prestige shop opens at 100 prestige, and I had 1,600. It is run out of a pawn shop by an enormously fat man who does not get up. Page 1, weapons, 2 million prestige. Page 2, armor, 2 million. Page 3, mounts, and I stopped reading because the numbers had stopped being about me. The last page had 1 item on it. Heaven-splitting axe, broken, god tier, increases health by 50%. Special effect, heaven-splitting. 5% chance to destroy any item or piece of equipment it strikes. Attack power, none. No attack power at all, not low, none. The description explained that this was the weapon Pangu used to separate heaven and earth, that the heavenly Tao had taken exception to that, and that what was left in the case was the backlash. Son, said the fat man kindly, that thing's a paperweight. It can't hurt anything. People have tried. How much? 1,000 gold and 1,500 prestige, and I'd feel bad taking it. I paid him everything I had. Health, with the axe on my back, 54,600. I asked what it would cost to repair. He told me 10,000 gold and 10,000 prestige, and laughed, and I laughed too. And we both understood that neither of us was joking. That evening, the entire city went south, so I went with them. The Dragon King had hired over 1,000 players out of pocket and marched them at the first legendary grade boss in the world, because 10 successful guilds is the trigger for something the world had not told anybody about yet, and because he wanted to be first. He had a woman on his arm. Childhood sweethearts from the orphanage, he told everyone, at some length, more than once. Bai Jue smiled and held his elbow and looked at the boss. In my last life, Bai Jue married that man and brought what the forums accurately described as an entire football team of children of assorted complexions to the wedding. I stayed at the back of the crowd, where the free spectators were, and watched. Golden Ring Mountain has 100 golden ringed snakes on the way up, and one thing at the top of it. Golden Ring Tongtian Python, legendary, level 10, 5 million health. And here's the thing I did not expect, and it is worth saying because I spent most of that year making fun of the man. The Dragon King's raid orders were good, genuinely good. Tank rotation, positioning, assassins on armor break, healers split into 2 shifts. He knew what he was doing. It did not matter. His main tank had 800 defense, the highest in the world at that hour, and the Python's tail crit him for 2500. His own attack was 600 and did -0. The assassins broke armor for 11 seconds and then started dying in pairs, and the healers started running out, and the whole beautiful machine began to come apart from the middle. At 60%, the Python raised its head and the horn on it lit up. Golden light in a line, true damage, 4,000 a hit, and the beam swept a full circle out to a radius of a kilometer. Everybody in that raid was inside a kilometer. So were the 5,000 spectators. I was about a kilometer out. I pinched my nose between two fingers to change the pitch of my voice, and I shouted as loud as I could. Brothers and sisters, Dragon King Palace is finished. Let's kill some people and steal the boss. I want to be very precise about what happened next, because it is the single most efficient thing I have ever done. I did not attack anyone. I did not lift a hand. 5,000 panicking spectators heard a voice in the dark tell them that the professionals were done for, and that the loot was up for grabs, and they did the rest themselves. They went into the raid. The raid turned around and went into them. Within 20 seconds, there were 6,000 people on that mountain, fighting each other underneath a legendary boss that was firing a laser in a circle. And the Dragon King, standing on a rock with his gear glowing, saw a crowd coming and decided this was his moment. Golden Ring, Tongtian Python belongs to Dragon King Palace, he bellowed, mostly at Bai Xue. All of you, get lost. Oh, I said, walking up out of the crowd. I almost forgot about you guys. Sun Moon Rebel Bone, 10 meters, everything, including the Python. It turned, 5 million health of it, and started toward me, and I turned my back on it and walked into the Dragon King Palace ranks instead. 700 a hit off them, 1,400 back. 300 bodies in the first wave. Somebody at the back had worked it out and was screaming at the others to stop. Did you think you'd be fine if you didn't hit me? I asked. Of course it's okay. One of them shouted from a safe distance, absolutely certain he had found the flaw. Come and hit me then. Ha 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 ha. I stopped. You know, I said, this is the first time I have ever heard such a request. So please, allow me to grant your wish. Blood kill. Thousands of miles. Bai Xue's contribution to the battle was to shout, scatter, and run, which was excellent advice that she was already following, and she and the Dragon King both died about 4 seconds later to their own boss's laser while running in different directions. Then it was me and the Python. The beams hit me, -4,000, -4,000, and 2 black numbers, -8,000, -8,000. For 20 minutes, I walked around the top of that mountain picking up loot. Picture it properly, because it is one of my favorites. There was a legendary grade world boss actively beating on my back with a laser, and I was strolling between corpses, collecting gold coins, 103 of them, and over 200 pieces of equipment, stopping occasionally to press a heal. Spring return, technique critically struck for 10,920, because it turns out that a mythical ring that increases critical strike rate does something rather interesting, when the only thing you can critically strike is yourself. The Python died from being annoying at me. Level 11. Thorns Body, 220%, and from here, the number would go up 20% per level for the rest of my life. 66,600 health, 600 prestige between the two announcements. Down at the bottom of the mountain, the Dragon King was 2,000 gold poorer, because every player he hired had a contract that said he pays for their lost levels, and he had lost all of them. His megaphone came up. Feng Jun, my Dragon King Palace will fight you to the death. I love seeing you hate me and not be able to do anything about it, I sent back. Then, because it had genuinely just occurred to me, hey, that sounds familiar. How about you and the Sovereign become a couple? Somewhere in Dai City, a woman who had spent the last hour minding her own business got hit by shrapnel from a conversation she was not in. The most expensive auction house in Sunset City has a gaunt auctioneer with a face like a closed door, and I walked in with 200 pieces of equipment and said something to her that no player in this world had any business knowing. His strength could uproot mountains. His spirit could cover the world. She stopped moving. Then, very quietly, in the voice of somebody testing a lock, the times are unfavorable, and elegance will not prevail. Shu Ruyan, I said, all these years have been hard on you, but my great Han has never forgotten you. She cried. I did not expect that, and I did not enjoy it. She bolted the front doors, put a hand over her mouth, and then absolutely refused to take her own 2% commission. And when I insisted, she threatened to jump out of the second-floor window, which is about 2 meters off a flower bed. I let myself be persuaded. Here is what I actually knew. There are 3 great powers in this world, Great Han, Great Qin, and Great Zhou, and the neutral cities are absolutely stuffed with people from all 3 of them living under other names and waiting for a countersign that will never come. Shu Ruyan had been waiting 11 years. All I did was say the right 8 words. Then she spent 100 gold coins of her own money advertising my equipment. Spend a few gold coins, her posters read, in letters half a meter high, and buy the admiring gaze of a goddess and the envious looks of your companions. I did not write that. I want that on the record. The sovereign founded Imperial Dynasty 3 days later, and that is when the world learned about the statue. When you create a guild, a statue of you goes up in the open for 2 hours. Anybody may attack it. If it survives, you keep your guild. If somebody smashes it, they get 1,000 gold and 100 prestige, and you get nothing. Special grade, level 10. 1 million health, roughly 1,000 defense. Nobody in the world could break 1,000 defense. That was the joke. Every guild leader put a statue up, and every crowd swung at it for 2 hours and went home, and the whole thing was theater. The sovereign took no chances anyway. She bought off the 5,000 onlookers at 10 silver a head, with a short speech afterward about what happens to people who take her money and then get ideas. And then Li Kang, who I had personally stripped naked in front of 200 people the week before, stood up on a crate and whipped that entire crowd back into a frenzy. "Isn't it all for that one chance?" he shouted. "The chance to get ahead, to become rich overnight? Are you going to take 10 silver and go home?" He is genuinely gifted. He has the abilities of a motivational speaker and the spine of a cat. And the moment the first punch landed, he was 3 rows back with his hands behind him. I got there by eagle. The post station in Dai City rents flying mounts, and I was haggling over a bald, one-legged black eagle because it was cheap. "Is it too much to ask for a 50% discount?" "Sir," said the owner, wounded, "this bird is very experienced, a real veteran driver. It has seen off at least 80 or 100 passengers." I looked at the eagle. The eagle looked at me. I rented the other one for a full gold coin. Both the owner and the bald eagle looked disappointed, and I have never regretted the money. The statue fight was going exactly the way statue fights go. 5,000 people, 2 hours, and one continuous line of zeros. Only one person in that entire crowd could scratch it, and she got -5 and then -10 on a critical. And after 4 minutes of that, Tong Yue sheathed her sword and walked off, because she is not stupid and she can multiply. Which was roughly when I arrived from 10 meters up, on top of everybody. -1,000 for the fall, plus 3,330 a second from the necklace, which meant the fall damage was gone before I finished standing up. "There are people in the sky," somebody yelled. "Wen Sun," said his friend. "Do you think we're stupid?" "Everybody get back at least 10 meters, I said, "or you'll face the consequences." The crowd took this well, by which I mean somebody at the front puffed his chest out and said, "So what if you're Feng Jun? I'm not backing down. Come and hit me then." I looked at him for a moment. "Such a request," I said, "actually exists. Blood kill. Thousands of miles. 1,332 a second, ignoring every point of defense in that crowd, and then Sun Moon Rebel Bone straight into the massed ranks of Imperial Dynasty. Because if the whole guild is going to be standing there anyway, they may as well be productive. Their entire combined burst did less damage per second than my necklace healed. My health bar did not move. Not down a pixel, not for 2 minutes, while several thousand people did everything they knew how to do. That is the thing I wish I could show you properly. Not the numbers, the bar, perfectly still, like a photograph, while the world screamed at it. At the end of 2 minutes, the only 2 people alive in that square were the Sovereign and Redclad, and they were maintaining a very careful 15-meter radius. And the Sovereign was smiling. "This is a guild statue," she said. "Do you understand? It doesn't attack. It has never attacked anyone. It just stands there. Your whole trick is being hit, and it will never hit you. So how exactly do you plan to hurt it?" She was right. She had, in about 4 seconds, correctly identified the one thing in the world my build could not solve. 1,000 gold says I break it, I said. She took that bet so fast she nearly hurt herself. And then, because she is careful, she did the math out loud in front of everyone. 1 million health, 2 hours, and the only damage I could produce was blood kill, at 26,400 per hour. I would need 278 damage a second sustained. I had none. Then I took the heaven-splitting axe off my back and started chopping the statue like a man cutting firewood. -0, -0, -0. I want to describe the crowd because the crowd carried me. I came to see a New Year blockbuster with high expectations, one man said loudly, and you showed me a cartoon. My great-uncle paid for these titanium alloy front teeth, and they nearly fell out just now. He's not even trying to break it. Feng Jun is taken, obviously. He's just looking for an excuse to openly hand money to the Sovereign. She's his mistress. "Give up," the Sovereign called, delighted, radiant, the happiest I would ever see her. Hard work is worthless in the face of talent. 5% chance. On average, 20 swings. I swung 107 times. Then something under the axe went click, and 1 million health of special grade statue came apart into gravel, and 5,000 people made a noise I still think about. "The probability of running into junk in this world," I said to nobody in particular, "is as unreliable as ever." She paid. She paid at double the black market rate because she had to buy the gold in a hurry, and I took it. And on the way out, I turned around. Sovereign, remember to invite me next time you create a guild. There was a reason I was doing this beyond money, and the reason was a number. 10 successful guilds trigger something. Last time it happened in week 6, and it wiped out entire cities. And the reward for surviving it at low level was an item that becomes a joke by year 2, and is a miracle right now. I wanted that fight to happen late, and I wanted to be standing in the right place when it did. So I kept smashing statues, and while I was at it, I found a much better way to make money. There is a protector of the Black Duck sect who wants Nether Serpent Galls. The Nether Serpent is a level 20 mini-boss that spawns once every 2 hours, and he pays 1,000 experience for each of the first 100 Galls. That is an enormous number, and there is absolutely no way to get 100 of them in a reasonable lifetime. So, I bought green snake galls at 10 copper apiece. Green snake galls are green. Nether serpent galls are silver. This is the entire difference, and it is not a small one. The scam needed a mark, and the mark walked up to me on her own. Cherry, level 10, 7,000 health. With the specific energy of a woman who has never once paid for a meal. She wanted to know what I was buying and why, so I played greedy and stupid and let her drag it out of me. There is an NPC, I explained in a lowered voice, looking around. Everybody calls him the Fool. He pays 1 gold coin per green snake gall, and he wants 500 of them, and he has not worked out what they cost. You, Cherry said, you think you're worthy of a chance like that? She had 8 people with her. They surrounded me in a very polite way. And then I made the single greatest mistake of my career, which was to sell to her too cheaply. So I had to keep bargaining upward with a woman who had already decided she was robbing me. 20 silver. She went to 30. I hesitated visibly. She went to 50, out of pure competitive instinct, because by then it was not about galls at all. She spent 250 gold coins on 500 green snake galls. She did not have 250 gold coins. She got them out of Guo He, who has been following her for 6 years, and had borrowed 2.5 million from an actual bank in the actual world to keep up. Tong Yue, who had been standing nearby, watching all of this with an expression I could not read, quietly sold Cherry the last 100, and then found me afterward to say thank you for the 50 gold. Then I went and bought 1,000 more galls at 10 copper from all the players who had turned up late. The rest is chemistry. 2 gold of dye and a bag of ground nether serpent shell in a puddle by the river. An hour of stirring with a stick, and 1,000 green snake galls came out the color of old coins. It's all about technology, I told the river, and grueling work. Cherry got to the protector first, with her 500 perfectly genuine, perfectly green galls, and he looked at them for a while. These are green. They're a rare variant. They also smell like a pond. Guo Hai, who had borrowed 2.5 million yuan for this moment, took a swing at a level 50 NPC on her behalf, and the entire party ate 35,000 damage each. The last thing Cherry saw was me walking up the path with a sack. Cherry, Guo Hai said on the ground, I've lost everything because of you. You won't leave me, will you? You think you're worthy? Get away from me. I handed in 1,000 counterfeit galls. The protector inspected one, held it up to the light, turned it over, and said with feeling, It is from you that I have truly learned what integrity is. 100,000 experience, level 12, 13, 14. Thorns Divine. Body 280%, 102,600 health. Ming Hua put his statue up the following morning. You need to understand who Ming Hua was. In my last life, he became famous across the entire world in one afternoon, when 9 of his girlfriends turned up to the same boss fight at the same time. He slept 2 hours a night. He divided the remaining 22 equally. People called him a time management master, and they were not being sarcastic. I walked up to his statue and put a hand on it. 2,000 gold, I said, or I smash it. You have 3 minutes. He cried instantly. It was a very good cry, the kind with the little catch in the breath. He sold his family property for this guild, he explained. He has nothing. His people have nothing. And a man in the crowd, who was his second uncle Chen Guang, and who I clocked in about 4 seconds, started a collection. Coins came down like weather. At 3 minutes exactly, I stepped back. Time's up. I gave you a chance. I swung the axe once. The statue exploded on the first hit. I stood there looking at the rubble with the axe still moving, and I genuinely, for a second, could not process it. 107 swings on the sovereign, 1 on Ming Hua. This person's luck is just too bad, somebody in the crowd whispered in horror. A 5% chance. It triggered immediately. The crowd, who had just personally funded this, wanted a word. Are you single? I asked them. That stopped them. Because even if all of you are single, I said, you can't crowdfund to support Ming Hua's girlfriends. There are too many of them. He's faithful, somebody shouted. Faithful. He has enough girlfriends to make 2 full mahjong tables and still have one left over to fetch the drinks. And then Ruolan arrived. Then Luo Luo arrived. Then the other 7 arrived, one after another, over about 90 seconds. Because I had messaged all 9 of them anonymously that morning, with a time and a place. I have seen a lot of people's eyes go out. Ming Hua's went out standing up. I left concealing my merits and my fame, as the saying goes, and then about 40 meters down the road, I turned around and killed everyone who had been laughing at me during the statue. I am not that magnanimous. The auction settled at 3,000 gold. The golden ring staff alone went for 1,000, which is 10 million won in real money, to a man who I assume has a very understanding family. So I bought a world megaphone and made an announcement. If you don't want me to sabotage the establishment of your guild, mail me 2,000 gold coins in advance. There was a pause of about 4 seconds while the entire world read that sentence twice. Feng Jun, are you out of your mind? The Dragon King wrote. Go and beg for food somewhere else. Dragon King, I replied. You pay 5,000, because I'll destroy yours every single time you rebuild it. Somewhere in the city, the sovereign attempted to laugh, then attempted to smother it, and what actually went out over the world channel, on her own paid megaphone, under her own name, was the phrase woo woo woo. I went to Tiger King Cave to level, while I waited for the money to come in. The trick is that you keep left, 9 times. Every fork, left, and if you get it right, you come out in a cavern absolutely full of azure light stones. And if you break one of the stones, hundreds of azure tigers come out of 4 tunnels and keep coming out of them forever. Level 20. 15,000 health each, 1,600 a swipe, 3,200 on a crit. I broke a stone and stood in the middle of the room. 4,480, a hit coming back. 8,960 on their crits. Blood kill running on cooldown underneath all of it, because at this point, every second I was not using it was a second I was working for free. Half an hour. Level 15. Thorns Divine Body 300%. 112,600 health. And that was the morning the leaderboards opened and the world got its first good look at me. Level ranking, first place, Feng Jun, level 15. Second place, level 12. Attack ranking, Tang Yue, 3,000. The Sovereign, 2,900. Red Clad, 2,700. Dragon King, 2,500. Fifth place, a name I did not know yet, Hao, 2,450. Defense ranking, I was not on it, I have never been on it. Health ranking, first place, Feng Jun. 112,600. Second place, Dragon King. 11,000. Not 11% behind. Not half. The second healthiest human being in the endless world had less than 1/10 of what I had. And every single player on the planet was now looking at that gap and trying to work out what kind of person does that on purpose. Hao joined Imperial Dynasty that afternoon, on the condition that the Sovereign personally invite him. She sent one word. Come. He talked about it for a week. The Bloodstained Tower is an assassin guild that operates out of a very expensive entertainment house in the middle of Sunset City. And the entertainment house is the point. 3 floors of music and lacquer and girls who sing, an orchestra pit, a stage with a moon painted on it, and a proprietress at the door in green silk who takes 10 silver from anybody who wants to go upstairs and listen to the good performers. None of them are performers. That is the joke of the place. It is the largest assassin organization on the continent, and it makes most of its money on tea. The prequel quest is simple. Get to the 3rd floor, try the sealed door at the end, get chased out. That is the whole design. You break in, they chase you off, quest complete, bonus rating for aggravating as many of them as possible on the way. I paid my 10 silver and went straight up. 3 women in maid uniforms stepped in front of the sealed room. Perfect grade, level 15, 100,000 health each. The bouncers downstairs were level 15 with 4,000. That is when I knew, with total confidence, that I was standing in the right building. I used Sun Moon Rebel Bone. Everything within 10 meters, which on the 3rd floor of a very crowded entertainment house meant 3 of the star performers, epic grade, 1 million health each, and every single patron in the room, and all 3 maids, and 2 men carrying a tea tray. They chased me. I went down the stairs. On the 2nd floor, I did it again, and picked up the 2nd floor. On the 1st floor, I did it again, and picked up the orchestra. By the time I reached the front door, I had the entire Bloodstained Tower behind me in one screaming column, and then the floor cracked and their big boss came up through it. Legendary grade, level 15, 15 million health, and hit me hard enough to put me through a wall. Minus 4,800, minus 14,400. He stopped. He looked at the number over his own head. Then he looked at my health bar, which was already back where it started, because the necklace was pouring 2% a second into a 112,000 pool. He made a sound. I would describe it as a groan of professional despair, and then the world itself stepped in, which I had not known was possible. A system message, addressed to me personally and phrased with what I can only call anxiety, explaining that if I killed any of these 5 individuals, the storyline would fail, the dungeon would never open, and would I please follow the normal procedure and escape. So, I walked to the front door and turned around and looked at the entire assassin guild of the Eastern continent, standing in the wreckage of their own tea house. "Go ahead," I said. "Chase after me." After many years in their profession, it was the first time any of them had heard such a request. Then I stopped at the door, because there was one more thing. "My 10 silver," I said to the proprietress. I didn't get to hear the whole song. She refunded it. She refunded it while her entire organization stood behind her breathing hard, and I took the coins, and the quest rating came back as incredible, and 3,000 prestige landed in my account. The dungeon needs a party. Minimum 2, average level 15. Tong Yue mailed me 2,000 gold that evening, with no message attached and no request, right before she founded the Hong sect. I did not ask why. I spent 1 gold on a megaphone that said, in its entirety, "Congratulations to the Hong sect," and the entire world read that as a license, which it was. Then I went to see Shu Ruyan about a skill. "Shu Ruyan," I said gravely, "the organization has a test for you." She stood up so fast her chair went over. "Acquire 100 copies of the Provocation skill book." She brought me 200. She would not take payment. She would not even discuss payment, and eventually, to close the argument, I gave her 1 copper coin, and she held it in both hands like a medal. "Besides those corrupt officials of the Han court," she said with shining eyes, "who else could do something so inhuman?" I still do not know what she thought that meant. I did not ask. Skill synthesis is not something anybody discovers until the 2nd year of this world. 2 identical skill books, combined, have a chance of producing the next tier up, and a much smaller chance of producing something else entirely. I burned over 100 books on failures. Then Provocation became Intermediate Provocation. Then 2 intermediate books skipped a tier entirely and gave me advanced 5-meter range, which is already better than anything on the market. Then I closed my eyes, because my hands were not steady, and put my last 2 advanced books in together. The odds on a 2nd consecutive tier skip are, and I am quoting the arithmetic rather than the folklore, roughly 1 in tens of millions. Havoc to the world. Forces a single target within 10 meters to attack you for 3 seconds. 10-second cooldown. Sun Moon. Rebel Bone takes a crowd for 2 seconds. Havoc to the world takes 1 specific person for 3 from 10 meters away, and there is nothing in this world that can stop it. I now had a button that made any individual human being on the planet punch me. The gold started arriving the next morning. The Hong sect had gone up first and collected the first guild bonus, 3 guild levels, a free level for Tang Fei personally, and an hour of increased experience for every member, which meant every other guild leader in the world had watched that happen and done the math on what my 2,000 gold protection fee was actually worth. 11 guilds launched inside 10 minutes. 25,000 gold arrived in my mailbox in under a quarter of an hour, and 5,000 of it was from the Dragon King, who attached a message so wet I could barely read it. 35,173 gold total, and that was the 10th guild. The world went dark blue. Every player in every city, all at once, got the same notification, and it was not a friendly one. Monsters were coming for Sunset City. All players in the region were being conscripted whether they liked it or not. 4 gates, 4 assignments, and a scoring system. And at the bottom of it, in the same flat tone, the note that players who die would be resurrected at a penalty, and players who fled the city would be scored at 0. Everyone panicked. I went shopping for a hammer. The South Spawn Cave is sealed by a stone wall with a Go problem carved into it. It is genuinely seriously difficult. A grandmaster with a week and a pot of tea might get there. Last time, a bored player who did not know the rules of Go looked at it for 4 minutes, found a blue hammer somebody had left lying in the corner, and smashed the entire wall while shouting numbers at it. Then he got eaten by what was on the other side, and posted the method publicly out of spite, and that is how everybody learned. The hammer was still in the corner. 80, I said, and hit the wall. 80, 80. The wall came down. Behind it was the tunnel that all 5,000 monsters of the South Gate walk out of. I sat down in it. Outside, the carve-up was happening. Tang Fei took the East Gate by weight of numbers, 20,000 Hong sect players, and no argument. Jiang Lei of Sleepless City took the North. The Sovereign claimed the South, and Zhou Qing of the Moon Shadow. Gang told her to say that again, and for about a minute, it looked like the Guild War was going to happen before the monsters arrived. Tang Fei brokered it. The Dragon King would join the Sovereign at the South Gate, and Zhou Qing would take the West with whoever was left over. The Dragon King spent the entire negotiation standing between the Sovereign and Bai Shui, and by the end of the week, he had developed a unique ability that Sunset City talked about for a long time afterward, in which his left eye stood guard while his right eye kept watch. The first wave came at dawn, 5,000 wild wolves per gate. All 5,000 of the South Gate's wolves walked into a tunnel with one man sitting in it. Blood kill, thousands of miles, then Sun Moon, Rebel Bone, then blood kill again when it came off cooldown. 2,250 damage a second, ignoring defense, to everything in 10 meters in a corridor where they could only reach me 10 abreast. 5,000 wolves that were, at that same moment, tearing through tens of thousands of players at the other 3 gates, died in a hole in the ground in about 5 minutes. 5,000 points. The second wave was 500 red scale serpents, perfect grade, 50,000 health each, worth 10 points ahead. 10,000 points. Meanwhile, at the South Gate, the Sovereign and the Dragon King were standing in formation with 6,000 players, in perfect order, ready for war, and absolutely nothing was coming out of the south. They waited 11 minutes. Then they moved the entire force north to help, which sounds generous, and arrived at the North Gate exactly in time to start last-hitting monsters that Sleepless City had already brought down to a sliver. Zhang Lei said so out loud, on a megaphone, with names and numbers. 30,000 players took approximately 9 seconds to agree with him. Imperial Dynasty and Dragon King Palace were wiped off the North Gate by their own allies before the third wave even started. The scoreboard went up that evening. First place, Feng Jun, 5,000 points. Second place, Tang Yue, 105. And down in the ranks of Imperial Dynasty, a woman with a very cold and very organized mind was staring at that gap and asking the only intelligent question anybody asked that day, which was not how and was not why. It was, where are the South Gate's monsters actually going? Her name was Bai Shui, and I will come back to her. First, though, somebody wanted to be famous. Hao caught a Dragon King Palace scout on the road between the gates and killed him. That is a strange thing to do during a monster siege, and he did it for a very specific reason. The scout was carrying news to the Dragon King. Hao wanted that news to be about himself instead. Then he came and found me. Today, he announced, in a voice pitched for an audience that had not arrived yet, I will shatter your undefeated myth. He was 5th on the attack rankings and 1st on the archery board, and he had a skill called Charged Arrow, which takes 4 seconds to draw and hits like a truck falling off a bridge. I let him have all 4 seconds, minus 4,000, minus 12,000. He died before the echo of the bowstring finished, standing up, with his fingers still open. I heard him say one thing on the way down, and it was, is this the technique to make your health bar disappear? He respawned at the Imperial Dynasty camp, where the scout he had murdered to keep quiet was standing at the fire, alive, having respawned 20 minutes earlier, telling the whole story to everybody. The Sovereign heard him out. Then she made her ruling, and I have to admit it was clever, and I have to admit it was cold. She did not execute Hao. She had the scout do it. She ordered Wei, the man Hao had killed, to execute him personally, and she forbade Hao to fight back, on pain of expulsion. It took 15 seconds. Wei was an average player, and Hao had a lot of health. From now on, the Sovereign said to the assembled guild, if any Imperial Dynasty player disobeys orders, this is what happens. And Hao respawned, walked back into camp, and was beaming. My goddess, he told the nearest person, actually touched my hand. Bai Shu watched the entire thing from the side and understood immediately that the Sovereign had just bought a room full of loyalty with 1 corpse and had not spent a coin. The third wave was Ice Dogs. Epic grade, 500,000 health, and a mechanic called Ice Sea that stacks up to 10 times and freezes you solid for 10 seconds at full stack. 10 seconds of being frozen in the middle of an epic grade monster is death for anybody in this world. Invulnerability to all laws breaks any control effect once every 60 seconds, so I would freeze, break out 1 second later, and then stand inside the Ice Sea and let them stack it on me again, because every application of every effect is another attack, and Undying Divine Body heals me 1% of my maximum health for every single attack that lands. They were not freezing me. They were feeding me. At the other gates, it was a slaughter. Tang Yue worked out the tell and broadcast it to everybody, and it was correct, and it was useless. Watch the angle of the mouth, she called. 15 degrees means it's about to breathe. Move. How am I supposed to tell 15 from 45? Somebody screamed back. In a fight? You can't exactly take out a protractor and measure the Ice Dog. Waves 4, 5, and 6 were the Stone Army. Savage beasts in front, then Rock Commanders, whose entire function is to put a mark on a player, then Stone Tyrants, 600,000 health, so do double damage to anything marked. Everybody in the city spent 2 days learning to break line of sight from the commanders so they would not get marked. I used Sun Moon Rebel Bone on the commanders to make them mark me faster. 37,000 points. The Dragon King nearly died on the second day, and the way it happened was almost artistic. He had spent the whole morning being told how well matched he and the Sovereign were, by people who wanted things from him, and he had believed all of it, and he had walked further and further forward while believing it. Then 4 spike fields went off underneath him at once, and he came out the other side at 100 health with nothing behind him. Bai Shui was 11 meters away. She looked at the distance and at her own health, and at what saving him would cost, and she did the arithmetic and declined. A golden light landed on him and pulled him bodily out of the field. "Thank you," he shouted, before he looked. Then he looked. "You're welcome, Dragon King," I said. Blood kill. Thousands of miles. The sovereign arrived while he was still on the ground and made the one mistake she kept making, which is that she thought she was in charge of things. "Feng Jun, you are on this battlefield with my guild. You will obey my orders." "Are you teaching me," I said, "how to do things?" Her players started shouting. 2 Sun Moon rebel bones. Later there was a clean 10-meter circle of nobody around me, and everyone inside it was dead, and everyone outside it was very quiet. Then I used Havoc to the world on the sovereign. She had a sea of fire prepared and a fireball on her fingers, and Havoc does not care what you are planning. It only decides who you are aiming at. She put her entire opening rotation into me at point-blank range. Minus 4,500, minus 6,000. She killed herself with her own spells for the second time in 2 weeks. And I want to say for the record that I did not touch her either time. Around this point, I met Zhou Qing properly, and I ran away. I need to explain, because it does not reflect well on me. In my last life, Zhou Qing was a legend for exactly one thing. She was the leader of the Moonshadow Gang, top 10, beautiful, rich, competent, and completely catastrophically in love with a man who was not worth the oxygen. She arranged 1,314 gold coins on the ground in the shape of a heart for him. She spent 520 world megaphones. And when he told her, as a joke, that he would date her if she declared war on Imperial Dynasty, she declared war on Imperial Dynasty, lost her guild, and he logged off forever and never came back. I read that entire story on a forum 5 years ago, and I remember thinking, with real feeling, that whoever that man was, he was the luckiest fool alive. Then she turned around on the battlefield and looked at me. And I have fought a godlike entity and stood inside a legendary boss's laser for 20 minutes. And I want to be very clear that the single most frightening thing I have ever seen in either of my lives is the expression on Zhou Qing's face at that moment. I found something urgent to do at the North Gate. The North Gate was Zhang Lei's, and the North Gate had a problem. The problem was that Zhang Lei had put every solo player and every small guild in the front line and held the 4,000 players of Sleepless City 50 meters back, and the only thing his own guild was doing was stealing the killing blow on monsters other people had brought to 5%. Points are awarded on the kill. "Feng Jun," he said when he saw me. "You can stay if you're joining Sleepless City. I can consider giving you the benefits of an elite member." He waved a hand. "Otherwise, get out. I use Sun Moon Rebel Bone." Several hundred Sleepless City players in the front of that group hit me at once and stopped existing, and Zhang Lei's composure came apart so completely that he started screaming in a register I did not know he had. "Help! Feng Jun is stealing our boss! He's stealing our boss!" I used Havoc to the world. He had 3 spells queued. All 3 landed on me. All 3 came back. And then, while the killing field was going down and everybody was watching me, I pointed at the 4,000 Sleepless City players standing well back, untouched, at 0 risk, shouting, "Brothers, charge!" without any of them moving so much as a step forward. The entire North Gate turned around and looked at them. "I knew it," somebody said in the silence. "I've died 3 times. The Sleepless City guy in my party hasn't died once. I thought he was just strong." Then quietly, "I thought he was just strong." "It seems," said somebody else, "that the Joker was me. I killed every Sleepless City player at the North Gate. All 4,000. It took a while. That, I told the North Gate, was to avenge you." Zhang Lei stood at the respawn point and watched 4,000 of his own people materialize around him one after another for 6 straight minutes. Then somebody tried to be a hero, and it very nearly worked. Luo Feng paid Li Kang 100 gold coins to stack Sea of Fire. Not on me, on Tong Yue. The plan was that Tong Yue would be caught in an inescapable field of fire, and Luo Feng would arrive at the last possible second with a summoned beast to carry her out. And she would look at him differently afterward. Li Kang took the 100 gold and had 300 players lay Sea of Fire on the same square of ground, which is why it is the most expensive square of ground in the history of that city. The summoned beast was a large mongrel dog called Fufu. Fufu lasted under 1 second. "Li Kang!" Luo Feng screamed. "Make them stop! Make them stop casting!" "Can a skill be taken back?" Li Kang asked, reasonably, "after it has been used?" I arrived by Post Station Eagle, which is to say the Eagle performed a 720-degree rotation directly over the fire, threw me off, and departed at speed, while the terms and conditions scrolled past in my vision, informing me that the post station reserves the right of final interpretation of this flight. -1,000 for the landing. I landed next to Tang Yue, who was at 400 health and had already accepted it. You don't have to do this, she said. You're level 15. It isn't worth dying for me. I had no idea what she was talking about. I was standing in 300 stacked Seas of Fire because 300 stacked Seas of Fire were at that moment the highest damage per second available anywhere in the city, and every one of those 300 mages was inside 10 meters of the thing they were setting on fire. 390 a tick, times 300 casters, times 2. They all died. Every mage who had lit that field died in it within about 4 seconds, in a wave that started at the inside and worked outward. Tang Yue was rescued entirely by accident. She did not know that. I did not tell her, and Luo Feng, arriving late, out of breath, with an empty summoning slot and an excellent explanation, was cut down by the woman he had done it for. Get out of my way, Tang Yue said. From this day, you and I have nothing to do with each other. She has a very good sword arm. He was not a fight. A number of the mages, respawning, chose to be philosophical about it on the World Channel. Fortunes change, one of them shouted at me from the safe zone. Don't underestimate the poor young. One day I will surpass you. 10 years from now, I said, you'll be saying don't underestimate the poor middle-aged. 30 years from now, it'll be don't underestimate the poor elderly. Then the 7th wave came, and it was the one designed to kill me, specifically. 5,000 fire cloud pythons per gate. Perfect grade, level 13, 80,000 health. They fly. They have innate fire resistance that halves everything a mage can do to them. And their signature attack is a rain of fire that ignores all defense for 2,000 damage. Every ranged player in the city started celebrating out loud. Finally, they said, a wave that punishes melee. Finally, the tanks have to sit down. Let's see the health ranking do something now. And Wei Zhen, the Lord of Sunset City, chose that exact moment to seal the walls. Not to keep the monsters out, to keep the players in. One-way barrier, exits only, no entry, and then he generously established a temporary resurrection array right there on the field, so that nobody could even escape by dying properly. He looked like a benevolent man doing his best. He was farming corpses. I knew why. I will get to it. I went to the general store. Fire scale stone, I said, pointing. The owner's eyes lit up like a slot machine. Fire scale stone costs 1 copper coin. It is worth 1 copper coin. There is a fire wave outside. 10 gold, he said. I held up one finger. Name a number, I said. 1 copper, he said, testing me. 100. 100 copper for a 1 copper stone? Why don't you just rob me? I didn't rob anything, I said. But Zhang Wentian did. He went very still. Fire scale stones only come from Fire Scale Cave, I said. And the only person alive who knows where Fire Scale Cave is happens to be the most wanted criminal in the Great Han. So I find myself wondering how a general store in a neutral city has 100 of them under the counter, and I imagine the Han court would wonder the same thing. I walked out with 100 fire scale stones. He gave them to me as a token of friendship, which is a phrase I have grown to love. Then the sky over the south side went dark with 5,000 flying serpents, and the city started to die. Tang Fei walked out of the safe zone. I want to tell this part carefully because it is the only genuinely brave thing anybody did that week, and it was completely useless. Tang Fei is the leader of the Hong sect and Tang Yue's father, and he is not a good man, and he walked out of the safe zone alone and went and stood next to his daughter under the fire rain because she would not come back and he was not going to watch from behind a wall. His personal tank, an enormous man called Big Bruiser, whose entire personality is one joke about how much health he has, got in front of both of them and said, "Boss, I'm so tanky you'll start questioning your own existence," and then died in about 6 seconds. And then the whole Hong sect came out after him. 20,000 people walking into a fire rain that ignores defense because their leader would not walk back, which is when a figure appeared on the wall above them. Tang Yue looked up and her face did something, and I, without looking at her at all, turned my back on the entire Hong sect, took out the heaven-splitting axe, and struck a small red stone against the parapet. The first throw missed and bounced off Big Bruiser's head. "Ouch," said Big Bruiser from the ground. "Who is so inconsiderate?" I moved silently 2 steps to the left and did not confess. Here is what a fire scale stone does. It smells, to a fire cloud python, like the single most interesting thing that has ever existed. Crack one open, and every python within a very large radius will drop whatever it is doing and come. I cracked one open on top of a wall. All 5,000 fire cloud pythons on the entire south side of Sunset City abandoned 20,000 players in one motion and converged on one man, minus 2,000, 5,000 times. I have been hit by a lot of things. I have been hit by a godlike entity. Nothing prepared me for what it is like when 5,000 separate sources of damage arrive on the same body at the same time. It is not pain exactly. Pain has a location. This had no location. My entire health bar became a thing that was falling, and the necklace was pouring 2% a second into it, and Undying Divine Body was healing 1% per attack, and there were thousands of attacks. And all of that together was a man bailing out a boat with a teacup. Spring Return Technique critically struck for 22,520. Not enough. Down below, Tang Yue was screaming at her own priests. I want to describe this properly. 20,000 Hong Sect players were now standing in a completely clear sky, alive, entirely unattacked, watching the sky burn one man on a wall. And the priests among them were not moving. There were reasons. I had killed a lot of their friends in the last 2 weeks. And there was a colder reason underneath it. If I cleared that wave alone, I got all 5,000 kills, and they got nothing. Tang Yue was screaming, and they were hesitating, and then Tang Fei, who is not a good man, roared over the top of all of them. If Yi Feng were dead, which of you could withstand him? That worked. Tens of thousands of healing spells came up off the ground at once. Green light, so much of it that the fire went pale, and my bar stopped falling and hung there shaking. And at 1/3 health, the pythons started bleeding onto their own fire. That is a mechanic nobody knew about because nobody had ever gotten 5,000 of them low at once. Python blood on python fire doubles the damage, minus 4,000, 5,000 times. I took the fire scale stone I had left, and I ate it. A fire scale stone, eaten, halves incoming fire damage for a short time. It also burns you from the inside out for the duration. And the description does not use the word burn. It uses the phrase branding with hot irons. And whoever wrote that description had done it. I screamed, I want that in here. It is the only time in this entire story that I made a noise like that, and 20,000 people heard it, and I am not going to pretend it did not happen because it makes a better story if I am funny about everything. Then 5,000 Firecloud Pythons hit their reflect threshold at the same moment, and every single one of them fell out of the sky at once, and the south side of Sunset City went from an inferno to silence in the space of about 2 seconds. Final score for the wave. First place, Feng Jun, 603,000 points. Second place, 300. The healers discovered something within about 90 seconds of the sky clearing, and it changed the economy of that entire siege. Healing me grants points, not many, but the pool I was generating was so absurd that a fraction of it was still more than anyone else could earn honestly. One priest said, on an open channel, in a voice full of religious wonder, I was ranked outside the top 200. After that battle, I am 59th. Every priest in Sunset City heard him. Unfortunately, so did everybody else, and everybody else looked at the ground instead, where 5,000 perfect-grade monsters had just dropped everything they owned in one pile around one unconscious man. Tens of thousands of players started walking toward my loot, and Tang Yue drew a line in the dirt with the point of her sword and stood on it. Anyone who takes one more step, she said, dies. She was one woman, there were tens of thousands of them. She had, at that point, exchanged perhaps 40 words with me across 2 weeks, most of them unfriendly, and I had not once looked directly at her. Tang Fei put the entire Hong sect at her back and declared blood feud with every solo player on the field, which cost him more politically than anything he did that year. They still came. Of course they came. And the crowd found her and put every control skill they had on her at once, and she went down under a pile of stun effects and roots. I came around at about that moment, and I did the only thing I could do at that range. Havoc to the world, on her, which forces her to attack me, which yanked her bodily out of the middle of that pile, through the crowd, and onto me with her sword already moving. The Qingfeng sword technique is beautiful. 9 strikes, and I dodged all 9 of them barehanded at 2 meters per second, standing still, because she is very good, and I have 5 years of somebody trying to kill me. Then the 3 seconds ran out and she staggered, and I put a health potion in her mouth. Then I killed everybody. I killed tens of thousands of solo players in that square. Then they respawned nearby, because Wei Zhen's helpful resurrection array was still running, and I killed them again. I'll kill you all down to level 1, I said, on a megaphone, so there would be no confusion. And then I did, over the next 40 minutes, in a methodical and extremely boring fashion. Somebody, at the end, asked me to be magnanimous, to rise above it. There is a saying in this world that a man who tells you to be magnanimous will be struck by lightning eventually. I'm not that generous, I said, and I'm not worried about the lightning splashing on me, because I killed him before the lightning got there. Then I turned around to the Hong sect. Tang Yue straightened her hair. I saw her do it. She had been holding a line against tens of thousands of people for a man who had not thanked her, and she had one hand at her collar, and she was, I am fairly sure, composing something gracious. Hong sect priests, I said, is anyone willing to follow me and heal me? There are points in it. You take my orders. 6,000 priests signed up in under a minute. Tang Yue stared at me for about 3 full seconds. Then she rolled her eyes so hard I could hear it and shoved her attendant forward. Xiao Chun, Go on, keep healing him, don't let that idiot die. While all that was happening, Dragon King Palace was quietly falling apart from the inside, and Bai Jue was the one holding the knife when it did. The guild had lost badly at the North Gate, twice, and both times it had happened in front of the whole world. And the membership wanted somebody to blame, who was not the Dragon King. So they picked the woman standing next to him. The Dragon King came to her that evening and asked her to leave the guild. Temporarily, he said, just until it settles. She left. The sovereign recruited her before she reached the end of the street. Vice leader, 1% of the guild shares, effective immediately, no negotiation. And Bai Jue accepted on one condition, which was that half of her shares be given to Redclad, who had served the sovereign loyally for years and had never asked for anything. Redclad cried. She held Bai Jue's hands and said, Bai Jue, from now on we're sisters. And a player who made a remark about it was expelled from the guild and executed on the spot by Redclad personally. What right, Redclad said to the corpse. Do you have to comment on our sister's affairs? It cost Bai Jue half of 1% to buy the second most dangerous woman in Imperial Dynasty, permanently, in an afternoon. I have never once won an exchange with that woman. Not once. I went to the South Gate with 6,000 priests walking behind me in a column, which is a thing I recommend everybody experience once. The Dragon King saw me coming and made the most expensive decision of his life. Even without you, he called out. The NPCs will clear these pythons eventually. We don't need you here. Get out. Havoc to the world. He killed himself. He had a very impressive opening rotation, and he put all of it into me from 2 meters away. Then I walked over and patted him on the shoulder while he was respawning. Brother Dragon King, I said warmly, since you dislike me being here so much, I'll leave. Just pretend I was passing by. You carry on. And I turned around and walked away, and 6,000 priests turned around and walked away with me. Dragon King Palace held that gate for 1 minute and 11 seconds. I heard the guild quit notifications going off behind me like popcorn. By the time I reached the corner, there were 400 of them. By the time I reached the West Gate, the Dragon King had disappeared under a wave of his own guild skills, which is a thing I did not know was mechanically possible. The West Gate was Zhou Qing's, and the West Gate was losing. Not because of her, because half the players assigned to the West Gate had decided that a beautiful woman giving orders was a suggestion, and had spent 2 days ignoring her, and were now busy explaining to each other whose fault it was. Stripped of her fame and her guild and her reputation, standing in fire rain at 40% health with people shouting at her, she was a 20-year-old girl having the worst day of her life. Then she saw me on the far side of the field. I watched her make a decision. I could see it happen. She was not going to survive this, so she was going to die correctly. She closed her eyes. She turned very slightly to catch the light. She raised one hand and made a small, delicate gesture with 2 fingers, and lifted her left foot slightly off the ground, the way people do in paintings. And she waited, and nothing happened. Because I had cracked a fire scale stone 11 seconds earlier, and every python on the west side had already left. She opened one eye. I was staring directly at her from 40 meters away. How embarrassing, said Zhou Qing to the empty sky. Sure enough, every goddess adored by an entire world has a comedian hidden somewhere inside her. Bai Jue's counterattack came an hour later, and it was, I have to say, the correct play. She could not kill me. Nobody could kill me. So she did not try. Instead, she organized 2 full guilds into a herding operation and drove 5,000 fresh fire cloud pythons across the map and onto my position, on the theory that at some point, the incoming damage exceeds the healing and the arithmetic stops being on my side. She was right about the arithmetic. She was wrong about where I would be standing. I let them get close. Really close, close enough that the fire was already starting. Then Sun Moon Rebel Bone, on the 2 guilds, who were standing behind the pythons, driving them, 2 seconds where they could not run. And in those 2 seconds, I smashed a dozen fire scale stones on the ground in the middle of them and walked out of the circle. 10,000 fire cloud pythons changed direction at once. I found Bai Shui about a minute later, crouched behind a rock at a very sensible distance, watching 2 guilds burn. Havoc to the world pulled her out from behind the rock and into the open, and she died in her own fire. And I leaned down toward her as she went and said, loudly, clearly, at exactly the volume that carries, Bai Shui, I'm so sorry you had to go through this. Both guilds heard it. Both guilds spent the next 3 days absolutely certain that Bai Jue was my agent. She was, I am told, on the verge of tears at the respawn point, and what she said was, he tricked me again, which was true, and which she said in a tone that suggested she had begun keeping count. The equipment bait was simpler, and I enjoyed it more. I had over 100 perfect grade items I could not use. So I put them on the ground in a pile in the open, and I said, on a megaphone, if you want it, come and take it, but you'll bear the consequences. Zhou Qing forbade the entire Moon Shadow Gang to move, just flatly forbade it, no discussion. and stood in front of the ones who argued. Tens of thousands of other people charged. I broke fire scale stones over their heads, walked out, swept the gear back into my bag, and then used Sun Moon Rebel Bone on the smart ones who had stayed at the edge of the blast radius, which pulled them into it. And then, because I was already out and the pythons were thinning, I went and found the Dragon King. He was at the south gate. He saw me coming, and his face did something complicated and small. "What?" he said. "What do you want to do?" "Take it easy," I said. "I'm just here for a refill." I smashed a dozen stones at his feet. "Don't worry," I told him, as the sky came down on his guild. "I'll come back in a bit and top you up." The north gate was worse than the south. I found Zhang Lei standing in the middle of it at an average level of 5. That is what happens when a man dies enough times to go backward past his own starting point. He was on a loop: die, respawn, run 4 steps, die. His eyes had that flat quality you see on people who have stopped experiencing things and are just processing them. Then he saw me coming with 10,000 priests behind me. He ran. He got 2 steps, died mid-stride, respawned, ran again, and then stopped and put his hands on his knees and burst into tears. "You," he sobbed, "you finally arrived." I had, at that point, 1,603,000 points. Second place had 1,700. There was one more thing I wanted before the last wave, and it was upstream, in a hut nobody visits. An old man in white was sitting in front of it with an ancient black instrument across his knees. "Would you like to hear me play a tune?" he asked. "If you say yes, you wake up 2 kilometers downstream, having lost 4 hours, because it is an illusion and he is bored." So instead, I walked over, snapped a corner off his instrument, and ate it. Lightness fruit. Movement speed increased. 2 meters per second became 4, which does not sound like much unless you have spent 3 weeks being the slowest man in the world. "Ah," said the old man, in genuine anguish. "My masterpiece." I gave him a gold coin and called him a counterfeit king, which he took as a compliment because it was one. "I need something forged," I said. "A Great Qin commander's tiger tally." He whistled. "You know that Great Qin decreed the forging of Qin tokens punishable by the execution of 9 generations of your family." "It's no use," I said. "I'm an outsider. I get resurrected." He looked at me for a long moment, and then he laughed until he had to put the instrument down. "We hit it off immediately," he said, wiping his eyes. "Better than brothers. Give me 1 minute." He gave me a silver tiger's head with the character for 1,000 engraved under the jaw, and mentioned casually, on the way out, that the traitor's tally that destroyed Great Qin's 1,000,000-man army 200 years ago had also been his work. I left. And behind me, once I was out of sight, the old man's smile went away entirely, and the hut went away with it. And by the time I reached the ridge, there had never been anything on that riverbank at all. I got back to find Zhou Qing taking photographs. The sovereign was in a stun lock in the middle of a killing field at level 1, having been stripped of everything, and Zhou Qing was crouched next to her with an arm around her shoulders, holding up a recording crystal. "Be careful with the angle," Zhou Qing was instructing her own guild members. "Make sure I look beautiful. The uglier the sovereign looks, the better." "Zhou Qing," said the sovereign from between locked teeth, "if you don't let me out of this, I will beat you to death." "Come out here then," said Zhou Qing brightly. "Go on, hit me." I stood there for a second and had a strange feeling of professional pride. Half the city was doing the same thing to the Dragon King, on the other side of the square, in a much longer queue. Points, at the end of Wave 9, 2,103,000. Second place, 1,700. Then the ground shook and everybody stopped taking photographs. Qingtian Power came up out of the south tunnel and had to duck to do it. 20 meters of black ape, mythical grade, level 15, 100 million health. I knew this thing, not personally, by reputation. The Qingtian clan was one of the 2 clans that led the invasion of my old world, 5 years and 1 lifetime from now. And this was one of their juveniles. It had a mechanic that the whole city considered the worst news of the siege and that I considered a gift. Every single one of its attacks is a guaranteed critical hit. Guaranteed critical hits against a man whose entire economy is built on the size of a number that lands on him. At 80%, it hammered its own chest and slammed the ground, and what came out was 4,000 true damage twice over, in a ring with an interrupt on it. 2/3 of the players still standing in that square died in one motion, mid-cast, with their spells still in their hands. And its attack power doubled, minus 8,000 on me, minus 24,000 back. At 60%, it stood up on its hind legs and roared across 180 degrees, 8,000 true damage twice, and after that, there was not one other living player on that field. Not one. Everyone who was left was behind a wall or dead. Attack doubled again. Minus 16,000, minus 48,000. At 40%, it curled into a ball and went invincible, and started healing 500,000 health a second. And even having done this exact thing to a chess piece 3 weeks earlier, My stomach dropped because Bloodkill was on cooldown for 5 more minutes. So I spent 5 minutes not dying on a bare stone square against a 20-meter ape by climbing it. Up the forearm, across the shoulder, off the back of the neck when it reached for me, down the other arm, over and over, 4.5 minutes of parkour on a live monster. Tang Fei, watching from behind the wall with his arm around his daughter, said one word: footwork. Bloodkill came off cooldown. One tick landed and the invincibility came off like wet paper. At 20% it shed its own fur. Hundreds of small apes came out of the pelt, and every point of damage those small apes dealt to a player was returned to the big one as healing. There were no players left. There was one player left, and the small apes could not do enough damage to matter, and the big one's attack had doubled one more time, minus 32,000 a hit, minus 96,000 back. At 10%, Weijin dropped the barrier and came out. He came down out of the sky in golden armor with a level 100 mythical sword in his hand, the Silver Dragon, forged from netherworld cold iron, and he put it through the ape's shoulder and pinned it to the flagstones. Once the Qingtian clan's little brats enter my territory, he announced to the entire city, they belong to me, Wei Zhen. And there it was. That is why the barrier went up, and why the resurrection array went down, and why an entire city got farmed for 2 days. The Qingtian clan pays extremely well for the return of their dead, but only if you did not murder them unprovoked. He needed a pile of human corpses to prove self-defense, and he had spent the whole siege making one. He looked down at me and laughed, and he was in an expansive mood. Go on then, he said. Have a chop at it with your lousy axe. Let's see. I said thank you. The crowd behind the wall began to make a low noise, not cheering. The sovereign recognized it first, I think, and then the Dragon King, and then everybody who had watched me swing at a guild statue 107 times. I hit the silver dragon, -0. I hit it again, -0, 12 times. -0, 12 times, while the Lord of Sunset City laughed himself sick above me. Click. A level 100 mythical sword forged from netherworld cold iron came apart into pieces the size of coins and rained down over the square. Wei Zhen stopped laughing. Then he came for me, and he could have finished it in one motion, and what saved me was a silver tiger's head that I flipped into the air between us. He caught it out of reflex. That is all. He caught it because a thing was thrown at him. Then he read the character under the jaw. He landed, he knelt. I have seen 1,000 calm. Shut up, I said. Do you want everything Great Qin has spent years planning here to be ruined? Wei Zhen, Lord of Sunset City, Deputy Commander of Great Qin, undercover for 11 years in a neutral city, went white. Get out of here, I said. Your subordinate takes his leave, said Wei Zhen, and left. Qingtian power died about 40 seconds later of a single reflected number. 1 million points, 100,000 experience, level 16. Thorns Body, 320%. 124,600 health and 500 prestige. Final siege score, 3,103,000 points. First place by a margin I am not going to embarrass anybody by writing down. The ranking reward was a pair of boots, 1,000 illusion boots, mythical, 100 freely assignable base attribute points, and movement speed 6 meters per second. 100 free points, every single one into health. 20,000 more. And my movement went from 4 meters per second to 10, which is the first time in this entire story that I was able to walk away from anything. And the points shop scaled to your score, which meant that when I opened it, I could see pages that nobody else in the world could see. And on the last one, there was a mount. 9 Dragon Jade carriage, godlike grade, flying. 1,000% movement speed outside of combat. 3,100,000 points. I had 3,103,000, 9 golden dragons the size of horses, and a 7-meter carriage of white jade, and it came out of the sky over Sunset City with a sound like a bell tower falling downstairs. Wei Zhen was in a tavern at the time, drinking about the silver dragon. He came out, saw 9 golden dragons parked over the main street, and did what a lord does, which is fly up and inform the owner that flying over Sunset City is prohibited and constitutes a capital offense, and that the matter could perhaps be settled privately. Then he got close enough to see who was sitting in it. Roll, I said. He rolled. He turned around in midair in front of his entire city and left. And Sunset City talked about that for longer than they talked about the ape. The Qingtianbo dropped off the ape too. Mythical grade, archer only. I have 0 attack power and no intention of ever having any. So I advertised it. Hao had 200 gold and the bidding opened at 300. And the sovereign, whose guild had been publicly humiliated 3 times in a fortnight, whose treasury was in genuine trouble, and who had personally watched me destroy 2,000 gold of her money already, quietly transferred him 2,000 gold coins. Go quickly, she said, and come back quickly. He cried. I would have cried too. He He bid 1,500. I did not reply. He waited 4 minutes and panicked and bid 2,250, which was every coin he had in the world. Someone else just offered the same, I said. Do you have any special items? Anything to sweeten it? And Howe, to prove his sincerity, screenshotted his entire inventory and sent it to me. I looked at it for about 1 second because sitting in the third row was a silver-bordered skill book with a description so vague that its owner had clearly never bothered to read it twice. There's nothing valuable here, I said, sounding disappointed. Fine. Something is better than nothing. Everything unbound in that bag, plus the 2,250. This Feng Jun, Howe told his guild channel in a message that later became public, is nothing more than a man greedy for small gains. The trade completed. Hello to the world, I said. He died standing next to me with the bow in his hands, and the bow did not drop, because drop chance is a chance. You're still angry it didn't drop, I said while he was respawning. Fine. How about I give you another chance to kill me? As you wish, he screamed. So I got in the carriage and flew to the Dai City respawn point and killed him again on arrival, and then a third time, and on the third one, the Qingtian bow came out of his bag and landed in the dirt. He borrowed 5 gold from Redclad for a megaphone. You Feng, you bastard! He sold me the equipment and then took it back. I posted the screenshot of him, writing as you wish in capital letters. The World Channel took Hall apart for 2 hours. He recovered enough to try one last thing, and it was actually intelligent, which is why I remember him fondly. Who, he asked the world, would ever buy from a man who kills you and robs you after the deal closes? Even at 1 gold coin, the money is wasted. Nobody buy from Feng Jun, not ever. And it worked. Buyers stopped writing to me within 20 minutes. Then a blue banner went up over the most expensive auction house in Sunset City. Qingtian bow, mythical grade, no reserve price. Auction house delivery, guaranteed by the house. 0 risk to the buyer. The Sellers Guild has gone bankrupt, the banner explained in Shu Ruyan's own words, which I did not write and did not authorize and would not change for anything. The guild leader has run away with his sister-in-law. All equipment must go. Hao watched the price climb for 11 minutes, coughed, and logged off. The sovereign's opinion of Hao now rivaled her opinion of me. The skill book was called Extension. Designate a skill. Increase its attack range. That is the entire description. It does not say by how much. It is written like a beginner item. And it sat in an archer's bag for 3 weeks because he assumed it was worth about 4 silver. It multiplies the range by 10. That is how Hao became the first archer in the world, the first time around. He found out by accident in month 5 and never told anybody. I put it on blood kill thousands of miles. 10-meter radius became 100-meter radius. A killing field with a diameter of 200 meters that ignores defense, ignores invincibility, follows me when I walk, and costs me nothing I cannot regenerate. I sat down on a rock and looked at that skill description for a while. The Bloodstained Tower dungeon needs a partner of level 14 or higher, and there were exactly 2 people in the world I was willing to be locked in a building with. I sent them both the same message. Young lady, I see you have extraordinary talent, a genius, 1 in a million. Then the terms, 1,000 gold for a parking space, leader looting rights. The first clear reward is mine, all of it. Zhou Qing mailed the 1,000 gold in under 20 seconds. She did not ask what the dungeon was. She did not ask what the reward was. She did not, as far as I can tell, read past the first line. Tang Yue refused. She had to wait for her father, she said. And the Hong sect had commitments. And also, she added, the fee was disgusting, and I should be ashamed of myself. Both of those things were true, and neither of them was the reason. I know that now, and she knew it about 90 seconds afterward, and she spent the next 6 hours killing things that did not deserve it. There were already people inside. Luo Feng, who had a talent called Puppet King, that increases every stat on every summoned creature by 50%, and who had recovered from being executed by Tang Yue with impressive speed. And with him, a girl I had never heard of in either of my lives. Minder's talent, 1 force overcomes. All laws, 70% bonus to strength. They had taken Nightmare difficulty, which was the highest option they could see. I took Heaven's Defying, which was the highest option, and I did not think about that difference for another 2 hours, which I regret. Floor 1 was 100 Bloodstained Tower Enforcers, epic grade, level 16, 1,100,000 health each. 100 epic monsters is a wall that stops an entire guild. I walked into the middle of the room and put down a killing field 100 meters across. The room was 90 meters wide. Zhou Qing stood in the doorway with her hands over her mouth and watched 100 epic grade enforcers fall over in a rough circle from the middle outward, like something being poured. Could it be, she said reverently, that he deliberately concealed his strength all this time? Truly, a master of disguise. I did not correct her. I had bought the range extension 40 minutes earlier, and this was the first thing I had used it on. Floor 2 was 3 of the star performers from the front of house: Feng Lin, Ling, Rui. Legendary grade, 12 to 14 million health each, and they open the fight by putting up a formation. Berserk formation. All players inside lose 50% of their defense. All monsters inside gain 50% attack power. Half of 0 is 0. They increased their own damage by half and reduced my armor by half of nothing, and then they hit me for 17,280 a tick, coming back over and over for about 4 minutes. A legendary healing staff dropped and I handed it to Zhou Qing. "I'm not giving it to you for free," I said, because she had gone a color I did not want to deal with. "Give me a piece of equipment I can use next time." Floor 3 was Yin Hua, and Yin Hua was the reason the Bloodstained Tower is famous. Legendary. Level 16, 16 million health, assassin. She went invisible 11 seconds in. "Behind me," Zhou Qing said instantly, spinning. "She's behind me." She was not behind her. Stealth in this world is not disappearance. It is a very good coat of paint. A person in stealth still moves air, still bends light around themselves as they cross a floor, still leaves the dust, doing something the dust would not otherwise do. Every assassin I have ever fought has given themselves away by relocating. Yin Hua had not moved at all. She had gone invisible, standing exactly where she was, and then waited 11 seconds for us to look somewhere else. Havoc to the world landed on an apparently empty patch of floor 2 meters from Zhou Qing's throat. Yin Hua came out of stealth swinging at me with a dagger that had been 11 centimeters from a priestess's neck. I did not kill her. I brought her down to a sliver, and then I walked her up the stairs alive, hurting her with the taunt every 10 seconds, because the barrier on the 3rd floor stairs only opens while Yin Hua is within 5 meters of it, and killing her on the 2nd floor is why everybody who has ever tried this dungeon has failed it. The boss of the Bloodstained Tower was a mage. The mythical grade, level 16, 150 million health. His opening move was a fireball, and it did not come at me. It went into Yin Hua, who fell on her face and knelt. "Big boss," she said, "spare my life." "It seems that in chaotic times the saintly are killed first," he said, "and in a fight the incompetent teammates are killed first." He killed her. And then the room changed, and I learned that the enrage trigger in that fight has nothing to do with health. "Yin Hua," said the boss of the Bloodstained Tower, in a completely different voice, "did not even know I was her father before she died." His damage tripled. "I want all of you to be buried with her." 15,000 a hit, instant cast, no wind up, 48,000 back. The only thing that made that fight survivable was that he had a tell, not the cast animation. That is the same for everything. The light in his eyes gets deeper just before the sea of fire, half a second earlier than his hands move, and once I found it, the fight became long instead of dangerous. Long was the problem, because at about the 40-minute mark, Luo Feng started a live stream. "First clear," he announced to about 80,000 viewers, "of the highest difficulty in the Bloodstained Tower, Nightmare Mode, and I'd like to say hello to a certain someone." The camera swung. At Feng Jun, watch more and learn more. Min, standing behind him in the shot, was visibly reducing her own damage output, which I did not understand until much later. I opened the stream mid-fight and did the arithmetic. Luo Feng's boss, Yin Hua, on Nightmare, was at 7%. Mine was at 5%, but mine had 9 times the health pool of his, and 5% of 150 million is 7.5 million, and I was going to lose the race by about 4 minutes. "Zhou Qing," I said, "quick, take off your gear." There was a pause. "Here," said Zhou Qing in a very small voice. "Is it here?" "Yes, here. Where else would we be?" "But the boss is—" "Take off all your equipment. Leave nothing on." "Or," said Zhou Qing with tremendous composure, "shall we wait? The boss is still here. He might see." I stopped hitting things for a moment. "What did you say?" "I told you to take off all your equipment, leave the party, and then attack me. Here is the math. Undying Divine Body heals me 1% of maximum health every time I am attacked. 1% of 204,000 is 2,040. A naked priestess punching me does about 300 damage a hit and heals me 1,496 net, and she can punch about twice a second, and her actual healing spell heals 1,500 on a 2-second cast. A naked woman hitting me was more than twice as good as a legendary priestess healing me. She left the party, took off a mythical robe, and punched me for the last 11 minutes of that fight while I killed a mythical grade boss, and she did not complain once, and I have never asked her what she thought I meant. Luo Feng finished Yin Hua 40 seconds before I finished mine. "Congratulations on clearing the nightmare difficulty," his system told him, on stream in front of 80,000 people. "Reward, 13,000 experience and a legendary chest. There is no 3rd floor on Nightmare. Nightmare stops at Yin Hua." He had cleared the intermediate difficulty of a 4th floor dungeon and told the world it was the top. Then the world made an announcement, which is a thing it only does for firsts. Feng Jun and Zhou Qing have cleared the heavens-defying difficulty of the blood-stained tower. 3,000 prestige and 3,000 gold to each, and statues of both of them erected at the entrance for the admiration of all players. Statues. 240,000 experience. Level 17, 18, 19. Thorns Divine Body. 380%, 185,600 health, and the first clear chest was God tier. Blood Dragon Armor. Increases health by 10%. Blood Dragon Protection restores 10% of maximum health over 10 seconds, 1 minute cooldown. Dragon's Protection automatically breaks any control effect, 1 minute cooldown, 204,160 health, and functionally immune to being stopped. Zhou Qing got a mythical priest robe, second place on the level rankings, and permanent free advertising for the Moon Shadow Gang, carved in stone at the entrance of the most famous dungeon in the world. Luo Feng's own stream turned on him inside 90 seconds. His theory, delivered fast and loud, was that I was a paid actor, and the heavens-defying option had not existed when he entered. So he left the dungeon on camera and reopened the entrance on camera, and the heavens-defying option was sitting right there in front of 80,000 viewers under a small gray line, reading that the player had already challenged the instance once today. He logged off. I am told he did not come back for a week. Tang Yue nearly died to trash mobs twice that afternoon. He contacted me first, she told her attendant at some point, without being asked. He contacted me first and I said no, because of my ridiculous pride. Min came to find me 2 days later and introduced herself very sweetly. A once-in-a-million assassin genius, I said, shaking her hand warmly. Truly, I have never seen anything like it. You're very kind. To make up for the trouble in the dungeon, I said, how about you compensate me with some money? She laughed. She actually laughed, which almost nobody does. I offered her the bloodthirsty dagger. Legendary grade, 1% lifesteal, a genuinely excellent weapon, and I named 2,000 gold. She refused to buy it from me directly. Absolutely refused. Hao's face was still fresh in everybody's mind, and she insisted on going through the auction house, where delivery is guaranteed, and the seller cannot follow you home. She paid 2,000 gold through the house. The instant the transaction closed, the poison dragon dagger went up on the front page of the same auction house. Mythical grade. Better in every statistic. Had both weapons been listed at the same time, the bloodthirsty would not have cleared 600. No matter how much I planned, Min said out loud to nobody. I couldn't escape it in the end. I did not know then that she was the girl at the well. I found that out later, and it made a great deal of things make sense. The Dragon King and the Sovereign bought my dungeon clear video from Zhou Qing for 3,000 gold. The plan, which they discussed in a guild channel that leaks like a sieve, was to cut the important sections out and resell the rest at 1,000 a copy. Their advertisement went out at 4 in the afternoon. At 2 minutes past 4, I posted the complete, uncut video on the World Channel for free. Brothers and sisters, I wrote, sharing is better than keeping it to yourself. The World Channel turned on the Sovereign for the 3rd time in a month, and this time it was personal because people had been about to spend money. Bai Shui, who is the only person in this story who consistently understands what I am doing while I am doing it, worked out both real reasons inside a minute. The first is that nobody can copy the method, so the video is worthless as a secret and priceless as advertising. The second is that every single person who now attempts the Bloodstained Tower and fails will come out of it needing better equipment, and I had 400 pieces of equipment sitting in Shu Ruyan's auction house. She wrote both of those things down in a private note. I have seen it since. It is a very unsettling document. At level 20, this world asks you to pick a side. Great Qin, Great Han, Great Zhou. You get quest access, faction protection, faction events, and a place to stand. Or you take the 4th option, which almost nobody takes because it reads like a punishment. Freedom, quest anywhere. No faction is hostile to you, but no faction events, no faction quests, no faction backup, and if you get into trouble, nobody is coming. I was standing inside a sea of fire being bitten by several hundred fire poison serpents when the prompt came up, so I picked freedom, the way you swat a fly. Then the sky spoke again. The player is the first to join the Freedom faction. The player is awarded the title King of Freedom. His status is equivalent to the emperors of the 3 great dynasties, and he may take control of cities on his own. I read that last clause 4 times, because here is the rule that everybody in this world learns eventually and nobody thinks about early. When a guild conquers a city, the guild does not get the city. The faction gets the city. The land, the taxes, the shops, the garrison, all of it belongs to Great Qin or Great Han or Great Zhou, and the guild that bled for it is appointed as the manager and gets a salary. A king of freedom keeps the city. I was not this excited when I found out I had a god-tier talent. I want that understood. The first thing I did with freedom was walk beside a road. The three dynasties move supplies by military transport horse. Perfect grade, level 20, 150,000 health, carrying between 3 and 8 packs each, escorted and completely and permanently incapable of fighting back. They are pack animals. They have no attack value at all. A Great Han player cannot touch a Great Han supply train. A Great Qin player cannot touch a Great Han supply train without starting a war. A King of Freedom can walk alongside one at a comfortable pace for 6 kilometers, dropping a 200-meter killing field every time the cooldown comes up, and arrive at the camp gate with no horses behind him at all. 200 horses, 1,000 gold, 200 prestige, 2,000 merit. I did the Great Han train, then went round and did the Great Qin train. Great Joe's arrived early and I missed it, which annoyed me more than it should have. There are still too few proactive attack methods, I said, walking home in a cloud of gold coins. Shi City has a bronze bell in the middle of it that everybody in the world knows about and nobody in the world will touch. You pay 1 gold coin and the bell re-rolls the cooldown of one of your skills. It has never, in the entire recorded history of this world, given anyone anything except plus 1% cooldown, not minus, plus. It makes your skill worse by 1%, every time, for 1 gold coin. And there is a very famous assassin who re-rolled his stealth 50 times in a row, and came out the other side with a 90-second cooldown and no guild. People bring their friends to Shu City to look at the bell the way you would show someone a car crash. I clicked it 101 times. The reason is a man called Li Guang, which means depression, and I need to explain him because he comes back in about 4 minutes. In my last life, he was a priest who lost everything in 1 week. The bell took his savings. His wife left with his sworn brother and the guild's treasury. And then a paternity result arrived that I am not going to describe. And at the end of all of it, he had 101 gold coins left, and he walked to Shar City and spent every single one of them on the bell out of pure spite, 1 coin at a time, watching his own skill get worse. On click 101, the bell gave him an instant cast, healing spell. It is a one-time counter. It resets for every player. Nobody found out because nobody has ever been unhappy enough to click it 101 times. Click 99, plus 1%. Click 100, plus 1%. Click 101. Cooldown reduced to 1/10 of its base value. Blood kill, thousands of miles. 5 minutes down to 1 minute. 200 meters across, 4 times as often. For a man who heals faster than most guilds do damage. The bell cracked down the middle and stopped being a bell. And that was when a man with a face like a pointed rat and a voice like a duck being stepped on came out of the crowd to sell me something. Wang Shun had a feng shui strategy guide for the bell. Very rare, passed down. 50 gold, and he would only sell it to me because he could see I was a man of discernment. "You're 4 minutes late," I said, then his face changed completely. "Thief!" Wang Shun screamed, turning to the square. "He stole Shu City's opportunity. That bell belonged to all of us. 500 gold in compensation right now, or nobody in this city lets him leave." He had about 100 players behind him, and they were all extremely willing. "Wang Shun," I said, loudly and reasonably. 500 gold in compensation for Shar City's players. That's fair. Should I hand it to you, or should I divide it equally among all of them? The 100 players behind him wobbled like a wave. Wang Shun ordered the attack anyway, which tells you exactly how the split was going to go, and 2/3 of them died on the first exchange. Then, Li Guang arrived with his wife on his arm. He was not depressed in this life. Not yet. He had a guild position, a wife called Liu Yan, a son, and the specific glow of a man whose life is going fine. Wang Shun had recruited him. Wang Shun had taken him in when he was nobody, made him vice leader, given him a title. "I saw the two of them on a date in the woods outside the city yesterday," I said conversationally to no one in particular, nodding at Wang Shun and Liu Yan. "We did not go to the grove yesterday at all," Liu Yan snapped. "Sorry, my mistake. The day before yesterday." "Impossible. Wang Shun and I haven't been out there in a week." There was a pause of about 1 second while she heard herself. Li Guang's face did not change immediately. "That is the thing I remember." It took about 3 seconds to arrive, and it came up through his jaw first. "I forgive you," he said to his wife, with enormous dignity, "for our son." So I added one more. "That's good of you. They were saying the other day that they'll raise the boy in your house. Is that arrangement settled?" Li Guang turned around. Wang Shun ran. He got roughly 9 meters. I would like to say I felt bad about it. What I actually felt was that a man who had just tried to have 100 people kill me for a fictional feng shui pamphlet was, on balance, going to be fine. Li Guang chased him back to Novice Village and camped him there for 11 days. I killed Wang Shun once on the way out myself, with havoc to the world, while he was running because he was carrying my 50 gold. Then the wilderness bandit turned up in Dragon King Palace's territory. The Wilderness Bandit is a random event that spawns inside a guild's territory. If you do not kill it within 30 minutes, it loots the territory, levels it, and leaves. It is legendary grade, level 25, 20 million health, and 1500 physical and magical defense. 1500 defense. The Sovereign's best fireball. At that moment, the strongest single spell in the world did 500. Every guild in the world had watched one of these things flatten somebody by then. And the reason people put up with it is that the Wilderness Bandit can drop a Blood Spirit Pearl, which permanently increases maximum health by 5,000, with no cap and no limit on how many you can eat. The Dragon King came out to meet me magnanimously, with his arms wide. Feng Jun, I'll be generous. The boss is yours. I looked at him. Dragon King, I said, have I been too kind to you? Are you trying to teach me how to do things? I only meant, I will kill the Wilderness Bandit, I said, after it has completely destroyed your guild territory. His face came apart in stages, which was pleasant. However, I said, I am a kind person after all. 3,000 gold coins, and I'll do it now. Don't believe him, Bai Shui said instantly from behind him. Don't. I have a feeling there's a conspiracy here. She was right. There was. I summoned the 9-dragon jade carriage and mentioned that I had an errand for about an hour, and got in. And the Dragon King folded before the dragons had finished turning around. He did not have 3,000 gold. He borrowed 2,700 of it from the Sovereign. Then I came back and did exactly what I said I would do. That part matters, because everything that followed was technically honest. I aggroed the Wilderness Bandit off a cluster of low-health players, who were grateful for approximately 1 second. Then I put down a 200-meter killing field. The bandit was inside it. So was everything else within 200 meters, which at that moment included over 1,000 Imperial Dynasty and Dragon King Palace players who had come to watch, including Redclad. Feng Jun, the Sovereign said, with real violence. What do you mean by this? Would you believe me, I said, if I said it was an accidental injury? She retreated to 50 meters and stopped, because 50 meters is outside a 100-meter radius by her arithmetic, and because she believed the cooldown was 5 minutes. It was 1 minute. I walked toward her, tanking a legendary boss the entire way, at 10 meters per second, in a 200-meter circle that moved when I moved, and she got to watch the edge of it come toward her across open ground for 11 seconds. She turned around and asked the Dragon King for help. The Dragon King, whose rescue she had personally financed 1 hour earlier, examined the ground between his boots. I'm not afraid of godlike opponents, the Sovereign said, to nobody. I'm afraid of pig teammates. Then she died. I already said it was an accident, I told the field. Nobody knows whether tomorrow or an accident comes first. At 10% health, the Wilderness Bandit's armor melted off it and turned to gold, and it began to throw money. Actual coins, in handfuls. Doing 10,000 damage each, ignoring defense entirely. It's the money-giving boy! Somebody screamed with genuine joy, and several thousand people ran at it with their hands out. The first man to reach it held both palms up like a child at a fountain, and was deleted instantly. 3,000 more went in behind him anyway. I want you to understand that they saw him die. They watched it happen, and they went in anyway because it was raining money, and about 11 of them had enough health to survive 1 coin, and those 11 ran for the tree line, and I killed all of them with the field because they were carrying my gold. I stood in the middle of the money storm, taking 10,000 a tick. Spring return critically healed for 43,392. 40,000 went back out per coin. I killed it as fast as I possibly could, and not for safety. Every second that thing spent throwing money was money it was throwing at the ground instead of into my pocket. 3,000 gold and 2 blood spirit pearls. 226,960 health. Dragon King Palace's territory was 5/6 destroyed by then anyway. He had paid 3,000 gold, borrowed from a woman I then killed, to shorten the destruction of his own base by about 5 minutes. He worked that out slowly in public over the course of the following afternoon. Because the following afternoon, a second Wilderness Bandit spawned in Imperial Dynasty's territory, and this one was mythical grade with 200 million health. At Feng Jun, the Sovereign wrote, on a world megaphone, in front of everybody, because she had no other options left. Help me kill it. I'll pay 3,000 gold. I replied worldwide, Sovereign, who do you think you are? The mythical grade 1 is 10 times harder than the legendary. Besides, even if I were making money, I would not take it from you. And then, because there is no point doing something like this by halves. Minghua loves money, but he earns it honestly. I only helped last time because I have such a good relationship with the Dragon King. The Sovereign read that. The Dragon King read that. Half an hour later, the mythical Wilderness Bandit finished its 30-minute timer and left on its own, having leveled her territory exactly as it would have done regardless, which is the moment the Dragon King finally understood that he had paid 3,000 gold for 5 minutes. He fainted. I have this on video from 4 angles. There is one more thing a King of Freedom can do that nobody else can, and I found it in the faction menu under a heading so boring that I nearly closed it. A Freedom player may set fire to any dynasty's granary at any time, for any reason. It is not a quest, it is a permission. Torches cost 1 silver. I bought 100. The Great Han Forward Camp is a fortified military position containing level 50 rank and file soldiers, level 70 centurions, level 100 chiliarchs, and a general somewhere north of level 150. It is not a place a level 20 player goes. There is a gap in the eastern fence where the ground dips, and the patrol that covers it passes every 90 seconds, and I watched it for an hour before I moved. 3 silos, 10,000 experience, 10 prestige, and 50 merit each. I left by carriage at 100 meters a second with the entire camp on fire behind me, and a general standing on a watchtower looking up. I did it for the merit points. I had no idea what it would set off. It set off the deer hunt. The 3 dynasties had been circling Tianfeng City for a month. The granary fire moved somebody's timetable, and within 6 hours all 3 armies were assaulting the same city at once, and every player above level 10 in the world got a notification inviting them to pick a side or defend the walls. I bought 99 location tokens at 1 gold each, the maximum any player may hold, and I sat down with a map and marked the City Lord's mansion and the exact ground the 3 dynasties' teleport arrays would land on, from memory, 5 years early. Zhou Qing invited me to join her. Tang Yue invited me to join her, which cost her more than the invitation was worth. I declined both. The deer hunt began, and for the first 4 hours it was the most humiliating event in the history of players. A great chin rank and file soldier is level 50 and has 2,250 defense. Not a captain, not an elite, a regular soldier standing in a line. No player in the world could break 2,250 defense, not one. Tens of thousands of the strongest human beings alive threw everything they had at an infantry formation and produced a continuous field of zeros, and then the formation walked through them. The only way for a player to earn a single contribution point in that entire war was to carry sacks of grain from the rear to the front, or to build siege ladders. The Dragon King, who had come out to be seen, positioned himself at the very front of the chin lines for a screenshot, with his cloak arranged. His own side's general executed him from behind for standing in the way. Disrupting the formation deserves death, the general said, and did not break stride. Minus 27,200 critical. Bai Shui found the grain hauling trick within 20 minutes. So did Min, independently, about a minute later. Both of them immediately decided to tell nobody. Then Min walked up to Bai Shui in front of the sovereign and red-clad and thanked her, loudly and warmly, for the tip she had generously shared, which had been worth every one of the 100 gold coins Min had paid for it. Bai Shui had not shared anything, and had not been paid anything, and now had to explain both of those things to a woman who had just watched her vice leader sell a guild secret. It came so fast, she did not have time to arrange her face. I went to see the Lord of Tianfeng City. Chen Han is over level 100, and he is a priest, and he was standing in front of the City Lord's statue. Special grade, level 100, 1 million health, 5,000 physical and magical defense. It regenerates 10,000 health per second, 10,000 a second. Blood kill does not scale off my health for statues. Nothing I own could have outpaced that regeneration in a week. He looked at me the way a man looks at weather. Then his rank recognized my rank, and the lord of a city had to bow to a level 20 player, and neither of us enjoyed it. I'll break the 3 dynasties, I said. All 3. And when they are gone, Tianfeng City joins the Freedom faction, and you go on running it exactly as you do now. And what do you want? An oath, sworn on the heavenly Tao, that nobody in Tianfeng City lays a hand on me before this siege ends. He swore it. While he swore it, he was looking at his own staff, and I knew exactly what he was thinking, because it was the obvious thought. He did not have to attack me. He only had to keep healing the statue, let the boy exhaust himself, let the dynasties bleed on the walls, and then simply not honor a deal made with an outsider. In this world, the laws of nature are extremely interested in efficiency. If you break an oath sworn on the heavenly Dao, you do not get a court date. We both turned away smiling. Now, the armies. 3 dynasties, hundreds of thousands of soldiers each, teleported in across an enormous distance and standing on ground that does not want them. The spatial pressure of a long-range mass teleport does not stop when you arrive. It keeps pressing. Left alone, it would grind an army into the dirt in about a day. What holds it off is a pillar. 1 per camp, 10 meters of black stone with a coiled dragon carved around it, standing in the middle of the tents. No defense value, no special properties, no shield. Just an obscene quantity of health. 3,100 level 100 players once got hold of one during a war and hit it continuously for 5 hours and moved the bar a distance you could cover with a thumbnail. I walked around it once, looking up. This coiled dragon pillar, I said, is quite similar to the route I've taken. Then I took out an axe with no attack power and a 5% chance to destroy anything it touches. The first attempt was at the Great Qin camp, and it went badly. I got about 40 swings in before General Wu Li came around the tent line, and I burned a location token and left, and he stood there staring at 40 axe marks on the sacred pillar of the Great Qin Expeditionary Force. He drew exactly the conclusion any sensible commander would draw. Somebody had infiltrated his camp to sabotage the pillar, and there are only 2 other armies in the field. Within an hour, the generals of Great Qin, Great Han, and Great Zhou were fighting each other in the sky above Tianfeng City, which I had not planned and would not have dared to plan, and which bought me the entire afternoon. I went to the Great Han camp instead. 206 swings. I counted because there was nothing else to do, and because if I stopped counting, I was going to think about how many soldiers were within screaming distance. Click. The coiled dragon pillar of the Great Han army came apart, and the carved dragon came off it and went up into the sky as a real one, gold and enormous, and roared once. All Great Han soldiers will be teleported back to the Great Han Emperor City. The player has gained 500,000 contribution points. An entire army went away in the middle of a battle, not defeated. Deleted from the field, mid-swing, mid-step, including General Liu Xuan, who was at that moment 300 meters up with his sword through another general's shoulder. Wu Li and Zhang Bo hung there in the empty air where their enemy had been. His Majesty told me, Zhang Bo said eventually, that even he has no method for the coiled dragon pillar. Every Great Han player in the world failed their siege quest simultaneously. That included the entire Hong sect, who had backed Great Han because Tong Fei plays it safe. Tong Yue's father made her message me for advice. I did not reply. There was nothing to say that would have helped, and I was busy. The contribution board went up. First place, Feng Jun, 500,000. Second place, Min, 812. Third, Bai Shui, 299. The Sovereign, 99. Zhou Qing, 88. Is this Feng Jun a paid actor? Somebody wrote. I'm reporting him. Then I needed 15 minutes, and I did not have them, so I bought them. Chen Han, I said, go up there and keep 2 generals busy. He looked at me for a moment, and then he flew up alone against Wu Li and Zhang Bo. I learned something watching that, and it changed how I think about priests. A level 100 healer can restore a fifth of a mythical health bar in one cast. And the correct way to fight 2 generals is to simply refuse to become shorter. I burned a token and landed in the Great Zhou camp. Min was already there. She had come in from the flank in stealth, moving carefully, and she had stopped at 90 meters because 90 meters is a distance at which nothing in this world can reach you. I had spent an hour before the war laying tripwires around that pillar, not weapons, string. The string moved, she was inside 100 meters. She heard the field come up, and she turned and ran for the edge of it, and she was fast, genuinely fast, the fastest player I have ever chased. And the field walks with me. She got to 99 meters, I took 1 step, she died about 2 meters short of ground she had correctly calculated as safe, and I want to be fair to her, because her math was perfect. She had accounted for the radius, she had accounted for her own speed, she had not accounted for a man taking a single casual step in her direction at the last second. She respawned and did the only smart thing available, which was to run to the nearest Great Qin Centurion and try to warn him about the pillars. He tried to kill her for wasting his time. General Wu Li came down and stopped him and heard her out, and the words Black Pillar and Golden Dragon did something to his face, and he picked her up bodily and flew her back to the Great Qin camp at a speed that made her sick. The pillar was gone. I had done it 20 minutes earlier. Wu Li looked at the empty ground for 3 full seconds. Then he critically struck her for 100,000 out of what I can only describe as disappointment. And Great Qin went home. That left Great Zhou and Zhang Bo. Zhang Bo did not leave his pillar. He stood next to it with his arms folded, and he did not move for the rest of the war. And there was no version of this where I got 200 swings in front of a general who had personally watched 2 armies vanish. So I stopped trying to break the pillar and went and started chopping the City Lord statue instead, which is when Chen Han attacked me from behind. He had thought about it for 6 hours and reached the conclusion I expected. The city is his. The oath was made to an outsider, and there was nothing to be gained anymore. I had havoc to the world off cooldown. He was mid-cast when it landed. 3 seconds where a level 100 priest is required to attack me, which means the swing came from him, which means the hand that broke the deal was provably his. The skill even rolled a chaos effect on him, which randomizes your actions. It did nothing. I am immune to control. It was decoration. The sky went white. I have never seen anything like what happened to Chen Han, and I do not want to again. He had defensive treasures. He had a healing output that could hold off 2 generals. He put up everything he owned in about a second and a half, and none of it made the slightest difference. There was no fight. The heavenly Tao does not fight. He stopped existing. And with the lord of the city gone and the last pillar unbreakable, there was only one thing left standing between me and Tianfeng City, and it was a statue with 10,000 health per second of regeneration that no longer had anybody healing it. 81 swings. Click. Behind me, out on the plain, the great Zhou army went up into the air and away, mid-charge, as Zhang Bo came down out of the sky, too late to matter. Congratulations to the King of Freedom, Feng Jun, for smashing the Tianfeng City Lord statue and obtaining Tianfeng City. The Freedom faction has acquired a city for the first time. This will be recorded in the history of the Endless World. The World Channel took about 4 seconds to work out what that meant, and then it did the arithmetic out loud. A guild needs to reach level 6 to even attempt a siege, which means Feng Jun, doing nothing else, has already passed where most guilds will be in 6 months. You're missing the point. Sieges almost always fail. Look at what the city lord of Tianfeng was. Could any player under level 100 have taken him? I don't care about any of that. Hao was strutting around 10 minutes ago about the shop he won in Tianfeng City. And Feng Jun just became the lord of Tianfeng City. Does anybody want to guess how that goes? Hao, having already boasted in public, could not back down, so he started a live stream to prove it. I had sold 900,000 of my contribution points at 10 points to the gold coin, and kept exactly 100,000 for myself. So the war ended with 90,000 gold in my bag, and with Hao, who had bankrupted himself buying my points, in first place on the contribution board with 100,001, one more than me. He made sure of that. His prize was a shop of his choosing in Tianfeng City, the first player-owned shop in the world, worth well over 30,000 gold. He gave it to the sovereign, and by his own lights, it was magnificent. He handed a woman who had cost him everything an asset worth more than most guilds, and told her it was hers. Hao, come back, she said, on the World Channel, where everyone could see. I'll give you a chance to pursue me. Then the two of them went to the shop office to make the selection. The shop manager of Tianfeng City is a fat man, with a face full of old scars and a permanent smile. And he laid out a map of every commercial plot in the city, and invited the sovereign to take her pick. She picked the best one, center of the city, 40 meters from the respawn point. Sorry, said the shop manager, beaming. That shop is being demolished. She picked another one, next to the general store. That area is being demolished too. She pointed at 4 more in a row, faster and faster. The land is being demolished. That land is being demolished. Demolished. That whole block is scheduled for demolition. The live stream had about 200,000 viewers by then. Old man, said Hao, at exactly the wrong volume. Are you playing tricks on the sovereign? The sovereign's face changed color twice. Wow, Hao, what a teammate. The sovereign must be so happy to have such a devoted admirer. Can you all stop picking on Hao? Is it his fault that he's stupid? Is it his flaw that he's useless? Well, yes. Yes, said the shop manager pleasantly, dropping the smile like a coat. I am playing tricks on you. You offended the lord of this city, and you want a shop in it? From now on, everything you buy in Tianfeng City costs 100 times what it costs anyone else, and every quest you complete here pays you 1%. Hao shot him. The shop manager was not there anymore. That is the thing about assassins. They do not dodge. They stop being somewhere. Minus 80,000, purple, critical, and Hao's health bar was simply gone. The stream kept running from his corpse, which is how the world got to see the next part. The sovereign used flash and put a sea of fire under herself, and stood in the middle of it, turning slowly with her staff up. And for about 4 seconds, nothing happened at all, and she started to breathe again. Then a blood-red dagger came through her throat. Minus 79,800. The stream cut out. The World Channel went completely silent for close to a minute, which had not happened once since the sky opened. Hao isn't weak, somebody wrote at last. He has luck and he has nerve. It's just that he ran into Feng Jun. If it weren't for Feng Jun, Hao would have married a rich, beautiful woman and reached the peak of his life by now. I'm never going against Feng Jun again. He's the administrator of this world. I'm serious. The shop manager's name is Chen Shu, and 11 years ago he lost the fight for the city lord's seat of Tianfeng City to Chen Han, and he has been selling shop leases ever since. Hao respawned in D-City with the sovereign beside him and turned to her with his whole heart in his face. Sovereign, does this mean I can be officially recognized as yours? She walked away. Sovereign, you said you'd give me a chance to pursue you. She had to answer. Too many people were watching, and by the following morning, it would be a story about her, so she answered on the World Channel where the whole world could read it. Hao, I did say I would give you a chance to pursue me, but it wouldn't be any use giving it to you, would it? Look at everything you've done with your chances so far. I am so disappointed in you. You have almost nothing left. And then, because guild members had been leaving all afternoon over the rumor that she and Hao were involved, she posted a second message. Let me state this solemnly. I, the sovereign, have no connection with Hao. and I will never have any connection with him in the future. Anyone spreading rumors otherwise will answer to Imperial Dynasty. Her guild refilled inside 4 minutes. Every man who had left because his goddess might be taken came straight back now that she had publicly said she was not. Hao stood there and watched the numbers go up. I was not there. I want that on the record, because everything that came after this was mine and this part was not. I was 2 cities away redeeming contribution points, and the only reason I know exactly how he looked is that 200,000 people were watching. He looked at her back for about 6 seconds. Then he turned around and left without another word, and the expression on his face when he turned was one I have seen on maybe 4 people in 2 lifetimes. The sovereign felt it, actually. She looked up. Then she decided that a bankrupt man with no guild and no gear was not worth a second thought, and went back to counting her returning members. 50,000 contribution points bought me 5,000 gold. Another 50,000 bought 500,000 experience. Level 21, 22. Thorns Body, 440%. 252,560. Health. And Hao, who had bought all the rest of my points at market rate, rocketed to 3rd on the level board with them, which meant that for about 6 hours he was one of the 3 most powerful players alive, and had nothing whatsoever left to spend it on. Then the sky announced that the Nightmare Labyrinth had opened and gave absolutely no other information. No entrance, no location, no hint. Explore on your own. Explore what? Give us a clue. The world is enormous. Endless garbage. Riddles again. I'll pay for a guide. Somebody write one. Don't bother. Events like this always end with Feng taking everything. We're extras. The way in is that you say it out loud. That is the entire method. You stand anywhere at all and say, "System, I want to enter the Nightmare Labyrinth," and it opens. In my last life, this took 6 months to discover, and was found by a compulsive talker called Gia, who had nobody to talk to, and started talking to the interface out of loneliness, and who then told everybody within a day because keeping a secret physically hurt him. 1 gold per entry. The first entry put me in a black corridor. 3 seconds later, a fireball, the width of the corridor, came down it toward me, and I left immediately because in my last life, a level 100 tank in a full defense set walked into that fireball on purpose to measure it, and was deleted before he could finish saying so. Second entry, ice arrows, left. Third, the space itself coming apart in my direction, left. Fourth, a sea of fire. Fifth, poison. Sixth, something I still cannot describe. 23 entries, 100 gold. That is 1,000,000 yuan in real money, more than some people earn in a lifetime, spent in 11 minutes on a corridor that kept trying to kill me in a different way each time. One more, I said. If this one's a disaster, we're not doing this today. The corridor lit up. A helmet. Just a helmet. Epic grade. Useless to me. Sitting in a beam of light like the treasure of the ages. Second corridor, a general with a great sword. Level 15. No experience and no drops for a man of my level. Killed by reflex, purely so I could get past it. Third corridor was a golden hall with a chessboard in it. In my last life, a national team Go player entered that hall, sat down, and lost in under 10 minutes, and never touched a board again. Others brought calculation engines. Everybody lost. The way through is that you put both hands on the edge and flip it over. That was found by a lout who did not know how the pieces moved, saw a board, got angry, and turned it upside down. Level 23. Thorns, 460%. 265,360 health. The fourth room was snow. 5 elements trial. White in every direction and cold that did not behave like cold. I have stood in ice storms in this world and felt nothing at all. This went straight past the skin and into the marrow and set up house there. You cannot stop walking. 2 seconds standing still and the trial ends. And there is a thing in the snow that nobody knows about. Thin black threads of energy drifting between the drifts. And what they do is take whatever is already inside you and make it louder. Every reason to quit that you have ever had, in your own voice, at 4 times the volume. Give up. Walk out. You die. You drop a level. You are still the strongest player alive, and nobody can touch you. It sounded exactly like me. That is the part that works. What broke it was a memory I had been keeping in a locked room. 38 people who could not stand up. A wolf that opened its mouth, and how fast it was. "No," I said out loud in the snow. "I can't." And I walked faster. The reward was a scroll, permanent critical strike, passive. When attacking an enemy target, the damage is always judged as a critical hit, bind on pickup. I stood there holding the single best offensive passive in the world, in the hands of a man with 0 attack power, unsellable, untradeable, and I had to learn it to move on. The 5th room was water. I am not going to spend long on this. You do not drown once. You drown, and it does not finish. And then you drown again. And the system decides when you stop. And the system's mood is not published anywhere. Last time, a man was in there for 11 days. I lasted 5 minutes. Everything the ice built, the water took apart. And at the end of it, my face had gone into a shape I would not want anybody to see. I never imagined I'd die here first, I said, when the room changed. Then I noticed there had been no death notification. A field, empty, and a scroll lying in it. Random scroll. Use on a skill. The skill's effect changes. I had exactly one skill I did not want. Absolutely guaranteed critical hit. Passive. When attacked, a critical hit will always occur. For every player alive, that is the worst passive in existence. It is a curse. It means every monster, every assassin, every stray arrow, regardless of their critical rate, regardless of yours, always hits you for double. I had built an entire character whose only output is a percentage of the damage that lands on him. Every incoming hit doubled, which meant every reflected number doubled. Forever. On everything, from everyone. The 6th room was green fog. That is one of the disasters you do not survive. So I left. That's my luck used up for today, I told the empty air outside, standing in Tianfeng City with 100 gold gone and a passive that would have made any other player in the world quit the game. A city needs somebody to run it, and I had killed the last man who did. The butler of the city lord's mansion came out to meet me at a speed I would describe as rolling. His name is Fufu, and he is built like a bag of laundry, and he went pale when I told him to fetch the shop manager, because 11 years ago, he had backed Chen Han in the succession fight, and had backed him hard enough to be the reason Chen Han won. Chen Shu came in and bowed. Chen Shu greets the King of Freedom. He did not have to. He is a level 100 assassin, and I was level 23, and the only thing holding him in that bow was a title. How about I hand over Tianfeng City to you, I said from the chair. From today. He stopped breathing for a moment. The thing that man had wanted his entire life, that he had lost a war over, that he had spent 11 years selling shop leases within sight of, and it took me 9 words. Thank you, King of Freedom. He was on the floor. I, Chen Shu, swear by the heavens that I will do anything, even risk my life. An oath sworn on the heavenly Dao, from a man who had just watched what happens to somebody who breaks one. Excellent. Tianfeng City is yours. Spare no expense and build it as fast as you can. I took nothing out of the treasury, not one coin. Every other player in the world would have stripped that city to the studs in an afternoon, and I understand why, and they would have been wrong because Tianfeng City has to survive the next siege and the one after that, and I do not intend to be there for either of them. Then I went and found a scarecrow. The last accessory I needed does not come from a quest or a boss. It drops from a monster on a map that does not exist until somebody opens it, and the map only opens at level 23, and the door to it is a scarecrow standing in a wheat field 2 hours out of Sunset City. I cleared the wheat field with a killing field, which left one thing standing in 100 meters of bare dirt, 3 meters tall and entirely golden. Then the gold came off the scarecrow and stood up as a figure. Humans, it said, in a voice like a cathedral. Why do you disturb my peaceful meditation? The shield around it is not breakable. There is no mechanic, no puzzle, no weak point. It exists to be permanent. I took out the axe. The first swing did nothing. The figure was amused. The second swing did nothing, and it made a remark about mortals not comprehending the power of gods. Around swing 40, it stopped making remarks. Around swing 100, it started repeating itself, and it was clearly aware that it was repeating itself, and there was nothing it could do about that either, because the rule that protects it also holds it in place while it is being attacked. It could not move. It could not leave. It could not fight back. Swing 200. Human, it said, in a completely different tone. How about we simply let this go? I forgive you. That's fine, isn't it? Swing 300. My arms had stopped being arms. Big brother, said the ancient guardian of the gate. Please forgive me. I was wrong. Swing 500 and something. Half an hour. My eyes were doing something unpleasant. Click. The golden light came off it, and I saw its face, and its face was relieved. Underneath the shell, it was a paper doll. Epic grade, level 22, 17,000 health, snow white, and slightly comical. Then it drew itself up and asked the ritual question that this thing has asked everyone who has ever broken it. Respected warrior, do I look more like a man to you, or more like a god? Both answers are traps. Tell it that it looks like a man, and it grows flesh and becomes human and walks away happy, and the map behind it closes. Tell it that it looks like a god, and its power increases enormously, and it leaves in glory, and the map behind it closes. Either way, you wait a month for the next one. I pointed at the ground. I think you're not even as good as a dog, I said. I think you're a worthless piece of trash, and you'll be nothing your whole life. The paper went yellow, then brown, then it caught, because that is the third answer. And what it does is start killing it. And the only place a dying scarecrow can go is home. It spun around and dived at the air behind it. and a vortex tore open, and it went through, and I went through about a second and a half behind it with my coat on fire. Scarecrow Hall, gray sky, no horizon, and rows of yellow-brown scarecrows shambling toward me at the speed of a bad dream. Level 25, 20,000 health. Their dry branches came down on me for 4,000 a hit. Purple. Critical. Every single one of them, guaranteed, because of the worst passive skill in the world. 18,400 back. 2 seconds and there was nothing standing in 100 meters except weeds. Absolutely a critical hit, I said out loud to a field of straw. It's really useful. I farmed that hall for 3 hours for one item, and while I was doing it, 3 people met at a monster spawn point on the other side of the world. How? Join Qing Cheng Gong and we will kill the sovereign for you. His eyes went red. He got them back under control in about a second, which he could not have done a week earlier. The terms were 10% of the guild, the same as Bai Shui, who was standing right there smiling like a photograph. What Hao was not told is that the real ownership of Qing Cheng Gong is 51% Min and 49% Bai Shui, and that his 10% was 5 from each of them, and that neither of them expected him to still be holding it in a month. I agree to join, he said. Good, said Min. Our first step is to annex the Dragon King Palace's guild territory. Hao frowned. Straight to that? Won't the other big guilds start watching us? Min looked delighted, because a man who worries about the guild's exposure is a man who has already joined it in his head. Don't worry, that part is Bai Jue's. The Dragon King was drinking alone in his hall. The wine in this world is stronger than anything on Earth, because everything here is stronger than anything on Earth, and 3 cups in, he was sitting on the floor, with his back against his own throne, singing badly enough that his guards were suffering outside the door. If God gave me one chance to do it all over again, he announced to the ceiling, I would never let go of Bai Jue's hand. I want to note, without further comment, that the man was drunkenly praying for exactly the thing I had actually received. Then a woman walked into the guild territory and the guards let her through, because a new member started to challenge her, and an older one grabbed his arm. That's Bai Jue. That is the leader's favorite woman. She is the entire reason he's drinking. If you interrupt this, you will be the one who gets blamed. The new member bought Brother Wong dinner for that, which Brother Wong negotiated up to dumplings at his house cooked by the new member's wife, on the grounds that she is older than him, and he can therefore respectably call her sister-in-law. Then Bai Jue walked into the hall. Brother Dragon King, I'm back, he cried. He got up off the floor and held onto her and cried and said, It's good that you're back, it's good, several times, and made her vice leader of Dragon King Palace on the spot, before he sat back down and passed out. Qing Cheng Gong declared a territory war on Dragon King Palace 40 minutes later for a 5,000 gold stake. The world laughed. Who founded Qing Cheng Gang? Never heard of them. Unless Feng Jun is involved, attacking Dragon King Palace is suicide. Did they watch Feng Jun take on the whole world and think they could do it too? I'm just here to watch a small guild throw away 5,000 gold. Then every Dragon King Palace member got a notification. Bai Shui has initiated a surrender vote for the guild territory battle. The guild leader and the deputy guild leader may participate. Neither of the 2 people entitled to vote was awake except one. 1 agreed to surrender. 0 opposed. A level 5 guild territory, the thing the Dragon King had spent 2 months and every relationship he had building, changed hands without a single blow being struck, and the world announcement went out to everybody. Players started leaving Dragon King Palace for Qing Cheng Gong immediately, using the word scouting, which fooled nobody, and did not need to. The Dragon King woke up at dawn, reached across the floor beside him, found nothing, and then the notifications arrived in a stack. Judgment successful. Dragon King Palace has chosen to surrender. Bai Shui has resigned as deputy guild leader. Bai Shui has left the guild. The guild territory battle has been lost. Please vacate within 24 hours. My Dragon King Palace, he said. My guild territory. Hundreds of thousands of members down to under 10,000 in 6 hours. He fainted. In Scarecrow Hall, at about the same moment, a package finally dropped. Blood-sucking amulet, mythical. Each attack deals damage equal to 5% of your own maximum health to the enemy, and restores 1% of your own, once every 10 seconds. 5% of my health at that moment was 13,908 damage from an item on a man with an attack power of 0. I put it on and went to see how the Dragon King was doing. He was doing something I did not expect at all. He was standing outside the gates of what used to be his own territory, in front of Min and Ho and Bai Shui and about 200,000 new Qing Cheng Gang members, and he had done something no version of that man had ever done before, which is homework. Bai Shui, he said, you really do have nerve standing there. I don't know what you mean. He played the first recording. It was Bai Shui, 5 years younger, in a city on the other side of the country, with a life she had never once mentioned to him. A whole life, with a name in it that was not his. How? who had developed something complicated about her over the last 24 hours, stepped forward. So what? Everyone has a past. I had an ex-girlfriend too. Young and naive, so what? The Dragon King ignored him and played the second recording. It was 2 years later, and the story was the same, and the name was different. Hao's mouth stayed open, but nothing came out of it. And then the third one, which was a television program. I was in the sky by that point, in the carriage, eating melon, and I already knew what was on it, and I was still not ready. She had gone on national television, under her own face, at about 20, on a show whose entire format is finding out who a child's father is. She came on stage looking exactly the way she looks, which is to say like the last good person in the world, and men in the studio audience stood up to volunteer. Then the show did what the show does, and produced everybody who might be the answer, one after another, for rather a long time. Min did the arithmetic in silence. Bai Zhui held 49% of the guild. Dumping her would gut it. Keeping her would mean every member of Qing Chenggang wearing this in public forever. So, Min said nothing at all. So did Hao. So did 200,000 people. Bai Shu looked around at all of them, one at a time, and every single one of them found somewhere else to look. Then she turned and walked out of the territory she had personally won for them 9 hours earlier, without one word, and after that day she did not appear in public again. The Dragon King watched her go, and then he turned and left too, and he did not gloat, and I have thought about that a lot since. He lost the territory and he won the war, and he is the only person in this entire story who has ever gotten a clean win out of losing. Min let out a long breath. Well, she said, at least we still have the guild territory. And something hit her in the head. She had the poison dragon dagger out and up before I could blink, which is genuinely impressive reflexes, and she stabbed straight overhead and connected with something and felt cold liquid run down into her hair. Half a watermelon, she looked up. 9 golden dragons. Me, leaning over the rail with the other half. Min, I said, what are you looking at? I watched her run through about 4 responses and discard all of them on grounds of survivability. And what she landed on, in front of her entire new guild, was this. Feng Jun, how could you throw things from a high building? So I threw the other half. Feng Jun, aren't you going a bit far? She said it with her fists clenched and her chin up, and her voice shaking, and she said it because 200,000 people were watching their leader get fruit thrown at her, and if she had been alone, she would not have said anything at all. I knew that. She knew I knew. Min, are you provoking me? She did not answer. Her guild answered for her. Who do you think you are, bullying a little girl? Nice mount. Think that makes you somebody? Brothers, charge. Most of them had joined 9 hours earlier and had never seen me and could not read my level. Blood kill, thousands of miles. Min went for the edge of the field at a dead run with a high-grade potion already in her mouth, and she was fast. And she died 2 meters short, exactly the way she had at the Great Zhou camp, for exactly the same reason. They shut the territory gates. Feng Jun has no guild, Min told her people, and she was right, and she had thought it through properly. He cannot declare a territory war. We wait him out, then scatter through the teleporters. Then everybody's notification went off at once. Player Feng Jun has launched a territory destruction war against the Qing Chenggang Guild territory. If Qing Chenggang wins, they receive the 10,000 gold coins Feng Jun has staked. If Feng Jun wins, the Qing Chenggang's territory will disappear. 1 hour on the clock. Her plan was sound. 30,000 priests healing the guild leader's statue, and the statue only has to survive 60 minutes. And no player on Earth can outpace 30,000 healers. She sent a stealthed assassin called Shadow Fang out to spot for her, for 1 gold coin and an elite position, which is a rate I would call generous. He came at me from the side while I was working on the gate, and I hit him with havoc to the world without turning around. He got out 3 swings before the reflect took him. Then he chose not to respawn, so he could keep providing vision, which was loyal, and which was also how the entire guild got to watch what I did next, which was to stop chopping, turn toward the camera he was providing, and raise 1 finger. 93 swings. The gate came apart with no damage number at all, because you cannot damage a guild territory gate, you can only break it. Everyone, defend the leader's statue. Not 1 person moved. They had joined 9 hours earlier. They had not received a single benefit, not 1 distribution, not 1 raid. They had been in that guild for less time than it takes to eat lunch, and the cost of defending it was a level, and a level is 3 weeks. A bunch of useless trash, Min said, and ran for the statue herself, with Hao behind her. Hao had his bow out, and, at about the halfway point, quietly lowered it. Click. The statue of the gang leader has been shattered. The territory of Qing Chenggang has been destroyed. She stood in the middle of a vanishing guild hall, while the buildings went out around her one by one, and there was nothing left but grass. And then she turned around and asked me the only real question anybody asked me in that entire month. Feng Jun, why? Why are you targeting me like this? I have never offended you. And she had not. Even when you sold me 2 daggers, I paid without complaining. When we took Dragon King Palace, I went out of my way to avoid you. I have done everything I can not to be your enemy." Her voice cracked. "Why are you doing this to me?" Here is the answer, and I did not give it to her. Because she was not in my memory, not once. Not a mention, not a forum post, not a footnote in 5 years of a world I had already lived through from beginning to end. There is no Min, and there is no Ching Cheng Gang, and there is no girl who took a legendary shard out of a botanical garden while everybody was looking down a well. She exists because I jumped into that well instead of walking to the gold light like a normal person. I made her, and every day she is alive, the map inside my head gets less accurate, and the map inside my head is the only weapon I actually have. "I'm sorry," I said, "but you have to die. Hello to the world." She was forced to attack me, and she did not fight it. She came in with the poison dragon dagger and landed 3 clean hits for 2,000 each, and she was smiling the whole way. That is what I remember, not the numbers. It was not a brave smile, it was not defiance. It was the expression of a person putting something down that they intend to pick up again, and she held it right up until the reflect finished, and I stood there afterward with a cold spot between my shoulder blades. Then 200,000 people shoved Hao forward because he was the last officer standing. "Vice Leader, you have to take charge, only you can decide." "Vice Leader Hao, say something, he's getting closer." Hao, who wanted very much to be somewhere else, came out with his legs going. "Feng Jun, what do you want?" I looked at the #1 archer in the world, who had been a solo player, then Imperial Dynasty, then Ching Cheng Gang, in 6 weeks. "Hao, I'll give you a chance. Leave Ching Cheng Gang and we're finished, you and I. Otherwise, I kill you every time I see you." He was calculating. I could see him doing it. 10% of a guild that had existed for 9 hours against dying once a day forever. Then a player the height of my belt buckle stepped out beside him, absolutely vibrating with righteousness. "Impossible, absolutely impossible," said Sunjai. "Our leader Hao is loyal and kind-hearted. Do you think you can threaten him with a few words? Do you not consider leader Hao a human being?" I have rarely seen a man want to be considered less of a human being than Hao did at that moment. But it had been said, in front of 200,000 people, and there is no walking that back. "Well said," said Hao, and clapped Sunji on the shoulder hard enough to make him yelp. Then he squared up. "Feng Jun, don't be so smug. 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of it. Never underestimate a young man. As long as the brothers of Ching Cheng Gang stand together, one day we will." I pointed behind him. He checked me first, because he has real combat instincts, and you do not turn your back on an enemy. Then he worked out that I did not need a sneak attack, and turned around properly. There was nobody there. 200,000 people had left while he was talking, not walked away. Left the guild. The notifications came in a wall. Player Ma Xuan has left Ching Cheng Gang. Player Wu Chang has left Ching Cheng Gang. Player Sun Jai has left Ching Cheng Gang. Hao turned back around very slowly and produced a smile that was worse than crying. "Do you think I still have a chance?" Blood kill. Thousands of miles, 3 seconds, and screaming from every direction at once, because the field is 200 meters across and about 40 invisible assassins had been circling in it, waiting to see how it turned out. The sky spoke again while I was picking up the drops. The number of level 20 players has reached the standard. The border war begins. I knew this one. Everybody who ever played this world knows this one, because the border war is the only place an ordinary player will ever get high-grade equipment without money. 3 factions on the map, matching the 3 dynasties. You earn points. Points buy things afterward, and the shop you get access to depends on your score in 5 tiers at 100, 500, 1,000, 5,000, and 10,000. I never once cleared the bottom tier. There are a lot of ways to score. Killing enemy players or NPCs is half a point. Destroying enemy buildings scores, building your own scores. And in the strangest rule in this entire world, weeding your own camp scores, at 1 point per 100 weeds, on the systemic logic that a tidy faction attracts recruits. I once worked out that, at that rate, in a 7-day war, with nobody competing for the weeds, you could afford 1 epic item in about a century. I landed in Great Han and walked away from the front line. At the back of the Great Han camp, there is an altar with a golden seal on it, and about 40 players were already hitting it, and every number coming off it was a 0. "My attack is 1,500, an archer said to nobody. 1,500, why is it not breaking?" "Because it has 5,000 physical and 5,000 magical defense, and there is not a player alive at level 20 who can put a scratch in it." I waited until they got bored and left. Then I took out an axe with no attack power. Bang, bang, bang. About 24 players watched me do it and shook their heads and went away, and one of them recognized the axe from the guild statue story, and quietly told the others not to say anything. Click. Congratulations to player Feng Jun for breaking the martial seal and becoming marshal of the Great Han faction. Nobody in that camp had the faintest idea what that meant. It means that as long as your faction has not been eliminated, you receive 500 points every 5 minutes. 500. Against a system where killing a level 20 player is worth half a point. I summoned the carriage, went up 200 meters, found a quiet corner of the sky, and went to sleep. There was exactly one risk to this plan. Great Han might win. If my own faction wiped out the other two, the war would end early and my little clock would stop. As a loyal son of Great Han, I said from the carriage with a slice of melon, I also wish to see the enemy destroyed. I'm such a good person. If the Great Han players had heard me say that, they would have killed me first on general principle, which is standard practice in a chaotic era. They did not hear me. They were busy electing a leader. They had worked out, at the cost of about a dozen lives, that fighting alone in the border war does not work. So, they gathered about 40 of them and started looking for somebody to give orders. Everybody wanted it. Nobody wanted the blame. Everyone, how about I take the lead, said a handsome scholarly man stepping out. Give me the position and I have 100 ways to lead you to victory. Wu Tian, level 20, 14,000 health, and 5th on the world health rankings, which he displayed to everyone he met, and which he was extremely proud of. He compared himself to nobody, certainly not to me. Comparing yourself to me on that particular board is a form of self-harm. I am not only 5th on the health board, he announced, but a hall master of Sleepless City. I didn't want to compete with anybody for this, but the other two factions have already chosen leaders, and if we don't, they'll take us apart one at a time. Brothers, he's telling the truth, said an honest-looking man in the crowd. My second uncle's nephew is in Sleepless City. I've verified it. Nobody noticed the two of them exchange a look. Wu Tian is a deputy hallmaster of logistics. He got the position because his brother-in-law runs the hall, and he reached level 20 by paying somebody else to play his account, and he has been mocked for both of those things every day since. People want most what they are told they do not deserve. He got his election, and he led 80-odd players out of the Great Hand Camp toward Great Chin, because a friend of his had been killed by a Great Chin player that morning. They marched with no formation of any kind. The priests were at the front. The mages were next to the priests. The assassins were walking in the open, in daylight, not stealthed, chatting. A number of players with any experience at all silently peeled off and went home. Deputy Hall Master, said a girl with a very sweet face, quietly at his elbow. I think I just saw Feng Jun. He nearly said who, and then his brain caught up. On one hand, if Feng Jun was in Great Han was going to win. On the other hand, if Feng Jun was in Great Han, nobody would ever again ask who led Great Han. Don't tell anyone, said Wu Tian. Her name is Yun, and she is a Sleepless City player, and she wanted to argue. What stopped her was that her mother is ill in a hospital in the real world, and the salary from this guild is paying for it. Years of being ground down had smoothed off exactly the edge she needed. What she did not know is that dozens of other Great Han players had also seen me, and several had heard the martial announcement, and every single one of them had independently decided to say nothing, because getting involved in anything to do with me is how the sovereign of Imperial Dynasty ended up where she is. Great Chin was being run by Tang Yue. The Han players are coming, her scout reported. More than 80. They don't look friendly. What formation? The scout scratched his head and looked at his boots. Speak quickly. Their formation is... There isn't one. There's no formation at all. The priests and the assassins are at the front. Tang Yue looked at him for a moment with the specific expression of a person hearing something that cannot be true. Then a second scout came in and said the same thing. Can people, she said, really be this stupid? Then she gave orders anyway. Assassins, hide on both sides of their approach and wait. Warriors in front, mages behind the warriors, conserve mana, target their clumps. Archers, area attacks on the flanks, protect the mages. Priests at the back, watching the warriors' health. Summoners, release everything and sweep the ground. I want any hidden assassins pulled out before contact. Nobody in that faction had met her before that morning, and every one of them did exactly as they were told, because when a person gives orders like that, you can hear that they have thought about it. The summoners swept for hidden assassins and found none, because the assassins were walking down the middle of the road. 3 minutes, half of Great Han was dead, and the rest were running in 80 different directions. Tang Yue did not press. She reformed, checked her healers, and moved on the Great Han camp. Everyone, we only need to hold a 10-meter radius around the Great Han martial seal for 10 minutes, and Great Han is eliminated. She had done her homework. That is exactly the rule. So I brought the carriage down because it seemed unkind to let her march the whole way. 9 golden dragons landing in front of a formation of Great Chin players had an effect on their morale which I would describe as total. Not one of them raised a weapon. Tang Yue glanced back at her own people with visible displeasure. Did you come here to avenge these Great Han players? She asked. Behind her, several hundred people stopped breathing. No, I said. I've already broken the Great Han martial seal. I'm the marshal. Even if you stand on that altar for a week, Great Han cannot be eliminated. I could have stopped there. But there are NPCs inside worth killing, I said, and buildings worth destroying. You can still score. Tang Yue looked up at me for a long moment. Between us, there was a fire she had nearly died in, a sword line she had held against tens of thousands of people, a message I never answered, and a dungeon invitation she had turned down out of pride. Humph, she said. It's none of your business. She walked around me and took her faction into Great Han. Her people followed her at a jog, glancing back at me nervously, because they had correctly worked out that if they lingered near me, I would score half a point each. I stood there for a second. If we didn't still need you people to keep this instance from ending early, I said to nobody in particular, I would kill every one of you. Tang Yue, walking away, was privately delighted. Feng Jun did not attack her. Even when she was that rude to him, he must still care. I did not attack her because the border war instance closes when a faction is eliminated, and I was earning 500 points every 5 minutes. Great Zhou belonged to Zhou Qing, and Great Zhou wanted her to lead them. Zhou Qing, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Got some benefit you want for yourself? We're all Great Zhou here. Leader Zhou Qing can't eat the meat and not leave the brothers any soup. I propose we elect Zhou Qing as our leader and let her lead us to greatness. Every one of those men could have led. None of them wanted the blame, and all of them were watching each other, which is why they wanted a woman to hold the bag. Zhou Qing turned around. Don't try to morally blackmail me, she said. I have no morals and I have no pride. Get out of my way. They stared. And if one of you says another word, then when we're out of this instance, the Moon Shadow Gang will fight yours until one of us wakes up in Novice Village. Then she looked up and saw the carriage, and saw me watching. Her entire body changed shape. Oh, said Zhou Qing, small and frail and about to fall over, with one hand at her collar. You're all always bullying me. The Great Zhou players stood there in complete silence. One of them pinched himself. Another one pinched his friend, who objected. This Zhou Qing leader, a middle-aged man said eventually, summarizing the feeling of everybody present, has 2 faces. He said it after she had left, obviously. She took 6 Moon Shadow Gang members and walked straight into the Great Qin camp, while Tang Yue was busy stripping Great Han to the walls. If you stand within 10 meters of an enemy marshal's seal for 10 minutes, that faction is eliminated, and the faction under attack only receives a notification if the attack happens inside its own borders. Zhou Qing had tested that rule herself that morning by sending somebody to poke at one. Nobody was home. 10 minutes later, in the middle of Great Han, every Great Qin player in the world got the same message. The Great Qin faction seal has been destroyed by players from the Great Zhou camp. Great Qin players will be teleported out of the border war in 1 second. Tang Yue slapped her own forehead. She told me later what she thought about in that second, and it was her father's voice. Liar. You look like a woman devoted to the sword and indifferent to the world, but your real weakness is that you are far too competitive. If you could learn to punch with 3/10 of your strength and keep 7 back with your talent, there would be nothing you couldn't do. She looked up through her hair at me, sitting in the sky, and she put it together in a way that was entirely wrong and completely understandable. He was up there. He could see everything. He knew where the Great Zhou players were the whole time. And he did not tell me, because I was rude to him. Blood came out between her fingers. Her own hand, her own grip, a 2-point tick, then a 3, then a 5. She did not notice. Around her, the faction that had been calling her a genius 40 minutes earlier had already begun. We trusted her. She's a grown woman. Has she never played a game before? She couldn't even defend a base. If I'd known she was in charge, I'd never have joined. Anyone would have been better. I'd have been better. She did not blame them. She had, at that moment, somebody else to blame. And she used him. Telling her was a kindness. Not telling her is a right. I had already given her the first one that day, and she told me it was none of my business. Zhou Qin's group came back through the Great Han camp on their way to somewhere better, having scored 200 points each for the kill, and I brought the carriage down in front of them. 6 Moon Shadow Gang players stopped and waited. They did not scatter, and they did not run, which is more composure than any group I had met in 3 weeks, and which told me something about her leadership I had gotten wrong. Zhou Qing looked at me and did not hear a word I said the first time. Somebody had to nudge her. I said, "Are you going to Great Han?" She nodded, looking at the ground. "Don't. I've taken the marshal's seal. I'm the marshal. And Great Qin has already stripped the camp to the dirt. There's nothing in there. Go back and rebuild Great Zhou instead, building scores points." Okay. And she turned around and left. No hesitation. No question. She did not ask why. She did not ask what was in it for her. She did not weigh 200 points of guaranteed value against the word of a man who had never explained himself to anybody. I sat in the sky, feeling something I did not have a name for. Also, I called after her, watch your own faction's NPCs. They'll rob you. That one is real, and it is the trap that ruins more players than any monster in the border war. You spend 4 hours gathering materials to build your own faction's fortifications, and an NPC of your own faction walks up, takes the materials, and kills you for objecting. Okay, one of her people started arguing before they were out of earshot. Boss, are we really just leaving? There are still NPCs in Great Han, even if the buildings are gone. Yeah, why are we listening to a Great Han player? You're being stupid, boss. We can still turn around. Feng Jun isn't a good person. He's probably lying to keep it for himself. Zhou Qing stopped. If you don't want to stay in the Moon Shadow Gang, she said, and there was nothing frail about her at all. Leave. Silence. I would give up the Moon Shadow Gang before I would give up Feng Jun. Understand that. Longer silence. And from now on, anybody who speaks about him like that gets fought to the death by my guild. 3 of them lowered their heads. 1 did not. Wei Tao is a summoner, perfect grade hidden class, monster summoner, top 100 in the world, and he had turned down better offers and higher positions from 3 larger guilds to join the Moon Shadow Gang. The reason is that during the monster siege of Sunset City, he was at 8% health with a fire cloud python over him, and a woman he had never met put a heal on him. And after that, he had a project. He had made Hallmaster in 11 days. When the border war opened, Zhou Qing put him in her own squad, which he understood as a signal. Zhou Qing, he said, we're all top experts. We can go anywhere. We don't have to put up with this. She let him leave the guild and then said one thing to his back. The Moon Shadow Gang has nothing to do with you now, but if I hear you talking about Feng Jun like that again, you're dead. He had been waiting for her to ask him to stay. He went to Great Han on his own to prove something and found a camp that had already been picked clean by an entire faction, standing in a landscape of holes and rubble. The Great Zhou players who arrived 4 minutes later did not believe that for 1 second. Wei Tao, you've gone too far. You ate the meat and didn't leave us any soup at all. Can't you be a human being? How selfish can one man be? 10 points each is all we're asking. You can't make us come all this way for nothing. Give it or don't. If you don't, you die. Your choice. There were 30 of them. He had a level to lose, and losing it would drop him out of the top 1,000, and getting back into the top 1,000 takes a month. Brothers, I really didn't earn any points. I just got here. Look, 20 gold as a token of friendship. 20 gold was 2/3 of everything he had. 20 gold? There are 30 of us. No sincerity at all, and he calls himself an expert. 30 gold, and we leave right now, and we're your friends after this, and if anything happens to you, we won't stand by. He had exactly 30 gold. He gave each of them 1 coin. They left in an excellent mood. He turned a log out of the instance while he still had a level. An arrow hit him in the back for 1100, which is not enough damage to matter, and is exactly enough to interrupt a log out. He summoned 2 forest wolves and got behind them, and looked up. It was one of the 30, the archer, smiling. What is this? I paid you. You did, the archer agreed, and pointed at a middle-aged couple standing in a crowd behind him. That's my second uncle. That's my second aunt. They also came all the way from Great Zhou for points. Behind the 30 were another 160 players who had heard about the gold. Shouldn't you compensate them the same amount? I didn't do anything, Wei Tao shouted at 190 people. I only just got here. You've all got it wrong. If you didn't take any points, said the second uncle reasonably, why did you pay these 30 men gold coins? Wei Tao opened his mouth and found nothing in it. Put yourself in their position. He would have thought the same thing. He knew he would have thought the same thing. I'm out of money, he said. Do whatever you want. They killed him in 5 seconds, and he dropped an epic staff, and the 190 of them turned on each other over it inside the following 3, including the archer, who ended up fighting his own second uncle in the dirt. In the sky, I finished my melon seeds and decided the trip had not been wasted. And then I noticed the thing that had been wrong for the last 40 minutes. There were no NPCs, not one. Not a great hand soldier, not a great Qin quartermaster, not a single guard on any seal on the entire map. Nobody had fought an NPC all day. Players had been attacking martial seals unopposed, and it had not occurred to anybody, including me, to ask why nothing was defending them. Around Zhou Qing's group, the weeds started moving in a way that weeds do not move. Memory came up like a slide. Once a year maybe, the border war opens with every NPC missing. Players go in, complete everything without resistance, and think they have found a bug. And then, right at the end, about 1,000 things come up out of the ground that are 30 levels above the players and do true damage. And they do not care which faction you are. And if you die, and you are still above level 20, you simply come back and get killed again. They called it the Undead Frontier. In 5 years, I saw it happen 3 times, and I was never in it. Hi you, I shouted at the top of the carriage's height. Your surroundings! Use crowd control now! She did not look up, did not ask what, did not turn around to check. Her hands were already moving. She had no control skill, so she pulled a one-time petrification stone out of her bag. a thing she had paid 50 gold for and had been saving, and crushed it in her fist about half a second after hearing a voice from 200 meters up shout an instruction with no explanation attached. 50 gold, 500,000 yuan gone in her hand, on the word of a man who had not told her why. Gray light went out 3 meters in every direction. Her guild members made a noise of collective heartbreak. Then 300 and something transparent figures came out of the ground all around them and stopped, held, mid-lunge, in the gray. I came down out of the sky into the middle of them. Sun, moon, rebel bone. Golden light, 10 meters, and 300 undead let go of 6 priests and turned around and came for the man who had just insulted them. Minus 5,500. True damage, no defense applies, from every direction at once. Minus 26,400 back. There is not a player alive with 20,000 health. Every single hit any of those things landed removed more than a whole human being from their side of the ledger. And they had no way to know that, and no way to stop. Blood kill on top of it, 5,563 a second across 100 meters. 3 seconds, and my bar was down a third. Nothing had ever taken it that fast. Spring return technique critically healed for 55,630. 2 seconds after that, 300 undead burst like bubbles, all at once. And the point notifications came in so fast, they stopped being individual sounds. 3,000 points in about 6 seconds. Which, for reference, is more than the entire rest of that battlefield produced in the whole war, and about the same as the top of the board managed in 5 years of my last life. Stay here and don't move, I told Zhou Qing. I'll deal with the rest of them. Then I turned around and her face was wrong, not frightened, furious, and trying to hold it in, and the rest of the Moon Shadow Gang standing behind her looking at their feet. What's wrong? It's nothing. She smiled beautifully. Her voice had a crack in it. Go on, we'll wait here, we won't wander off. I turned to the assassin girl beside her, who was about 19. Tell me what happened, or I'll kill you and send you back to Novice Village. She believed me. Everyone believes me. She went white, and then her eyes went to Zhou Qing, and she shut her mouth and waited for permission that was not coming. That is what that woman does to people. A level 20 player, top 1,000 in the world, will take a trip to Novice Village rather than talk without her say-so. Why are you bullying the little one? Zhou Qing said, stepping in front of her, rolling her eyes, and unable to keep the corners of her mouth down. She knew perfectly well that I had aimed the question at her. Then she told me. The players who died out on the Great Zhou side, the ones the undead had reached before I got there, had gone straight to the World Channel. Feng Jun, you piece of trash. You watched us die and you didn't lift a finger. Are you even human? You made me drop a level. Just wait. One day you'll be in my hands. The great #1 player of the endless world. He's a selfish coward. Saving us would have cost him nothing, and he sat up there and watched. Top players run the big guilds, and when they start shouting, a lot of people join in, and inside 4 minutes, the World Channel was nothing but my name. Zhou Qing had already answered them, at her own expense with her own megaphones. Are you all sick? Not saving you is a crime now? Is Feng Jun your father? How much did you pay him to save you? Don't try moral blackmail, it doesn't work. And you, the one who's still typing. Come and save me then. You're not even level 20, you can't get into this instance. What exactly are you shouting about? The Moon Shadow Gang piled in behind her, and for about 11 minutes she was winning. Then one player wrote one sentence and turned the whole thing around. Zhou Qing, isn't the reason you're defending him that he abandoned everybody else in Great Zhou, specifically in order to save you? It's easy to be righteous when you're the one who didn't die. Her name is Lu Jie. I did not know her by sight. I knew the name the way you know the name of a disease. In my last life, Lu Jie was a tabloid reporter in the real world, which is to say a person who got nowhere, because in the real world, it matters who your parents are. In the endless world, nobody has parents, and she found out very quickly that if you attach yourself to whoever is trending, you can be famous without ever being good at anything. She would write any story. If there was no story, she would manufacture one by attacking somebody popular, because outrage is cheaper than achievement. When a guild moved against her, she would cry, escalate, threaten to hurt herself, and publish 4,000 words about it. Within a year, nobody in the world would touch her. They called her the keyboard queen, and her sayings got quoted by people who were not clever enough to notice what they were quoting. Setting aside the facts, are you saying you're completely without fault? How could a fairy be wrong? The one who is wrong is the endless world. She is, if you ask me to pick one, the player I hated most in my previous life. I bought a stack of megaphones, cheap ones in bulk. Ride the bicycle to the bar, save where you can save, spend where you must. I have screenshots of everyone who just spoke. Guild leaders, come and identify your own. Anyone still in your guild 10 minutes from now, I destroy your guild territory. If you don't have territory, I will file a guild ruling and fight you to the death. Every guild leader in the world read that at the same time. They knew exactly what a guild territory costs. In gold, in time, in members, in a year of somebody's life. And they knew what happened to Dragon King Palace and Qing Cheng Gang. The expulsion started inside 40 seconds and were done in 4 minutes, publicly, by name, in the World Channel. Good, I wrote. The guild leaders made the right choice, so I won't ask for anything more. Then I let it sit for exactly long enough. Except that these people insulted me while they were wearing your names. It wouldn't be right to just let that go. Kill each of them once and we're finished. If I had asked for that at the start, they would have refused. Every one of them. A guild leader cannot be seen to execute his own people on an outsider's order, not for face and not for morale. But they had already thrown them out. They were not their people anymore. They were strangers standing in the road. Kill, said the first one. Then all of them. Zhou Qing watched the whole thing happen, with an expression I have not seen on her before or since. Then I turned to the 100, and changed from Great Zhou, who had started it, the ones who had actually died, to the undead, and I posted their names. Li Xuanming, Jian Hong, Lin Wei. They had been feeling quite safe, because they were top players, and top players do not get touched. 2 options, I wrote. Kneel and record an apology to the Moon Shadow Gang and to me, and post it publicly. Or your own guild kills you back to Novice Village. If I don't see one or the other from every name on that list, I destroy the guild that name belongs to. Even the Sovereign did not argue. Go and record the video, she told her members, and she was not worried about refusal because she knew where they lived in the real world, and so did they. Zhang Lei of Sleepless City, who was a coward all the way through, went the other way and begged. Brothers, please, I'm asking you, record the video. The guild will compensate you, I'll pay it myself. The videos went up inside the hour. Every one of them. 100 and change of the strongest players in the world, on their knees, apologizing by name. That is not making one guild bow. That is making all of them bow at once, and the world understood it that way. Thank you, said Zhou Qing. She had gone quite red. You didn't have to make an enemy of every player in the world for me. I waved it off. That was the appetizer. Lu Jie, I wrote. Come out here. She was in the Novice Village safe zone, and she was not yet the woman she would become, and I could tell from the shape of the reply that she was frightened. Great God Feng Jun, you're very strong, but I only spoke the truth. This has nothing to do with me. If speaking honestly is a crime, then I won't argue with you. Do what you want. Beautiful work, honestly. Align yourself with the general public. Then get small. Then let him hit you. Against anybody else, it works. On the 3rd of January 2040, I wrote, in H City, you pushed a woman into the ice. She died. On the 10th of January, you were wanted by the police over an attempted kidnapping of an elderly man. He died. On the 20th of January, you reached M City. A family took you in. They died. You were gone before anybody found them. The World Channel went quiet in a way that has a texture to it. They believe me instantly and completely, because at my level, nobody invents things like that about a stranger, and because it explains something they had all felt about her, and had not been able to name. You're not going to tell me that's a lie, are you, Zhao Xinling? That was her real name. That was the one that broke her. The World Channel came apart. People who had been agreeing with her 90 seconds earlier turned on her with a viciousness I found genuinely educational, because there is nothing crueler than a crowd that has just realized which side it was standing on. She tried once more. This is all just his word. Where is your evidence? Slander. Then, heaven has no eyes, Feng Jun uses his power to bully a little girl like me. Family, does anybody understand? I nearly put my melon down. That's easy, I wrote. The Bureau in the real world has your face and your prints on file. All we have to do is contact them and go and confront you. A pause. And for your own safety, I'll be streaming that live. What do you think? She stopped answering. Everybody, I added. Every general store in every city sells a tracking item called Chihiro. 1 copper coin, single use. It locates a player inside a safe zone. Nobody moved. They had been screaming for her blood for 6 minutes, and now that it required walking, there was no profit in it. By the way, I said, whoever gets there first is the man who rid the world of her. They went like a river breaking. Then I went back and killed the rest of the undead. And I would like to be honest about that part too, because it nearly did not work. There were over 700 left in the second group, more than twice the first, minus 5,500 over and over from every direction, faster than the healing could keep up with. Spring Return did not critically strike that time, plus 27,816, and it was not enough, and my bar kept going down. They are slow. That is the only mercy in the design. They do true damage and they outlevel you by 20, and they cannot be blocked, but they move like something walking through deep water, and a man at 10 meters per second can dodge about a third of it if he never stops moving and never makes a mistake. I did not stop moving for 110 seconds. Zhou Qing told me afterward that nobody in her group breathed the entire time, in case the noise put me off. When the last of them went, my health bar was a red line about as wide as a fingernail, And then I stepped out of combat and the necklace filled the whole thing back up in 11 seconds like it had never happened. 7,000 points. The border war ended with me on 13,000, which put me in the top tier of the points shop, the 10,000 tier, which I had never once seen the inside of. There is a great deal in there. Mythical equipment, though it is a tier below mine, and built for people with statistics. Scrolls of every element with 100-meter ranges. There was an Ice and Snow World scroll, one use, 1,000-meter radius, freezes everything, and does 10,000 true damage a second for 5 seconds. And I stood there wanting it the way you want things in shop windows. 5,000 points. I did not buy it. I did. I went to the counter at the back where they exchange points for prestige at 5-1, with a maximum of 10,000 at the top tier, and I converted every point I had. 3,600 prestige. Total. 12,330 prestige, and about 200,000 gold. The axe costs 10,000 prestige and 10,000 gold to repair. I left a note for Zhou Qing saying I had to go, and teleported to Tianfeng City. Chen Shu came down out of the sky in front of the mansion gate before the guards had finished bowing. He had been running that city properly. I could see the construction figures from anywhere in the world, and they were good numbers, and he had not skimmed a coin, and he had not once tried to slip the leash. He simply decided he worked for me, and got on with it. Talk inside, I said, because the soldiers were listening, and I did not want the city panicking. His face went tight. He has known me for 2 weeks, and he already knows that if I want a door closed, the day is going to be difficult. You've done well, I said in the hall. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. You flatter me. It is entirely due to the King of Freedom's discerning eye. He said he did not deserve it, and then complimented his own selection in the same breath, and I have decided to find that endearing. There's a large matter I need help with. He said nothing. He waited, and I was pleased because a man who says yes to an unknown request is either a fool or a liar, and both of those get you killed. I have a damaged divine weapon. I have finally gathered the materials to repair it. I expect the repair will cause a disturbance in heaven and earth and attract the attention of powerful people. If that happens, I want you to hold them off. Most of the tension came out of his face at once. Is that all? Don't worry, King of Freedom. Leave it with me. Nobody will disturb your repair. He agreed instantly and cheerfully, and I was mildly surprised because I had just told a level 100 assassin that I owned a god-tier artifact. What I did not understand, and did not find out until much later, is that Chen Shu thought I meant a legendary. I am level 25. At level 25, a legendary weapon is the ceiling of what anybody can be carrying. He assumed my divine weapon was a legendary with a chip in it, and he privately thought the word divine was a bit much. His actual thought, which he was polite enough not to say out loud, was that my horizons were narrow and that I would grow out of it. Neither of us discovered we were using the word differently until the sky turned red. I found the sealed training room, locked the door, put the axe down in front of me, and said it. Repair the heaven-splitting axe. The conditions for repairing the heaven-splitting axe have been met. Please select a repair direction. 2 directions may be selected in this repair. I had assumed it would be automatic, and I had been genuinely worried about that, because if the repair had decided on its own to give me defense or armor, it would have quietly cut my damage output in half. Health, attack, defense, attack speed, movement speed, heaven-splitting, trigger probability. Health, obviously. Health is my weapon. Then I sat there for a while on the second one. Attack, defense, and attack speed are meaningless to me. Movement speed I already have at 10 meters a second, and no other player will see that number for months. So, I clicked the plus sign under heaven-splitting trigger probability and confirmed, and the axe went up out of my hands and put a beam of light through the roof. 10,000 gold coins and 10,000 prestige points have been deducted. The heaven-splitting axe is under repair. Current progress, 1%. 1%. I had assumed it was instant. It is not instant. It is a process, and it can be interrupted. And if it is interrupted, the gold and the prestige do not come back, and the second attempt costs double. 20,000 prestige. I could kill every boss in the world for a month and not see 20,000 prestige. Looks like I'm going all in, I said. Outside, a crimson pillar of light was going up out of the roof of my training room and past the clouds and out of sight, and it was putting out a pulse that every powerful thing on the continent could feel from any distance, and every player in the world got a notification. The heaven-splitting axe is under repair. Players may go to the Lord's mansion in Tianfeng City to interrupt it. The heaven-splitting axe is a forbidden artifact of heaven and earth. If it is successfully repaired, it will bring great suffering to all living things. Interrupt the repair and receive. 3 levels, 10,000 prestige points, and 10,000 gold coins. I got that message too. I read it twice. 3 levels, 10,000 gold, and 10,000 prestige, which is exactly what I had just spent, paid out to whoever takes it off me. It seems, I told the axe, that you're not very popular. 10,000 gold is a small fortune in the real world. 3 levels turns a level 17 player into a top 100 player overnight. And 10,000 prestige is more than every system announcement in the history of this world put together. And a player with 1,000 prestige gets treated like family by every guild in existence. There was no level requirement. You could walk out of Novice Village and try. Gold, prestige, levels, here I come. Wait, teleport is 10 silver. Can anybody lend me? I'll split the 10,000 with you. The guy above just hit level 10. Tianfeng City Raid Team assembling, level 17 assassin. I'm extremely experienced at sneaking and interrupting. Imperial Dynasty is recruiting. The Sovereign is leading this personally. Gold rewards split equally among all participants. What are you waiting for? Tang Yue stared at the World Channel for a long time. Then she sent me one message. Are you there? I did not answer it. I want to be clear that I saw it. I have never in either of my lives answered a message that says, "Are you there?" And I was not going to start in the middle of an artifact repair. Her face went hard, and her father came in and asked what was wrong, and she said nothing was wrong, and the Hong sect mobilized with everybody else. The first thing that arrived was not a player. A fire dragon several hundred meters long came down out of the sky onto the roof of my mansion, and a voice behind it filled the whole valley. Hand over the treasure, and I will spare your lives. Chen Shu did not even look up. He raised one hand, and a weathered middle-aged man appeared beside him out of nowhere and swung a staff, and a dragon made of water went up to meet it. They met about 400 meters above Tianfeng City, and the sky came apart. The water came down as rain, which was fine. The fire came down as fire, which was not. And half the eastern quarter of my city went up, and there were people in it who did not get out. Chen Shu's face went gray, and he did not move a muscle, because there were 4 other auras in the sky already locked onto him. And if he broke position to save the eastern quarter, they would kill him, and then the whole city would burn, instead of a district. An old man with red hair and a red beard appeared over the rooftops holding a crimson staff. Hand over the treasure, or my fire burns Tianfeng City to the ground. He was not bluffing, and he was not angry. He was doing arithmetic. Killing civilians does not help him fight. It helps him win, because it puts the other side off balance, and he had done it enough times to be casual about it. I opened the window of the training room, and I could not do a single thing. The axe was at 4%. I had already tried every way I could think of to stop it, and there is no way. That is the whole design. You commit or you do not. Below, the water mage went for a real attack, an ocean. An actual ocean of it rising up out of nowhere over the rooftops, and the red-haired man opened his mouth and spat blood on his own staff and turned it into a burning wheel in the sky. And the ocean started losing. The fire rain came down to 10 meters above the roofs. The people in the street stopped running because there was nowhere to run to and looked up. And then the fire rain stopped. There was a figure standing in the sky in red robes, and it did not have a head. Behind it, holding a staff in one hand and the head in the other, was a large round man in a shop manager's coat. You've been comfortable your whole life, said Chen Shu pleasantly. And now you can't fight. You let yourself get distracted in the middle of a duel. If you don't die, who should? Nobody argued. He had killed an equal in a single motion while that equal was busy. And the only reason it worked is that the red-haired man had spent his attention on threatening civilians instead of counting how many auras were actually in the city. He had counted 3 when he arrived. When he attacked, there were 2. The people of Tianfeng City cheered, and I did not, because I could feel the axe at 11%, and I knew perfectly well that one fire mage was not what that pillar of light had called down. Dozens of figures appeared over the city at once. Chen Shu vanished into stealth immediately, which was correct, and every single one of those figures went tense. Because an invisible assassin who has already one shot. Somebody is a problem that will cost 1 or 2 of you before it gets solved, and nobody wants to find out who. Gentlemen, said a black-robed figure with a blurred face from the north, shall we take the treasure together and settle ownership afterward? He said it knowing it would put Chen Shu's attention on him, and he said it because the light coming out of my roof was getting stronger every minute. Titan's shield. He was Long Shu, Lord of Titan City, a top-tier tank. And the reason he was volunteering to be the target is that he genuinely did not believe he could be killed by an assassin. Chen Shu appeared behind him. That, said Long Shu, delighted, is exactly what I was waiting for. The shield came around behind him instantly. Textbook. That is what makes him one of the best tanks alive. And a second Chen Shu appeared in front of him. The shadow behind him popped like a bubble. Teleportation, Long Shu said, and got the shield back around, and his reactions were genuinely astonishing. When the dagger hit the shield, there was no sound at all. That is when he understood, and by then his greatsword was already sweeping through air that had nothing in it. "Below him!" somebody shouted from the sky. "No, above! He's above you!" Long Shu looked up and saw a black dagger falling toward him, and hesitated for exactly as long as it takes to think. But what if that one is fake too? It was not fake. 2 dead in 90 seconds, and after that the remaining figures in the sky stopped being reserved about it and attacked all at once, and the attacks curved after Chen Shu as he moved. "Three powers formation!" he shouted. He and the water mage and a third man I had never seen dropped into a triangle and started drawing something in the air with both hands, and Chen Shu blew the doors off my own treasury and pulled every material in it into the air around them in a spiral. It was not going to be ready in time. I could see that from a window, neither could they. Chen Shu's hands were going faster and faster, and his face was wet. Then the crimson pillar of light moved. It came up off the roof of the training room and repositioned itself about 8 meters above Chen Shu's head, and he looked up in complete confusion. I was sitting in the 9 Dragon Jade carriage with a god-tier artifact floating beside me, directly under the incoming attacks of a dozen beings 100 levels above me. "It's all right," I said. "I'll take care of it." He stared at me. He knew perfectly well I could resurrect. He also knew that players guard their levels like organs, and that this was going to cost me 1 for nothing, and he could not work out what I thought I was buying. The players arriving through the teleport array could not work it out either. Has Feng Jun lost his mind? Is this a fight he belongs in? He's just being arrogant. Any one of those things could kill him by looking at him. Good. I want to see this undefeated legend get flattened. I've been waiting. Then a dozen level 100 beings hit me at the same time. I died instantly. I did not get to see it, hear it, or react to it. It is the first time I have died in the Endless World, and I want to report honestly that it was not frightening, because it did not last long enough to be anything. "Overestimating yourself," said one of the figures in the sky, dismissively. And then another one turned and looked at him. "Elder Li, why is your health down by more than half? Did Chen Shu hit you?" Elder Li looked around, carefully, and found Chen Shu still drawing the formation 200 meters away, and relaxed. Then he looked up. "Why?" said Elder Li slowly. "Is everyone's health down by more than half?" Every one of them checked. They had all opened with their strongest attack, because they were trying to kill a top assassin in one motion, and every one of those strongest attacks had landed on a man with 0 defense, 440% reflect, and a passive that turns every incoming hit into a critical. Some of the ones with less health were sitting on a sliver. They had killed a level 25 player, and it had taken more out of them than the entire rest of the day. The carriage came back up out of the Tianfeng City respawn point about 11 seconds later. I had dropped to level 23, and here is the small mercy of this build. Attributes and talents do not go backward when your level does. Only the number changes. Everything that makes me dangerous stayed exactly where it was. Chen Shu and the other 2 were still drawing. Strands of light were connecting, slowly, and it was going to take minutes they did not have. I put the carriage between them and the sky, and raised the axe and pointed it at a dozen beings 100 levels above me. "Again," I said. 2 syllables. I have never been more pleased with anything I have said out loud. I was not being brave. I had gotten exactly what I went up there for, which was a reading. I now knew roughly what those things hit for, and roughly what they were carrying, and the numbers said that if I could get any of them to swing at me individually, I would take several of them with me. They are level 100 plus and above legendary grade. One of them is worth 2 levels, not one of them moved. They have been alive in this world for a very long time, and none of them could prove I was the reason their health bars had emptied, and none of them was going to test it personally. "You go," said an old man with white hair and a young face, to the smallest figure among them. He was among the strongest there. The one he pointed at was the weakest. The others agreed immediately and with enthusiasm. "Yes, Ren Hao, go. We'll take care of your body. We'll cover you. Ren Hao, you're going whether you like it or not. Back down and I'll kill you myself. Ren Hao, you have family. Don't ruin your own life over this." Threats, bribes, and contempt in that order, and not one voice raised in his defense, because defending him meant volunteering to be next. Ren Hao laughed. It was not a good laugh. Then he gestured at the priests among them, and they healed him to full, and he went invisible. I felt myself relax completely. That is the entire play. That is what I had come back up for. He appeared behind me, and a green dagger went into my neck. Everybody in Tianfeng City closed their eyes. Chen Shu's hands sped up. Somebody in the crowd of players made a small noise. Minus 96,000, purple, critical. And no death notification, minus 460,800. Ren Hao came out of stealth on his own, because there was nothing left to hold the stealth up, and he stood there in front of me, with his mouth open and an expression of total incomprehension on his face, and then he was not there. Congratulations to the player for killing Ren Hao. 770,000 experience. Level 24. I sat in the carriage looking at my own health refilling, and I was not sure what had just happened either. That was a level 100 legendary NPC, and I had one shot it by standing still, and his health had been far too low for what he was. Something about all of this was wrong, and I filed that, because there were 11 more of him in the sky. He dropped a legendary dagger and epic leather armor, both of them requiring level 100 to wear, which means that in 3 months, there might be 4 people alive who could use them. Then I turned around and looked at the rest of them, with what I am told was a very unsettling expression. They took a step back, all of them, together, in the air, like a chorus line. "Forget the formation," I called down to Chen Shu. "Get up here and party." I brought the carriage down and knocked the half-finished 3 powers formation out of his hands. If those 3 sealed the sky, how exactly was I supposed to collect? Chen Shu and his colleagues exchanged a look, which I have since had described to me at length. A situation that a level 100 mythical NPC could not solve, resolved by a level 24 player, and they had watched how. Somebody hits him for under 100,000 and takes 4 or 500,000 back. "Lucky," said the water mage quietly, "that we're also Freedom Faction. If anybody tries to run," I said, "hold them." The 3 of them lit up like children. The remaining figures in the sky were, I am told, having a very difficult afternoon. They had come to steal an artifact. 2 of them had been killed by an assassin, which is embarrassing but comprehensible. And then a child had turned up who could not be attacked, and their treasure was sitting in the open in front of them like a hot coal. Ignorant brat. I have roamed the world for decades. If I cannot defeat you, can I not at least leave? That was Shu Gong, the white-haired old man, a famous fire mage, and the man who had just sent Ren Hao to die. Under other circumstances, that line works. You concede a little, the other party feels magnanimous, everybody goes home. "Old man," I said, "acting tough because you're old? Let me see what you're actually made of." I flew the carriage straight at him, which was not showing off. Havoc to the World has a 10-meter cast range and there is no other way to close it. Zhu Gang was not worried. He had worked out my entire build, and his conclusion was correct. Do not attack, cannot be hurt. He had privately decided that he would not respond even if I insulted 18 generations of his ancestors. At about 11 meters, he saw my face, and something in his instincts started screaming, and he burned his own flash to get out. Leaving now? Too late. Havoc to the world. He turned around in the air, against his own will, with his own staff, and put a fireball into me at point-blank range. Minus 120,000 purple. Minus 576,000. Congratulations to the player for defeating Shu Gang. 760,000 experience. Level 25. 40 free attribute points, all into health. Thorns Divine Body reflects 500% of damage received. 290,960 health. I picked up his loot without looking at it, which felt very good, and turned around for the next one, and they had all gone faint, not invisible, faint, half transparent, like a picture left in a window, and 3 of them in particular were nearly gone. Sun Moon Rebel Bone, golden light, 10 meters, and absolutely nothing. "Kid, don't waste your strength," said one of the transparent ones comfortably. "I admit you're strong, but our souls are returning to their true positions. We are in harmony with the great Tao of heaven and earth. We are protected by heaven and earth. We are invincible. You think your little tricks can interrupt that? You really do underestimate us. Young people shouldn't be so arrogant. You have a long road ahead. Listen more, ask more. We old folks have enough to teach you for a lifetime." The 3 of them were called Qian Lei, Sun Feng, and Li Wei, and they were identical, which was mostly annoying. Down among the players, several 100,000 people breathed out at once. Feng Jun's finally out of options. That was terrifying. If he'd kept all those NPCs, his level would have gone through the roof. Honestly, I admire him. If I saw NPCs at that rank, I'd have run. And I stood in the sky watching an enormous quantity of free experience politely dissolve in front of me, which is a specific kind of pain. Then I remembered what I own. Blood Kill. Thousands of miles ignores defense. It ignores invincibility. It has never once cared what kind of invincibility. Red light, 100 meters in every direction. Minus 5,819. The 3 of them did not even feel it. What they felt was the state of harmony with the great Tao of heaven and earth coming off them like a coat. How is that possible? They said it in unison. They are triplets. It was almost worth it on its own. I want to explain why they were so upset, because it is not about the damage. Returning the soul to its true position is not a skill. It is sanctioned by the will of heaven. It is heaven itself holding you. And a level 25 player had waved one hand and taken it off them. The genuinely unlucky ones were the other 7, who had said nothing, gloated about nothing, and were simply standing inside a 100-meter radius when it went off, and who were also yanked back into solid existence. They had all seen what happened to Renhua. They fled. Not in formation, not covering each other, just gone, in 7 directions at speed, having privately agreed that as soon as Tianfeng City was out of sight, they would return their souls somewhere else and never come back, which left 3 transparent men slowly turning solid in the middle of my sky. They turned around for help, and there was nobody there at all. Then all 3 of them knelt. That stopped me. In this world, powerful beings would generally rather die than be humiliated. I had never seen one kneel to anything. What do you mean by this? King of Freedom, said the eldest, Feng, and his voice was steady, and it cost him. My brothers and I are willing to bring Lu City to submit to you and to join the Freedom faction. Lu City has requested to join the Freedom faction. Do you agree? Qianlei, Sun Feng, and Li Wei have requested to submit to the player. Do you agree? Killing them was worth at least 2 levels. Agreed, I said. Lu City is now owned by the player. Chen Shu and his colleagues wore expressions of open contempt, which the 3 brothers absorbed without comment because there are only living powerful men, and dead powerful men are just ghosts. And because if the 3 of them died, Lu City would be leaderless within the hour, and a leaderless city with 100,000 people in it does not stay a city for long. They went back to their positions and vanished, and the sky over Tianfeng City was empty for the first time in half an hour. And then I turned around and looked down at several million players. They had received a notification on arrival that I had not seen until then. The only way to break the heaven-splitting axe repair is to kill Feng Jun 3 times. I had died once already. 2 left. Millions of them, in the streets and on the walls and packed into the square, and not one of them was moving, because they had all done the same arithmetic in the same 11 seconds. If they did not attack simultaneously, the damage would not be enough, and I would heal it back. If they did attack simultaneously, everybody whose damage was low would simply be healing me, because Undying Divine Body restores 1% per attack, and nobody knew that the recovery was a full percent, so nobody could calculate the threshold. And on the other side of the ledger, the reflect. Millions of people stood in absolute silence in a city square. Tang Fei and Zhang Lei were near the front, and both of them were finding it hard to look at me. Tang Fei especially. I had done a great deal for the Hong sect once, because of his daughter, and he had come here anyway. And the reason he had come is that he had already said publicly that he would, and a guild leader who visibly backs down over sentiment does not stay a guild leader. Both of them had comforted themselves with the same thought on the way over, which was that if somebody was going to take the reward, it may as well be a friend. You're all great, I said. Several million people relaxed at once. They read it as a man who could not punish everybody choosing to laugh it off. Feng Jun isn't so special. Millions of us. He could drown in our spit. Next time we organize properly. He's one man. Honestly, we came all this way and spent 10 silver on teleport each. He should compensate us a gold coin each. Tang Yue's face changed. So did Tong Fei's and Zhang Lei's, because all 3 of them had spent enough time near me to know the difference between a man laughing something off and a man loading. Shut up, all of you. Apologize now. You trash-talking idiots. You are out of the Hong sect, all of you, effective now. It's too late, said Zhang Lei. It's already too late. Chen Shu, I said. Your subordinate is here. Close the Tianfeng City teleport array and every gate of this city. Any outsider who tries to force their way out. Kill without mercy. The square went absolutely silent. Then take every soldier in Tianfeng City and kill every player inside these walls. Leave nobody. Chen Shu had been feeling underemployed, and he did not hesitate for a second. He crushed a teleport stone, arrived at the array, killed 4 players who were already running for it at 217,000 ahead, and put the array out. Then he raised a hand and shot a fire arrow 100 meters up, where it burst into an enormous red character hanging over the city. 500,000 soldiers came in through every gate at once. Not the elites. Not the centurions or the chiliarchs or the generals. The regular rank and file, at level 50 with 2,250 defense each, which is a wall no player in this world can scratch. If the players had held together, they might have made it cost something. They did not hold together. They were 40 guilds who hated each other, and half of them were holding back to let the other half take the losses, and several were actively tripping each other, and a well-drilled army came through that and went over them like weather. Feng Jun, I'm your enemy forever. I spent 30 gold on quest materials to get this level. Feng Jun, please, I'll do anything. I have a family. I'll never go against you again. Name a price. I sat in the carriage and did not move. Here is why, and I have thought about whether to put this in. If those things in the sky had come in their real bodies instead of as projections, I would be dead. Not beaten, dead, permanently in the way that matters. Because the axe would be gone, and the prestige would be gone, and I would be a level 23 player with a story. I had spent 40 minutes finding out exactly how thin the margin actually is. And in the middle of that, several million people had come here specifically to make it thinner, for a prize. 1,000-mile dike is breached by an ant hole. I was not going to leave the ants. Then my eyes went across the square and met Tang Yue's. Hong sect players had formed up around her and her father in a ring and were dying to keep the ring closed, and she was not looking at the soldiers at all. There was regret in her face and disappointment, and something that had not given up yet. I looked away. If I pulled her out of that square in front of several million people, Then every single thing I was doing here stopped working. And the next time somebody decided to test me, they would remember that Feng Jun has exceptions. Tong Fei went down first, 8,000, 4.5, 4. And with his health bar already empty, he was not looking at the soldiers either. He was looking at his daughter, and then at where she was looking, and his face at the end was the worst thing in that square. "Lear," he said, "it's all my fault." Then the rest of the Hong sect, and then there was one person standing. She watched the blade come down and closed her eyes, and up until the last moment, the figure in the sky did not look at her once. The blade came down, and Tang Yue vanished. The soldier who swung it stood there scratching his head, because outsiders do vanish when they die, but not that fast. She had gone about a quarter second early. He decided not to think about it and went back to work. Outside the north wall, in a quiet lane, a black-robed figure appeared out of nothing, and a woman looked around at the empty street. "I'm not dead?" Chen Shu was standing beside her. "Thank you," Tang Yue said, and meant it, to a man who had personally directed the killing of her father and 20,000 of her people 10 minutes earlier, because that is what surviving does to you. "It wasn't me who saved you," said Chen Shu. "It was the King of Freedom. Lord Feng Jun ordered it. He simply couldn't say so out loud, for your sake as much as his. I did not order it. I want to be completely clear. I did not order it, I did not ask for it, and I did not know about it until much later." Chen Shu was a very handsome man before he was a very round one, and he has opinions about how these things work, and he had watched the way Tang Yue looked at the sky. He calculated that the lie cost him nothing, and that if it landed, he would have done his boss an enormous favor that his boss could never repay directly. He is, I have come to understand, the most dangerous person in my employment. Tang Yue left that lane a completely different woman. Behind her, in the square, an hour of quiet went by. Then the sky turned red from horizon to horizon, and an eye opened in it. It was deep blue, and it was larger than the city, and it looked down at the pillar of light coming out of my roof, and every living thing in Tianfeng City went onto its knees at the same moment, including Chen Shu, who could not stop himself. Everything except me, because the axe was throwing crimson light around the carriage, and inside that light there was no pressure at all. Then the eye moved and looked past the light and looked at the axe itself. And then there was pressure, not on my body. Somewhere behind my ribs, like a stone laid on top of a swarm. I have felt something like it once before. I felt it under a bridge with one arm, watching 38 people stop existing, and understanding with total clarity that nothing I did mattered. That is the feeling that thing puts into you. That is its entire weapon, and I had already met it. "Bring the axe," I said. It came into my hands like it had been waiting. I got it up over my head with the whole city watching. "Follow me," I said. "Kill." And I swung a broken artifact at the eye of heaven. "How dare you?" said the sky. 2 words, and they hit me like a dropped building. Blood came out of my mouth and went across the air in front of me in a spray, and my grip on the axe got tighter, not looser. Swinging that thing at that eye was like swinging through setting concrete. It moved. It moved at about the speed of a minute hand, and every centimeter cost me something. The veins came up along my forearms. Then the skin along my palms opened and blood ran down the shaft. -500, -150, -300. Pathetic little numbers, healed off instantly, and completely irrelevant, because the damage was not the point. The point was that a very large thing was pressing back, and I was not stopping. Click. A crack appeared across the surface of the eye, small enough that you would miss it if you were not looking. I was looking. Crack. That one was my own hand. A bone in my left hand going while I pushed. Below me, the whole city was watching, and I am told the commentary was as follows. "You can't stand firm if you're not ruthless. Don't anybody tell him what I said about him earlier. Drinks are on me at the Juxian Lu. Old beggar, let me buy. How many days would you have to beg for that? But this King of Freedom, though, this King of Freedom. I'm telling you both. Keep your heads down from now on. If he can do that at level 25, what is he going to be at 100? Another finger went, and the eye of heaven, which had been staring down at that city for the better part of an hour, could not hold it any longer. I will remember you. I'll remember you too, I said. It came apart with a noise that took the windows out on the eastern side of the city and turned into dust across the whole sky, and the crimson light out of my roof went up unobstructed all the way to nothing, and then folded back down and gathered itself into the axe. The heaven-splitting axe repair is successful. It came back twice the size it had been, and clear all the way through, like something cut from jade. Heaven-splitting axe. Repaired once. God tier. Health plus 100%. Heaven-splitting. When attacking, 30% chance to break any item or equipment it comes into contact with. 30%. I had been living at 5. 107 swings on a guild statue, 206 on the coiled dragon pillar, over 500 on a paper doll that begged me to stop. Finally, I said out loud, alone in the sky over my own city with 2 broken fingers. No more of those days. I still did not properly understand the word probability. I was about to be taught. The second repair costs 100,000 gold and 100,000 prestige. The gold is nothing. I already had 200,000. The prestige is a mountain I will be climbing for a year. Health. 436,440. There is one more thing available at level 25. You may go to the academy in the Book City and draw a skill. The Book City did not exist yet. There is a field of ruins 2 hours out of Dragon City, and in it, there are 81 broken statues of scholars, each one holding a stone scroll, and the Book City opens when the scrolls are gathered. You can gather them one of 2 ways. You can repair the statues. That is what a player called Shutong did the first time around, with a friend who owned a legendary weapon, over half a month of solid work for 500 prestige each. Or you can take the scrolls out of their hands, which nobody has ever done, because a legendary weapon cannot mark those arms. I teleported to Dragon City, because the Book City has no teleport point of its own, and found the entire Dragon King Palace standing across the south gate checking everybody who tried to leave. The Dragon King was at the front of it, and he had changed. Everybody who lost their guild territory to Bai Shui came out of that differently, and what he came out as was harder in both directions, meaner to strangers and much more generous to his own people. He had gone from a playboy to something with actual teeth. There is a 2-way quest running called the Battle of Immortal Herbs. 1 herb, 2 NPCs, 2 players who accepted it, and the one who delivers inside the time limit gets mythical grade equipment. He had found out who was carrying it and had sealed all 4 gates, with the heaviest presence anywhere except the south, so that she would run south. I did not care about any of that. I was passing through. Then a scene broke out near the wall, and it went badly enough that I slowed down. 5 or 6 Dragon King Palace players had a young couple boxed in, and one of them, a captain with 100 people under him, had put his hands on the woman. "You can search people if you want," her partner Sun Jing was saying, at a volume that took real courage. "But why are you touching my girlfriend?" "So what if she's your girlfriend?" said the captain, deciding to go all the way rather than climb down in front of an audience. "Brothers should share. What's wrong with a touch?" His friends thought that was excellent. "It's your good fortune Captain Song likes her. You should buy us dinner." "Still hoping for your fingers back? Don't worry, Captain Song's a scumbag, but he gives things back when he's done." Everybody nearby turned to look at the Dragon King. The Dragon King's face went dark, and not from a sense of justice. He had 5,000 members left. That is all. And if he disciplined the men who were still with him, he would have 4,000 by evening. So, he looked at something else. His men understood, and the captain got bolder. Then 2 voices went up, out of 2 different parts of the crowd, within a second of each other. "Brothers, are you going to take this? Today it's that couple, tomorrow it's you." "That's right. Stand by today and you'll be the one a guild like Dragon King Palace does this to next." The crowd did nothing at all, which left 2 voices hanging in the open, and the Dragon King's whole face lit up. "Li Hua, it really is you, found you." She was 17 or 18, with a ponytail and a very ordinary face that did something when it moved. She had used Flash to speak from 2 places at once, in the hope of starting something big enough to escape in. Nobody had moved, so now they knew exactly where she was. She looked around at that crowd with an expression of complete exasperation, and I sat in the carriage above the gate and stopped being in the present tense at all. The last time, I was a level 15 tank with 8,000 health and nothing else, and I had spent 3 days sitting outside the Bloodstained Tower with a sign in front of me. Level 15 tank seeking group for Bloodstained Tower. No roll on perfect grade or above. Team leader takes all loot. 3 days. Groups walked past and read the sign and looked at my health bar and did not even ask a question. You cannot get from level 15 to 25 without dungeons, and you cannot get into a dungeon if nobody takes you. And after 3 days I had done the maths on my life and decided that delivering food in the real world was better than this. I gave it 1 hour, then the hour ran out. I stood up, put the sign away, and had a last look at the sky. The endless world, I thought. Time to say goodbye. And a small hand landed on my shoulder. "Hey, handsome, want to hook up?" I turned around so fast I nearly fell over and went red to the ears and said, and I quote myself, "Miss, you have the wrong person. But how about we see a film, take a walk, get to know each other?" Li Hua laughed at me. Then she sent a party invitation. "What are you thinking about? Come on. I'll take you through a dungeon." She took a level 15 nobody through the Bloodstained Tower on nightmare difficulty, and did not once look tired. She moved through those monsters like something being carried on a current. I stood at the back and did nothing at all, and she never mentioned it. And at the end, she handed me every piece of tank equipment that dropped. 4 items, epic and perfect grade, junk, objectively. At the time, it was the treasury of a small nation. All right, I'm off, she said, waving over her shoulder. The world's a small place. We'll meet again. She did not tell me it would be all right. She did not encourage me. She did not do the thing where somebody helps you from above, and you have to be grateful in the correct shape. She just ran a dungeon and left, and that carelessness was worth more to me than a speech would have been, and it is the only reason there was a person left to be reborn 5 years later. What I found out much later is that on the day she pulled a stranger into a dungeon out of boredom, she was being hunted across the map by Imperial Dynasty. The reason was that the sovereign had decided she was the first mage of the Endless World, and Li Hua was a hidden class space mage, and the sovereign could not have that. Li Hua fought that guild for 2 months on her own, and then she lost, and they sent her back to Novice Village, and after that, there was no more news about her at all. I wanted to help. There was nothing I could do. I was a man with a cardboard sign. Kill her, said the Dragon King in the present tense, waving a hand. The herb drops on death anyway. Dragon King, you wait, Li Hua said, throwing a sea of fire at his mages because she was not going to go quietly. I swear I'm not human if I don't pay you back for this. One of his mages died. His priest covered the rest. Then 9 golden dragons came down over the south gate of Dragon City and stopped about 6 meters above her head. The Dragon King's neck went into his shoulders. Big shot Feng Jun, he said. If I have offended you in any way, please tell me, and I will correct it immediately. I was briefly so surprised that I wondered whether he had been reborn too. Do you know her? I said, pointing at Li Hua. He did not know what to do with that. I could see him trying to work out what my relationship with her was, because if she had a backer like me, she would have said so an hour ago, and he would never have touched her. Big shot Feng Jun, I know I was wrong. Tell me how to make up your loss. You didn't wrong me, I said. You wronged her. Apologize to her. He apologized. He did it properly because he still thought there was a negotiation happening. I'm sorry, Miss Li Hua. Neither I nor Dragon King Palace will ever be your enemy again. Li Hua, who could not afford to offend Dragon King Palace and whose quest timer was running out, opened her mouth to accept it and let the whole thing go. It's all right, I said, over the top of her. Just be more careful in your next life. Blood kill, thousands of miles. From this day, I said into the light, if you ever move against Li Hua again, I will send the entire Dragon King Palace back to Novice Village. Minus 8,729 a second across 200 meters, and I walked while it ran at 10 meters per second, which they could not match. When it went out, there was nothing in front of the south gate but packages. Go on, I said, and sent her a party invitation, because loot needs a party. It's all yours. She looked at the ground, and she wanted it. I could see her want it. Then she shook her head. No, I can't accept that. I looked at her for a second, and I understood exactly what that was, because I had been the one on the other side of it. Fine, I said. Then add me as a friend, and call me if you ever need anything. She brightened up immediately and added me. Then, about a minute later, her face fell again. What is it? Regretting the loot? It's not that. It's just... And then her whole expression changed as she thought of something. Could you lend me your mount? Just to take me somewhere. My quest timer is nearly up. I checked her class. Ordinary mage, not a space mage, not yet. That quest is the opportunity. That is where it comes from. Last time she made that delivery on her own somehow, and became the finest mage in the world, and got hunted into the ground for it by a woman who could not stand being second. I grabbed her by the arm and flew. I put her down at the foot of a mountain with 4 minutes on her clock and turned around and left without a word. She stood there and watched the dragons go, and then, I am told, spent quite a long time trying to work out why a man who had never met her would spend a fortune's worth of nothing on her and would then turn down a mythical grade reward he could have taken from her at any point. Eventually, she arrived at the only explanation available to a 17-year-old. Could it be, said Li Hua out loud in an empty field, that Feng Jun likes me? The NPC had to remind her about the timer. The field of ruins was an hour further out, and the 81 statues were exactly where I remembered them, leaning at every angle with the grass grown up through them. 81 scholars, 81 stone scrolls, every one of them intact after however many centuries, and the arms holding them harder than anything a legendary weapon can mark. I want to be careful here, I told myself. If you break a scroll instead of a statue, the book city is sealed forever, in this world, for everybody. I walked up to the first one, an old man with a long beard and a very refined expression. I did not feel any respect for him at all. Those 81 are not honored dead. They are the ones who sold the book city out, which is why the scholars inside it trampled the statues on their way to being sealed away, and why they are lying in a field. The axe came down past the scroll and into the body. Click. First swing. I stood there with my mouth open. It seems, I said when I could speak, the direction I chose for the repair was a good one. The next 80 went in under 5 minutes, 3 swings maximum, most of them won. This was the happiest I had been since I woke up in that office. Not the city, not the reflect number. Watching a probability actually behave for the first time in my life did more for me than a mythical grade drop. 80 scrolls in a pile in the middle of a field. One statue left. The last one is not a scholar. It is squat and thick and thuggish, and it is missing an arm and an ear, which makes it look faintly ridiculous. "Break!" I said, and hit it in the head. Nothing. I hit it again. Nothing. 12 times. Nothing. 30%, I said out loud to a statue. 10 minutes later, my face had gone red, and not from effort. Half an hour later, I had begun to understand something about myself and this world that I do not think I will ever be free of, which is that a probability that is not 100 is, for me, personally, 0. An hour later, I sat down on the ground and looked at an undamaged statue for a while. Then I got up and gritted my teeth, and told myself, this was the last one. One more swing, and I walk away and come back in a month. Nothing. Right, I said. One more. Another half hour. Then it came apart with a crash so sudden that I did not react at all. I stood there holding the axe for 3 full seconds like an idiot before I got my hands moving and threw the last scroll onto the pile. Congratulations to the player for opening the book city. 1,000 prestige points, which is exactly what the 2 men in my last life got between them for half a month of careful masonry, and I felt distinctly cheated, and I was about to step into the vortex when I noticed the pile of scrolls was gone, and something else was lying where it had been. A sky blue wooden token, cold as ice, with a single gold character on it, meaning fortune. Book, fortune, token. When drawing skills at the academy, if you are blessed by Lady Luck, the probability of drawing a high-grade skill book greatly increases. On the back, in very small characters, the token disappears on use, and the effect lasts 30 minutes. 30 minutes, of course. Congratulations to player Feng for completing the prerequisite quest. The Book City is now open. Players may draw skills at the Book City Academy. The world went off like a firework because most players are around level 15 with equipment they cannot upgrade, and the dungeon they need for gear is a dungeon they cannot clear without gear. The Academy Steward is a man in his 50s in a scholar's robe with gray at the temples and a very refined bearing, and his greeting, which he repeats to everybody, is this. The Academy gate faces south. If you have no money, do not come in. You deposit gold. Each draw costs 1 coin. The wheel spins and gives you a skill book, and you may either take it or break it into pages. And there is a catch that is not explained anywhere, and that costs several thousand people their entire allowance that afternoon. You may only ever keep one. Once you accept a book, every future draw automatically shatters into pages. Pages upgrade the book you kept. I deposited 10,000 gold, used the token, and started clicking. Perfect grade, perfect grade, perfect grade. 100 draws, all perfect grade, which is remarkable and useless, because I already had what perfect grade skills do. Around me the room filled up with players and then emptied again as they discovered the fee. No! I clicked accept on a perfect grade book by mistake, and now everything turns to pages. A great many people were crying quietly in that room. Around 1,000 draws in, somebody across the hall screamed with joy about an epic, and then ran out of the building at a sprint in case anybody followed him. 3,600 draws in, I got a legendary, which triggered a world announcement, which is a thing the system does purely to keep everybody else spending. I broke it into pages. The sovereign arrived. She drew a legendary inside 20 minutes, took it, upgraded it to level 4 with 1,000 gold of pages, looked at the 100,000 pages required for level 5, and correctly decided it was not worth it. She glanced at me on her way out to see whether I was going to make an issue of her being there, and I did not look up. Zhou Qing drew a legendary healing passive that doubles her heals, and took it to level 4, which is a genuinely god-tier thing for a priest. The Dragon King and Zhang Lei spent over 2,000 gold each and came out with epics. I was at 9,000 draws. Even with the token, I said, it seems I'm still not one of the lucky ones. 10 minutes left on the token, then 5. A book came off the wheel with red light on it, invincible, mythical grade, passive, 5% chance to enter an invincible state when attacked, becoming immune to that damage. At level 5, 30%. Not immune to an attack, immune to the damage. Reflected damage, true damage, fixed damage, all of it. It is the single best defensive passive that exists in this world, and everybody in that hall knew it the second the announcement went out. For me, it is poison. If there is no damage, there is nothing to reflect. That skill would turn off my entire character 3 times out of 10, at random, forever, with no way to disable it. The World Channel was already writing my acceptance speech. Of course he gets it. Even I only got a legendary, and I'm the sovereign. What makes him special? Let's all just stop playing, and let him have the world to himself. Then somebody wrote, have you forgotten how many people died over trash talk in the World Channel 2 days ago? Some of them got expelled from their guilds first, and the entire channel went silent inside 4 seconds. I closed my eyes and broke a mythical grade skill book into pages. 10,000 pages. It hurt in a physical location. 9 minutes left. Then one draw left. I clicked it without looking. Splash. Godlike grade. Passive. When dealing damage to an enemy target, 10% chance to deal 100% of that damage to other enemy targets within 10 meters. Congratulations to player Feng for drawing the god tier passive skill. Splash. The hall went very quiet, and then everybody in it worked out simultaneously that, in order to have drawn a god tier skill, I must have dismantled the mythical one. I take it back, somebody wrote. He's not a paid actor, he's the favorite son of this world. How do you draw a mythical and then a god tier inside 10 minutes? 36 years of being single has given me lightning reflexes, and I say his draw count was under 1,000 and one of them was rigged. Here is what Splash actually is, and it is not the damage. Every point of damage I deal has a chance to jump to everything within 10 meters of the target. And then, in this world, that damage is also damage, so it can jump again. There is no cap. There is no limit on the number of jumps. The only thing that stops it is a gap of more than 10 meters between one person and the next. A crowd is not a group of people. A crowd is a conductor. I put 70,000 gold into pages, 1,111,000 of them, and took it to level 6, 70% chance. I sat in the Academy of the Book City looking at that description for a long time, with 436,000 health, a 500% reflect, an axe that breaks anything 3 times in 10, and a passive that turns any group of human beings standing near each other into a single target. Then I went to find a quiet city with something in it worth taking. 283 days ago, by my count, I sat outside a dungeon with a piece of cardboard in front of me, asking anybody at all to please let me stand in front of them, and nobody read it for 3 days. 283 days from now, by my count, the doors are going to open the other way, and the things on the far side are going to come through into a city where the buildings fold, and there will be 40 people under a bridge with 38 of them unable to stand. I know how that goes. I was the wall last time. This time, I intend to be the thing that walks over the top of it. Somewhere in Dai City, in a mansion with the music going and dancers on the floor, a very ugly and very powerful middle-aged man was drinking wine that nobody had poured for him. Deputy City Lord Zhou Yuan Bao is one of the 3 deputy lords of Dai City. He is level 100 and something, and he outranks everything I own. And he has a face like a pig's head and eyes like a rat's, and there was a woman sitting against his shoulder with an expression of perfect innocence. Bai Jue has not been able to make a living among players since the day the Dragon King played 3 videos, and she is not the kind of person who accepts that. She had 2 cities she knew well. Dragon City hates her. That left Dai City. She researched it properly, the way she researches everything, and found exactly 1 man in it with enough power and few enough scruples. Lord Liu, she said, have you thought about what I asked? This Feng Jun you keep mentioning. He frowned, and his interest visibly went out. That name sounds very familiar to me. That is the moment she could have lost it. Because if she had answered honestly, if she had said the words King of Freedom, Lord of Tianfeng City and Lu City, the man would have sobered up instantly and put her out of the building. Lord Liu, she said, moving closer. He's just an outsider. Why so cautious? He is not some invincible hero out of a story. He agreed immediately and stopped thinking about it, which is the entire skill. Don't worry, beauty. I'll avenge you. Where is that little bastard right now? And Bai Shui, who has lost to me 9 times and has never once stopped counting, smiled her first love smile and told him, I did not know any of that yet. I was in the Book City in a very good mood, with a repaired axe over my shoulder, walking toward a teleport array, entirely unaware that the only person in this world who has ever consistently understood what I am doing had just finished pointing something at me that I cannot reflect.